Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Division 2 of Group C stands at the ready, their strats prepped and weapons drawn. But before they can begin pushing their keys, we're here to start the day with our MDI pre-show. I'm your host, Rook, here with Nikora, Zyronic, and Dratnos. And you know, with our competition spanning the whole month of May, the MDI is bigger than ever. But things got started even before our groups began. Let's touch base with our roadmap so we can see what else we still have in store. Now, of course, things started off in our time trials, and a reminder to everybody, these are open signups, so you can get in on them yourselves. You get a banner, you get to go into the tournament realm, it's a good time. But out of that, we had our top 24 teams separated into our groups, where we have groups A, B, and C, as well as our CN region, who will all be competing for 2 spots in each of those groups, which will move on to the global finals, where all of our teams will face off trying to win $300,000 in the prize pool, which is our largest prize pool in the War Within so far. It's been honestly an incredible time already, and we're here on Group C weekend looking ahead towards the global finals, so get the remaining days and times on your own calendars to be a part of all the Season 2 action that's remaining, and keep an eye out for the CN region rebroadcast dates when they're announced, they're TBD. Now, Zyro, with only 2 teams advancing each weekend, how do you think that's kind of influencing the level of risk that teams are willing to take?
Good question. I think it definitely influences your game plan throughout the weekend, but not towards the more risky side. I think in general, when it comes to the TGP, the focus from the teams has really been on consistency, making sure you're timing keys as efficiently as possible, giving yourself the most time to go for those higher level keys. There will be some innovations and strategies. So for instance, we saw Mandatory doing incredibly fast runs with slightly different routing yesterday, but I don't think there was so much extra risk there. It was just a little bit faster, which gave them extra time in the day.
Yeah, a little bit faster, like just roughly like 10 to 11 minutes or so. No, I mean, it goes to show though exactly what you're saying, right? That clean execution makes an incredible difference, but teams can also kind of try to compensate for that with some of risks and the routing, the tech they're going to show off, right? So, you know, Division 2's teams are going to have to weigh this same thing, the cost of risk-taking, or just playing it safe if they want to make it through to the Group C finals. But before we get to today's plays, let's go ahead and chat about what Division 1 showed us yesterday. So, Nikora, can you fill everybody in on what we saw with yesterday's competition?
Of course, I'd love to. So yesterday we did have the reigning champions Mandatory come in. And even though they did make some unusual mistakes at the start of the day, once they did switch main composition, really showed up, and they were so proud of some of these incredible strategies like the flood gaming that we've talked about. They ended up getting first place by even stopping 20 minutes before the end of the day. They were so confident in their time tiebreakers. So incredible performance by Mandatory. Definitely looking forward to what they have to show us tomorrow. Then we have Snarnik coming in as well as the second seed. Snarnik performed really well at the start, playing that off-comp as well, preserving some of their specs in case they would have made it to Sunday. But then, unfortunately, they did not manage to get that 21 DFC done like we had Suspicious Activities and Mandatory do. If they would have timed that 21 DFC, or if they had the time to attempt it, then they actually would have made top 2, because they would have been quite a bit faster than our third seed Suspicious Activities coming in. But Suspicious Activities, they ended up getting second, and they made it to Sunday, and they did so well at the start. They even beat Manda out for a little while, being in that first spot for a little. Then at the end, they managed to get the exact same score as Mandatory did as well, which is an incredible feat. But actually, they were overall minutes lower than Mandatory, and so they lost in the time tiebreaker. Essence, the last seed that came in, they actually stuck to that main comp and did not play around the spec variety rule. And they did do really well at the start, had some issues here and there, but nothing too major. And then unfortunately, they did not manage to get those high key levels timed like the other 3 teams managed to do. And therefore, they did get eliminated at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to see some of those teams come in who, you know, were giving it their best shot, as we've had with all of our weekends, who just didn't quite get there. But honestly, yesterday was such a close competition points-wise. And even with that clean execution from Mandatory, it was so great to get that recap, because I think we saw some great plays and some really, really good Mythic Plus key pushing. So today, hopefully, we'll also see some of the same. And while we had Mandatory and Suspicious Activity moving on, all of our teams every weekend have been having to grapple with the spec variety rule. rule that's been in effect. So Dratnos, do you want to touch a little bit on what the spec variety rule is, but then also the approaches that the teams took for it with day one?
Yeah, it's been pretty exciting, and it's led to us seeing a lot more specs than any MDI ever before. So the way it works is on our Fridays and Saturdays, on our day ones, if you play, we're going to count each spec you play, and then at the end of that day, we're going to take the 3 most popular specs that you played, your team, so it's specific to each team, and we are going to ban them for Sunday. And it's going to be tiebreaker tanks first, then healers, then DPS. Now, typically, our teams have tended, especially the better teams, have been trying to preserve their favorite comp, the Vengeance DH, the Mages, the Moonkins, the Disc Priests, through to Sunday. But there are some other considerations you need to make as well, because there's not just 5 specs you're going to want to have access to on Sunday. This time around, for instance, we have a Cinderbrew Meadery on Sunday, so you could see all of our teams have preserved that Destruction Warlock as well, because it's something that you usually want to tech in that dungeon in particular. And then we get to see all kinds of other specs on our first days, something like the Resto Druid we saw from Mandatory, where they were actually using it not just in the low keys, but all the way up into that 21 Dark Flame Cleft, and some close replacement options, right? You can swap the Unholy DK for a Frost DK, you can swap your Vengeance DH into a Bear Druid, you can play a Resto Shaman instead of a Disc Priest. All of those substitutions work out extremely well, so teams are picking which of those they think are going to work best based on themselves, what they're comfortable with, the dungeon pool. Sometimes we're seeing people tech in stuff like the Dev Evoker, pocket picks that people happen to be great at. So you can see here, of the specs in the game, we are missing less than 10 of them now, of the 39 specs. So we've really got almost all of the Infinity Stones here collected of the WoW specs.
I love it. Like, what happens when we collect all of them, I wonder? Something we've never seen in the MDI before? Yeah?
You start tracking which hero talents they've played.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we still have a little bit of work to do before we're there, but of course, we have our teams today, and they are going to have their decisions on what they're going to bring in with these specs. And while they have the opportunity here to, bring a lot of different variety to the table, or, take us to tracking all sorts of other talents, they also have the chance to turn this tournament into a full-on zoo. We've got fan favorites, big contenders, and an animal theme running throughout. So, Zyro, our first team is always trying to claw their way to first place, but what can you tell us about Perplexed?
Yeah, speaking of talent, Perplexed is a team that has been around pretty much since the start of the MDI, hailing back to the first ever LAN way back in the day. Unfortunately, this team has never really lifted a title together. They've always just been the second best team to teams like Wunderbar, teams like Echo, teams like Mandatory. And we saw Season 1 of The War Within, they had their best shot ever at lifting that title for the first time, unfortunately dropping it in the final game of a best-of-5 series to Mandatory. This team has looked rejuvenated with the additions they've made this year, with Sasevi joining the team, Tobo, awesome addition as well. See if they're able to continue their War Within streak today and play extremely well. That's not all. We have 3 other teams, though, and starting those off, we have Duckskin returning team that has really risen to prominence throughout Dragonflight, played extremely well at the start of the War Within. They've stuck together as a team, and as we've seen throughout the years, they can fly, but can they soar? We'll see how they play against our other teams today.
Then we have Goated. 5 players from 4 different MDI and TGP teams over history that have all gotten top 5 or better in previous tournaments since the Shadowlands expansion. We have World First Raiders. We have former World First Raiders. We have podcast hosts. We have Raiders and former Raiders from my guild. Goated is going to win today, and it's not going to be particularly close. Everybody else is going to get put in the dirt.
Okay.
Alright, well, last but not least, I do think the Amazing Sue has something to say about that, as they are a new team, they're friends, and they're all playing in the same guild that, weirdly enough, is also called the Amazing Sue, you might have guessed it. 3 of their members have competed in TGP before, and it's the 3 damage dealers that play together, and they managed to convince 2 of their guild members to join them this time around. Salt actually is a new guild member that hasn't done high-end raiding before, has also not done high-end and plus before, and apparently is performing so well that they think it's like a huge star on the rising as well. So good luck to the Amazing Sue, and let's see what they have to offer today.
Yeah, everybody, don't listen to Dratnos. There's a chance that any of these teams could take it, even if Dratnos is a little bit biased with his guildies. But honestly, I think all of these teams are such strong contenders, from those like Perplexed, who have always been right at the top, but haven't managed to lock it in themselves, to even teams that show a huge range of skill, like the players on Goated. New players coming together in Amazing Zoo, or of course Ducks Can Fly, who continue to impress us every single time with how much further they can go. But this has been, a good mix. We've had a lot of great teams, and with these runs that we've seen in the dungeon, I'm just wondering, with the new format, with, spec rules, everything else, Dratnos, how important do you think that tech innovation is versus just clean execution in their runs today?
Yeah, innovation is an important thing to do, because sometimes there are innovations you can do that make your runs faster and safer, especially if you can ever do something that involves a pocket pick, right? Like you can play, an Ellie Shaman in this dungeon. That's so valuable on day one, because not only are you playing something good and cool and effective in a dungeon, but you're also making space for yourself with the spec variety rule to, ban out a spec that you want and preserve a spec that you also want access to on Sunday. But ultimately, it's going to be a really tough group, because there are so many strong teams in our division today, and the teams are going to have to think about how much they want to prioritize qualifying through to Sunday versus being able to then win on Sunday against the incredibly strong teams, not just from this division, but from yesterday's as well.
Yeah, they're all going to face off there, right? So they can't just be thinking about their own strategies today in just this small group. They have to be thinking about that bigger picture as well, which I think you highlighted so well there. And with these time constraints that we have today too, right? So it's not just the new format and these other things they're dealing with, but also 5 hours today to push these keys. Nagura, how do you think that teams sort of decide on doing a reset versus sort of committing to a potentially scuffed run?
Yeah, I think that's a really tough question, and it definitely depends on the individual situation they're in. And I think they probably have like one person that's like the shot caller that will just make the call in the end, right? Because if you're just sitting there and you don't know what to do, then that's going to be costing you more time. So they probably just have one person that is just the decider, and they can talk about it afterwards if it was the wrong decision. And I also think that all of the teams should be coming in with some like predefined rules that they have, that they maybe discuss beforehand in case something happens. Let's say, for example, there's a dungeon you can 2-chest, but what do you do if you have a wipe early on? Will you reset and try for the 2-chest again? Or will you just go for the 1-chest and just take your losses? That's something they can discuss beforehand and then apply that logic a little bit onto each situation separately.
Yeah, definitely. You're so right. They've got to figure out how to optimize that time and make those calls. So, great breakdown. And we have to look at the dungeons themselves, because those dictate a lot of the actual time that's spent and the difficulty. So, Zyro, taking a look at the ones that we have today, what do you think is going to be sort of the hardest tests of the team's coordinations?
This is a really interesting lineup. So, of course, starting off, got to look at the Dark Flame Cleft. We saw a lot of it yesterday. We saw 21, the bar to set, which is, it's a huge time sink on your day, considering it starts at 16. Getting the +2s in that key on both the 16 and 18 level is going to be very important to start the day off. We've also got Priory of the Sacred Flame in the pool, one of the 2 most difficult dungeons as voted for by every single one of our teams that we sent the survey to. So that's going to be a tough one to look at. Just a lot of really brutal trash in that dungeon that requires a ton of coordination to get perfectly. But I think the real standout dungeon where teams can set themselves apart from the other teams really has to be that Theater of Pain. This is a dungeon that I think really allows teams to go for huge comfort picks. I think, we talked about the top of the show about the variety of specs that we've seen due to the spec variety rule. I think Theater of Pain has been responsible for like almost half of those off-meta picks. It seems like everything works really well in this key, so you can really go for some standout spec picks here.
Yeah, there's also, the Priory is another great example of a dungeon where stuff like the Elemental Shaman, finding something to replace the Arcane Mage in this dungeon. The Arcane Mage, it's great this season, but Priory is a little bit of an awkward dungeon for it. So we've got 2 dungeons that I think are very prone to tech, to playing different things. The Unholy DK maybe can come out in the theater because the cooldown timings are a little bit awkward there. And then we have the Dark Flame Cleft, and the Dark Flame Cleft, we know, goes to a higher key level than those other dungeons, so playing your absolute best in that place is going to be, I think, one of the most important things for qualifying to Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw too some really good tech. I mean, all of these dungeons are so good, right? Whether it's the picks that you can do, whether it's how high you can push it with Dark Flame, or Priory, we saw some really cool tech right off the bat from Wunderbar coming into it, trying to group some of those pulls in like weird ways we'd never seen before, or deal with how you can, just target specific people, pull them in, and then avoid other aggro. I mean, it's really cool to see what they've been able to pull off, and I think all three of these give our different teams a chance to shine. But Dratnos, we're gonna have you heading off desk first today. So, do you have any final predictions, any thoughts about how today's action is gonna pan out?
Goated 61 points, Perplexed 58, Ducks Can Fly 57, the Amazing Zoo 56.
I should have anticipated. This was on me. This was on me.
Clip it.
All right.
Clip
Well,
and ship it.
Dratnos, we're going to get you out for a little bit so that the other teams besides Goated have a chance to get some support here. And I'm going to toss it over to Nagura as we start out. Let's take a look at what everybody is getting into at the start of their day.
Yeah, there we go. We do see the teams have chosen to go to different dungeons. We see Perplexed in DFC and Amazing Sue as well, while Ducks Can Fly and Goated both decided to go Theater of Pain. So no one quite going into that Priory, as we talked about it probably being the most difficult dungeon of today, not looking at the 21 that they will have to do in the 21 in the DFC here, of course. And looking at the compositions as well, we see a lot of this like off-meta comp that has kind of been established now that everyone kind of runs a variation of, right? We have that Guardian Druid, we have the Resto Shaman, we have the Fire Mage instead of the Arcane Mage, we have the Dastro Warlock, and we have the Frost Decay. The only team that is doing it a little bit differently is Ducks Can Fly, actually. They have that Vengeance Demon Hunter that they stick to, and they have the Moonkin. So not having that Guardian Druid and that Dastro Warlock for them. And Amazing Sue, they are just sticking to that main comp. They are the last seed coming in, so that is to be expected. That they're just trying to make it to top 2 with whatever they've got.
Yeah, I'm noticing something on our cooldown bar here for Dr. Wolf Disco here on Perplexed. You see that little icon in between Supernova and Combustion? Usually that's where Mass Barrier is. But it looks like he's spec'd into Mass Invisibility? Is that right?
That actually...
Well, what are we doing with that button in here, Wolf Disco? What is the strategy? We'll have to see if there's some tech planned around that button, or if that's just a misfire on the talent selection screen. Oh no, we're just using it here to skip past all this trash. That's really nice. Yeah, no, that makes sense. No priest means you have no mind suit. So the mass invis for your squad to just skip past all of that trash quickly, that's a pretty smart little bit of tech here. Okay.
Yeah, and it's very cool as well because we think about Mass Barrier as like an incredibly useful defensive tool once you go on the higher keys, but on the lower key levels here, they might not need it to survive. Once they do a Blasicon and the Candle King on those higher key levels, they definitely want that Mass Barrier, but then they will also switch to the Priest, right? And then they will have the Mind Soothe, and they need the Mass Invisibility anymore. So just a really cool adaptation by Perplexed to still do the same route without that Mind Soothe available, and then afterwards they can switch to the defensive utility and replace it with Mind Soothe. Very, very cool.
Yeah, cool. Now, of course, no Arcane Mage here is going to make this boss take quite a bit longer, but on the lower key level you're going to have time for that, so we're not too worried about that. But the thing that you really have to focus on in this lower key level, like we talked about at the top of the show here, is making sure you are quick with your runs. Saving time throughout the day. When you only have about 5 hours of actual key pushing time is incredibly important. That's why we're going to see these teams go as quickly as possible in their first few runs of the day. They want to try to be able to go for the +2 chest timer.
Yeah, definitely want to go for the +2 here in the 16 and also in the 18 afterwards. We do see that that was we've seen it yesterday. So yeah, seeing here in the 16 and 18 is for sure something that all of the teams want to achieve if they can. Which on the 18 is not going to be as easy as the 16, but still doable. The timer in the DFC definitely very lenient. That's why it also on to such high key levels. We will probably see a 21 here today. If not multiple 21s by these teams.
And of course, if you're curious what we're talking about when we talk about +2s, it's kind of a holdover from when Mythic Plus was first added into the game way back in the day, way back in Legion, 10 years ago now. Ugh, feels old saying it.
Wow, that is
But
so long ago.
when you would time a key quickly, you would get an extra chest of loot at the end of the key. That's why we refer to it as a 2-chest or a 3-chest. Nowadays, you don't get the extra loot, but it does increase the key level of the reward key by an extra key level. So they can go straight from the 16 up to an 18, or potentially to a 19 if they can go for the 3-chest. But you have to finish the key in 20% under the key timer. So these teams really got to get a move on if they want to go for those +2s and +3s.
Yeah, they definitely have to be as fast as possible. I do think the Theater of Pain is going to be a little bit of a more difficult key to 2-chest compared to the DFC here. We see Ducks Can Fly currently in that Theater of Pain, and their comp, as we talked about, a little bit different to what we see Perplexed and Golded run. They have that Vengeance Demon Hunter that they didn't switch out for the Guardian Druid, and their Moonkin is sticking to that spec as well. And their Mage is also still Arcane, not playing that Fire Mage, and they also still have the Unholy Decay. So they actually did not switch that much at all. They really just switched around, which is interesting. And Luca is a main Resto Shaman. So it actually is really nice for them to have Luca on that Shaman. So yeah, Ducks Can Fly. Interesting. You think they're just gonna like stick to this comp and gonna play something different tomorrow if they make it top 2? Or do you think that's just something that they potentially do for the Sphere of Pain?
That's a good question. When you think about it, like, it doesn't matter if you start the day off with a certain spec. It's what your plan is for the end of the day, right? Generally, these teams will have a plan of exactly how many times they want to play a certain subset of specs throughout the day to make sure they get something banned out. So as long as they're only playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter for 5 keys and they play some other tank for 6 keys today, they're not going to ban out the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Or maybe Goat doesn't care if he gets the Vengeance Demon Hunter banned out for tomorrow. That's a possibility too. The other thing to think about as well is that the competition in this subset, these 4 teams, is actually pretty high, right? You've got Goated, a team... Wow, beautiful transition. I didn't even do that. That qualified as the 17th seed. But when you look at the caliber of player on their squad, they really aren't a 17th seed. Like Rhinos talked about at the top of the show, all of these players have played in a global finals of a TGP format before and finished top 5 or better. Dorky's gotten 2nd place before. So these guys, if they bring their A game, they're probably more equivalent to like a top 5 seed overall in the competition. So maybe Ducks Can Fly is worried about that, and they might be going for a strategy similar to what we're seeing from the Amazing Zoo, where they're like, okay, maybe we have to make some concessions today so that we don't have our best comp available on Sunday just to make it through in the top 2 today.
It is going to be such a tough competition today for this Division 2. It's incredible. So yeah, it is very possible that some teams just think, you know what, this is such a tough competition, we just have to stick to our main comp here. Yeah, we'll have to see what Ducks Can Fly does later on. Of course, Goated, as you talked about them, they are playing some of these off picks that are as similar as possible to that main composition, to have that same utility, same like general interrupts and stuff that you would usually have, to make sure that whenever you're switching to the main comp, you don't have to change everything around and change your routing completely. So very nice to see that some of the teams have been adapting to this. And yeah, when I say similar utility, of course they're missing out on those AoE interrupts like the Sigil from the Vengeance Demon Hunter and the Solar Beam, but they still have the outside of the interrupts, they still have Vortex and Typhoon from the Guardian instead of the Moonkin, and they still have that AMC from the DK, and they still have Mass Barrier from the Mage, unless you play Mass Invisibility like we saw for Perplex here in the DFC.
I can't think if we've seen the Mass Invisibility before. That's an interesting tech, and I'm glad that we have the Mass Invisibility and Mass Barrier button on the cooldown bars, because I don't think I would have spotted that otherwise. So shout out to the admin team for having that on their aura package for us, making us look good. But yeah, I mean, the tech is there. Like, we've seen the Guardian Druid perform exceedingly well in keys. It's definitely something that can perform in lieu of a Vengeance Demon Hunter. So we'll see if Ducks Can Fly are going to be able to bring that to the table on some of their keys later today. But so far, taking a look at the teams across the board, a little bit of a different split than yesterday. Yesterday we saw 3 of our teams instantly going into the Darkflame Cleft. Today it's a split of 2 and 2. 2 into the Theater of Pain, 2 into the Darkflame Cleft. But again, the goal of these early runs is to try to be as efficient as possible. We want to see 0 deaths, we want to see speedy runs, we want to see those 2 chests so the teams can skip that 17 and go straight into the 18 and just be a little bit more efficient about their day. Timers are looking good so far, and still, I mean, 10 minutes into the day now, Nagura, still 0 deaths across the board.
Yeah, looking very good for all of the teams. And we're going to have to see what the strategy is as well that these teams have been doing. Like, if you compare it to the strategy from the other teams yesterday and from the previous weekends, a lot of the teams actually have been just getting the like lower key levels out of the way, where they play these like off-meta kind of, or like secondary compositions. And then once they switch to the main comp, that's where they do the high keys and they do them all back to back. But there have been some teams that didn't do that strategy. Some teams actually just stuck to the same key, to the same dungeon, and played that one all the way to the highest key level as they thought they could go, and then moved on. So we'll see what the teams will do this time around. I do think most of them are probably just going to stick to that comp that they're running right now, and then do all of the keys that they want to play that comp in, and then switch the composition to the hierarchies, which I think makes sense when it comes to kind of like a... Like, it's just something that you get used to, right? Because if you switch comps back and forth constantly, you do have to adjust your callouts, your shoutouts, your utility that you're using. So I do think that's probably what most teams are doing. But then we have a team like the Amazing Sue, like we're looking at right now, and they already are playing that main comp. So for them, I guess it would maybe make sense to just play the DFC all the way to the highest key level that they can, and then move on.
Yeah, something I think we should really be talking more about is the fact that, we haven't actually seen Dorky playing a bear in competition in a long time. He's the original bear druid, right? Remember from back in the day in BFA, people always used to ask Growl, does the bear stream? Well, not only does the bear stream, you can watch him live on Twitch right now, but if you want to focus on any one of these teams, all of them are live on twitch.tv right now. You can go check out their individual streams if you want to focus in on one of the teams and only see their POV. Go check them out. Just go to the WoW section, scroll down. I'm sure you can find any number of POVs if you want to look in at one of those particular classes, see how they're playing at this highest key level available.
Yeah, it's very nice to see what the teams are doing if you look at the individual POVs. And on top of that, you might even be able to see some of their practice as well. Some teams have been streaming their practice, and then you can really see how they're setting up their routes, how they're practicing. It's actually incredibly interesting to see what goes into this competition day, because today we just see them perform so well, and it almost looks easy, like they're doing it, right? We see those 16 key levels, which is the lowest key level they start in, which is already pretty high, right? And they're plus 2ing and plus sometimes rarely plus 3ing these 16 keys, which is absolutely insane. So it's really just insane what kind of strategy and what kind of thought goes into the practice as well. And that's one of the most difficult things that we don't speak about too often, but especially newer teams, they struggle how to really structure their practice time, right? Because there's so many things you could practice and so much time you could spend trying these insane pulls, but then you have to figure out, okay, how much time should we put into this dungeon? How much time should we put into this particular pull? Because you could literally just go hours and hours and hours trying one pull until you can actually execute it really well. Like one of these crazy pulls that we see sometimes.
Yeah, and I think, we have to call this out. First mistake of the day, the gas bag pull right before Gorchop here. Couple deaths coming in from Goated using a Battle Resident Ankh here in order to res back up. But we still have that one Battle Res in the back pocket. That was the Bloodlust used during that pull as well, so we'll have to see if they're able to keep it clean, if these deaths are going to have an effect on their 2-chest timer as we work our way towards the end of the key here. Still plenty of key left to go, and if they're able to keep the speed up, I think the deaths shouldn't have too much of an effect on their key. They were late enough in the pull that they wouldn't have affected any of their damage cooldowns. But again, these death timers over the course of the key can add up, especially after this expansion we added the 15-second death timer instead of just the 5-second death timer that we've had in the past. They really have an effect on your key timer at the end of the key.
Yeah, definitely true. And as I talked about earlier, Theater of Pain might be one of those dungeons where it isn't as easy to get the 2 chests in compared to the DFC, for example. So don't want to have too many of those mistakes ramp up. And Gorchop, for sure, is one of those bosses where things can just go wrong so quickly, just because you have these leftovers jump around, do so much damage, and then they pull trash on top as well. Things can get out of control so fast. Now we do see Perplexed here as they're moving on. I'm trying to see if they used that Mass Invis again, but doesn't look like it's on cooldown, so they haven't quite skipped anything around here. But Divine Field already gathering up that huge pool. We've seen the same strategy by all other teams as well, where they make sure they gather up all of this trash outside of the cart, while some of the damage dealers are moving the cart forward. Because as long as there's no mob within the circle of the mine cart, it will move forward if a player's inside it. And that's why the tank is picking up candles on the side to make sure that they can DPS. And then they will gather up all of this trash, which can be pretty risky on the tank. Because, of course, it's difficult to gather so much trash and also move into like a certain position. And then all of the damage dealers are not necessarily there to help you out with any kind of utility because they're getting that card to the correct spot.
Well, if there's any tank that I think I'm comfortable with tanking a whole bunch of mobs, it's got to be Divine Field, right? One of the most played tanks ever in the history of the MDI. There's a reason he's been around for so long, right? Remember back when we had affixes? Sorry, jump scaring people who forgot that affixes were a thing. Divine Field was one of the best tanks at kiting mobs around during Sanguine Week. That was why Perplexed was so good for so long. Their Sanguine healing numbers would be half of any of the other teams, so fully comfortable having Divine Field tank that back, and you can see why. Perfect pull here from Perplexed, and they're well on their way to the 2 chest timer. 3 minutes 40 seconds on the 3 chest. The Bloodlust is available. Is there an outside shot of a 3 chest here if they just pull this trash directly into the boss without stopping? Is that on the table here?
I kind of think it is actually on the table. It would have to be incredibly fast though, because they would actually have to pull everything on top of the boss. And I guess the question is, if they 3 chest this, can they 2 chest the 19 to make it even worth it? Because otherwise... Okay, we'll see what they do here. We can see Divine Field actually gathering up this huge pack here. Yeah, that would be insane. 3 chesting the 16 into a 2 chesting 19. That'd be incredible.
Yeah, they're going for it. Look at the gateway.
They are actually going for it. There it is. They are pulling the boss 3 minutes on the board exactly as they were pulling the boss. So they have 3 minutes. Bloodlust is running. They're going to need to make sure they do as much damage to the boss here actually as possible, while making sure that everyone can stay alive still while all of these creepers are moving in. They also have to continue to move to make sure the creepers are not going to kill Divine Field. There we go. We saw the Vortex come through as well, and they are moving forward. That was such nicely done by Divine Field, playing around that, and they have to kill them somewhat faster. You can see Divine Field is struggling a little bit as all of these creepers and the boss are doing so much damage to him.
Yeah, it's going to require a ton of healing here, but of course, Bear, very susceptible. Well, one of the least susceptible tanks to AoE damage, just thrashing away, no issues whatsoever. And with the AoE damage of this group comp, I think they're going to be okay. Look at the Warlock blasting off here. 20 million DPS, killing off those Skittering Darknesses, no issue whatsoever. Still Rain of firing away on these corridor creepers. In Perplexed, they've killed all the trash. They're at 100% trash count here.
Wow.
Boss is at 73%. Remember, this boss dies at 55%. We're going to get another round of cooldowns in about a minute here. With 2 minutes left on the 3 chest timer, Perplexed have a very real shot here. If they can kill this boss with 0 deaths, I think they'll have pulled off the 3 chest. And you know, Nagura, we were asking the question there, do we think the 2 chest of the 19 is possible? We saw mandatory 2 chest at 20 yesterday.
True,
so I think
yes.
if Perplexed has anywhere near the pace that mandatory has in the higher keys, absolutely it's on the table. Mandatory didn't 3 chest this yesterday. They were really close, but they didn't get the 3 chest. So, Perplexed, can you finish this off? 10% more HP to chew through in the darkness before this dungeon is timed? With a minute 20 left and cooldowns coming up in 30 seconds, I think this is very much on the table.
I think so too. This is looking so good for Perplexed as the boss drops lower and lower. They have 1 minute 8 left, and we do have 7% or so on the boss. I think this is doable. We will have an Infernal come up in just a moment. Some DK cooldowns too. Yeah, this is looking very good. This would save them so much time if they get the 3 chest here, and as you said, the 2 chest, which is totally doable, into the 21. That means they only have to do this dungeon 3 times, technically speaking, if they one-shot each key, which is incredible.
One last Shadow Blast going out on Spike, but he has the Shadow Meld for it. Erasing that nuke from the game. 40 seconds left on the 3 chest timer, but they do not need any of that.
Wow.
The darkness is defeated. The timer is on the board. 16 Dark Flame Cleft in 18 minutes in a tiny bit of change. Absolutely insane start to the day from Perplexed. Locking up that 3 chest. They'll be able to go straight into the 19. Dark Flame Cleft. What a way to start the day.
Yeah, one thing to note though, so the 2 chests and a 20, we saw that by mandatory, but they did that with their like main comp. They played the Resto Druid instead of the Priest, but still. So let's see what Perplexes do. Okay, so they are sticking to that off comp, and I think that might be a little bit more difficult for them because but honestly, like it looked so good. They were so fast. Like I think they can do it. I definitely think they can 2 chest this 19. They have to be as clean as possible to make it. But yeah, they looked super solid on that 16. That was absolutely incredible. In the meantime, we do have Goated here with those 2 dafts, as we talked about before. I think some issues earlier in that Gorge Up area, especially in the trash and the gas bag before. But now they're in the last wing on the Kultarok wing, and they've done almost all trash already. You can see the enemy forces actually have done so much. They're also on the last platform here, so they will only have to do the boss, and then they're going to be pulling some trash onto Mordretha, the final boss of the dungeon, and that should be that, as Perplex already on that first pull. That was super fast. They finished the key, and immediately went back into the 19. We talked about speeding up the transition from one dungeon to the other, and we saw some teams being much slower than other teams, and that actually ramps up over the course of the day. And Perplex definitely on the faster side there.
Something we need to talk about, which we haven't talked about a lot recently, with bear druids being more prevalent again in the MDI, is the concept of a bear pull. Now, what is a bear pull? In the past, it's been used to describe a pull that is otherwise pretty much out of reach for other tanks. You go for a pull that is so large that no other tank will live it, but bears can because their cooldowns are so good. This is the definition of a bear pull that we're seeing from Perplexed right here. Not 1, not 2, but 3 of the rank overseers. And I like the tech that they're using, where they pull all of this trash into this little corner of the wall so that they don't have to have something like an Ursul's Vortex for every single one of those Wild Wallops. Usually the problem with this pull is that when the Overseers cast Wild Wallop, they knock all of the mobs away from them, right? And it spreads the trash out. It's a huge pain to deal with. You've got casters in the back going off everywhere. You can't silence them because you don't have a Vengeance Demon Hunter. They're just knocking them into the wall, into that corner. So everything stays nice and stacked. All they have to worry about at that point is healing through 3 of the overpowering roars. And they've done it. That's an awesome pull from Perplexed, and if that's what they did in the 16 as well, which I highly assume they did because they did it no problem in the 19, that's the kind of pull that would have given them that edge, that extra time save in order to even go for that 3 chest.
Yeah, that's incredible to see as well, because something we've talked about before is that some of the teams try to stick to, whenever they play around the spec rule, they stick to similar classes, at least, even if they are in different specs or different roles, just to preserve that utility that they have on their main comp to make sure it doesn't change up too much. But usually they also want to stick to the same routing or similar routes to make sure they, again, don't have to switch out too much. But it looks like Perplexed, not only did they focus on preparing the main comp, which they probably did for Sunday, right? They also made sure to change up their routing according to the specs that they're running in their secondary comp. As you said, they have the Guardian Druid, so they do those bigger pulls, right? And that is something that we haven't seen too many other teams do, to be honest. Even the higher seeded teams, they seem to be doing some same strategies as on the hierarchies and not being as fast.
What was Wolf Disco up to there?
Yeah.
He was way in the back of the room. Didn't see what the play was. Now, it's important to mention Wolf Disco has swapped back to Arcane, not using mass invisibility anymore, swapped back to the barrier, which makes sense. On the hierarchy level, you want to have that extra bit of defensive utility in the group, so they had to wait a little bit for the patrol timing there. Ended up pulling both of the pack pulls into the boss, but that's okay. This is just a little bit of extra funnel for the Arcane. Not that you really need it on this boss, there's enough mobs anyways, but they'll just get cleaved down with the Destro cooldowns. That's unfortunate though. Swag going down to one of those mine carts as they speed through the area. That's a one-shot. That's their battle res gone for the next 7 minutes. 4 minutes into the key now. If they have any further issues, you might want to consider just resetting, and honestly, you wouldn't feel too bad about it, considering you got the 3 chests on the board, and if you're able to perfectly capitalize on that, you saved 1 run over the course of the day. Let's see what the play is here for Perplexed. I mean, if they're able to keep it clean here, they're going to be okay. The question is, the 2 chest timer on the 19 is relatively tight, so any mistakes that would cost you in the realm of 1 minute might constitute a reset at this point.
Yeah, I think so as well. It looked like Zack still had some cooldowns running as well, but he died, so lost a little bit of time there. Not anything major, but yeah, I think you're right. If they have any other issues, like in the next, like, I don't know, like 4 to 5 minutes, then I think they're probably going to reset. We'll see what they do, as we now see both Goated and Dax Can Fly, our TOP teams, are now on Mordretha on their 16, and it looks like both of them are definitely on a good way to 2-chesting this. Dax Can Fly for sure, they have the boss down to 10%, so definitely gonna be good, but Goated, they had some issues before, and it looks like their timer is a little bit closer to still get that +2 in. So if we can take a look at Goated, we'll see how much time they have left to be able to get this key down. I think they're fine, but their Bloodlust is now over, and they're gonna need to do some extra damage to be able to get that boss done. As Perplex actually does have a minecart explode, and they're just gonna go again. Honestly, I don't think this was like an intended thing, but I do think that it's possible. They're just, kind of not too mad that it happened because of that issue that they had early on.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're not too upset about that, right? 5 minutes into the key. Thinking about the grand scope of the day. So let's talk about why that 3 chest was so important for them really quickly before our other teams start to finish off their runs here. Usually, so what we saw from Mandatory yesterday is a good example. We started the day at 16, they got the 2 chests, went to 18, the 2 chests that went to 20. They also 2-chested the 20, but they went to a 21. So that was 4 total runs over the course of the day that they had to go for in Dark Flamecleft. Probably about an hour and a half that they spent in that key overall. With the 3-chested 16, you can go 16 to 19, and then if you 2-chest the 19, you go straight into the 21. 3 runs, completely skip 1 run over the course of the entire day. It is a massive time save if they're able to capitalize on it. Now, of course, they lost about 5 minutes in this 19. That would have happened at any key level if you let a minecart go off, though. So you can't be too upset about that. It's an early wipe, reset, go again. You're still very much ahead based off of the 3 chests. But any further mistakes, and you can start to maybe, you can start to worry a little bit if you're a Perplex fan. But for now, we're totally okay. But what I am happy about is, I'm not happy that they wiped, but we do get to see what Wolf Disco was doing there. I suspect he was just pulling mobs for his team to skip through the trash and then invising the aggro off after the fact. But maybe there's something more to it than that. Maybe he's doing something in lieu of the mass invisibility tech.
Yeah, definitely interesting. We're gonna have to take a look at that once they're gonna rerun the dungeon, which they're currently in already. And Goated managed to 2-chest that TOP after all. There we go.
Okay,
so we have Wolf
that's
Disco run through. Yeah, okay, so they're just pulling it away. And I mean, honestly, the fact that they had to not do that on the 16 might have actually saved them enough time to be able to get the 3 chest, right? Because it was really close. So changing their strategy, playing that mass invisibility, knowing that this mage skip here takes a couple of seconds that they don't need to spend if they have the mass invisibility and they don't need the mass barrier, right? Really, really smart change of strategy there in the lower key levels. I really, really like the Perplexed.
Important to mention, while we've been talking about Perplexed in the Dark Flame Cleft, our other teams have been timing keys as well. Amazing Zoo secured their 2 chests in their 16 Dark Flame Cleft, working on an 18 Old Wax Beard right now. Ducks Can Fly and Goated both finishing off their 2 chest Theater of Pain. Taking a better look at this Wolf Disco hole here from Perplexed. Oh, never mind, they're just doing trash right now. Is this live? This is a replay. Okay.
I think it's live.
Interesting. All right. Brain no worky. All good. We'll see in a moment here what that skip is going to look like for them. And see exactly what it is they're doing. But yeah, just solid starts to the day from all of our teams here. 2 chests, and of course, the insane 3 chests from Perplexed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if they manage to get this 2 chests done now as well. Which, like, that would be a shame, right? Like, imagine you 3 chests to 16, and then you have to reset your 19 so many times to get the 2 chests that it ends up not being worth it, right? Because obviously, if they 2 chests to 16, they can 2 chests to 18. But then you still have to do that 1 extra dungeon, right? So we'll see if it's gonna work out for Perplexed. And I think, I don't really want to say that I don't believe the other teams can do it, but honestly, I have a hard time believing that any of the other teams can 3 chests to 16, because we haven't seen any other team do this before. Even Mandatory yesterday it wasn't able to 3-chest the 16, right? So I think that the Perplex might be the only team that manages to do this. We now see that skip again from Wolf Disco as he does press the Shadow Melt this time around to skip past that trash, making sure the team can walk around without getting in combat.
Clean.
And now hopefully we don't have Swag go down. Swag died pretty early on here with his cooldowns up. And this time around you can see how much damage that Frost DK does early on. Of course there's also a lot of AoE going on with those small little ads, so it's hard to judge the damage on a boss like this. But yeah, nice vortex placement as well in the very middle of those train tracks, making sure all of those ads get hit by the cards. Very nice usage of those utility spells.
Yeah, very clean. Now, of course, there's a little bit of extra danger, taking the boss in the middle of the room there. For the melee players, they have to be aware of where the minecarts are coming and dodge accordingly. That might have been why we saw Swag go down in the previous attempt. But all good this time around. Another minecart spawn. On this key level, these carts have quite a bit of HP, so they do require a little bit of focus damage from the group. You can see this underhanded tactics. Only a couple seconds left on the cast. They have to finish it off. Okay, one last barrage and execute, able to finish it off. But that was very, very close. There were no cooldowns really available for that one. It's going to require a little bit more focus damage. Normally, we have a little bit of a different comp in this key as well. The Destrolock being used here instead of the Boomkin, so they have a little bit less crowd control for these menial laborers. You can see the stacks of the crude weapons stacking up a little bit more on the group. Another concern I had because of the mage skip, they didn't have the pack molds from before, but they have tagged those into the boss here now, so we're going to be able to get that extra trash count from those 2 pack molds as well. We'll see. 50% on the boss here now. New minecart spawning. This is going to be the Arcane Surge coming up from Wolf Disco, but Sisevi has gone down to the Candle Flame plus crude weapon dot. But he's a shaman, so he onked. Nothing happened. You didn't see a death.
He's using his personal cooldown here to be able to recover that pull. And yeah, I think that 15 seconds is not going to be the end of the world. It would have been much worse, like we saw the death earlier on Swag, and also, as he said, not losing out on that battle rest. X can fly. They did manage to finish off that first boss in their 18 TOP that they went in immediately after 2-chesting the 16. And now they're skipping past that mini-boss, doing that Captain Pack, that dreaded Captain Pack, which is just such a difficult pack to deal with, especially in the higher key levels, as you have that AoE damage reduction aura on all of the other mobs. And then you have to interrupt the Captain. You have all of these shoots and these bleeds coming out from those Arbalists. Have to be as controlled as much as possible, just doing so much damage. You can see the bleed on that Moonkin earlier, and now they're trying to interrupt it as much as they can. And there we go, champion does go down, so they're gonna be able to finish off, but look at the Druid just dropping so low from all of those casts coming out, and the bleed as well on the Druid. Oh my god, this Moonkin is in trouble.
Heal me! Heal my character! We're good to go. One Arbalist down that can CC this last one to the moon to make sure another coral doesn't go off. That's, we talk about Theater of Pain being a dungeon that's incredibly good for a ton of different classes, but there's obviously, I think, one spec in particular that really shines in this keys, and that's the Arcane Mage. Normally they're just the focus damage dealer. They kill the prio targets, so they don't really show up too much on the overall meters, right? They're usually second fiddle to the Unholy DK, in the Balanced Druids, and the Ellie Shamans, and the Marksmanship Hunters, pretty much any class that can do good AoE damage. But in Theater of Pain in general, Arcane, it tops. It's incredibly good. Every single pull is just Prio City. So this is a really good dungeon. Unfortunately for Goatface there, I think the Infernal Strike hit the ceiling, so we lose a little bit of damage.
Oh, no.
It's okay, nobody saw it. Carry on, all good. But yeah, no, Arcane really shines in this key. The question is, oh no, Deafening Crash taking out Moza. That's a little unfortunate. You have a Battle Res, though. That Oppressive Banner has stayed alive for quite a long time here. Okay, Battle Res will go out after.
Ooh, that was so close, actually. Yeah, so the Druid just barely managed to get that Battle Res out before that Arena cast went through. That would have been pretty bad, because then they would have had to use an Engineering Res, which I assume they do have on one of their tank or the healer, but still would have been much worse. There we go. It managed to get the win on the Moonkin. Usually Moonkins actually are the ones that finish off the other person that is down there, just because they're actually pretty good at finishing them off a little bit quicker compared to other classes. And yeah, the outside cooldown damage also not too bad. But yeah, usually you just want to make sure that the class that is quicker at killing the other arena damage dealer is the one Because the difference, or the damage down and the damage up that you get is not that big of a difference.
Right, some people are like, oh, you're the Arcane Mage, you're going to have Arcane Surge up, you should definitely kill me. They don't understand what kind of damage Arcane does outside of cooldowns. You don't want to sit down there for 20 seconds while I blast and missile you down, buddy. Just kill your mage, enjoy doing it, get your buff, and move on back to the boss. Fortunately, though, not a problem for Korix here, as they stay up top this time around for the duel. The Surge is available, we'll be cleaving down these banners here momentarily. Ooh, very close duel between the DK and the Boomkin there, but I believe it was the DK who won out that time around. They're going to get back up as quickly as possible, try to cleave down these banners so there's no further deaths during the brutal combo from Zab the Unfallen here. Crushing Slam frontal dodge, massive cleave frontal dodge, going to be followed by Deafening Crash. They need to make sure they get out of the center there, and we're good to go here. Should only be one more duel for Ducks Can Fly, and they should be able to finish off the boss here with a relatively good time. Let's check in on our other team that's also in the Theater of Pain right now with Goaded and see how they're doing in this key. A little bit behind, but I think that's just because they were slower a little bit in the 16 here.
Yeah.
About a minute and a half behind Ducks Can Fly.
Yeah, they were slow in the 16, had those issues, still managed to 2-chest, but other than that, I think in that run, currently in the 18, they're doing pretty well. And they also run a similar route, at least at the start here. Both teams going to Xav first, which very likely is just like a bloodlust timing thing. And all the other cooldowns that they decide, because otherwise we haven't really seen major differences in routing outside of which wing they go first. So otherwise they pull the same trash, but just go to different wings first. Of course, all of the teams are skipping those 2 mini-bosses in that Xav wing. And the way they skip the mini-boss is actually just by using a speed buff and just walking past it very quickly. Because there's a little bit of an RP where the 2 mini-bosses are fighting each other, and the one that wins is going to be the one that survives that you're fighting, right? But while that RP is happening, you can sneak past them, and they just won't notice you, as long as you're fast enough. So usually the way that works is by the druids, they're running like the improved Stampeding Roar, which means they will only have a minute cooldown, and then you can kill that pack in between the 2 mini-boss fights, that champion pack with the Arbalists, and while you're fighting that, your Stampeding Roar will come back up, and then you can skip that second mini-boss duel as well. Or they also have the Restless Shaman here for the movement speed. It's not as nice as the Stampeding Roar for this one, but still, they have a backup option in case the Roar is still on cooldown.
The thing is, all of the different classes have their own individual tools that will nullify the slow from these oppressive banners. So you can see Dorky swapping into cat form there in order to run out of the Deafening Crash. You've got Burning Rush on the Warlock. You've got... Oh, what does the DK have? I know it's that one ability that makes them float, but I can't remember the name of it. I'm so bad for not knowing it.
Wraithwalk?
Wraithwalk, yeah, that's the one. Good shout, good shout. Ghost Wolf on the Shaman, they all have their own individual tools, so it's not too big of a deal to leave the banners up for just extra funnel on the boss. And you can see they're doing a good job of dealing with that here. And, they've made up a little bit of time on the boss here. And, it's looking pretty solid for Goated. A little bit of a hiccup in the 16, but they still were able to get the 2 chests on the board, and they're still doing well to start the day.
Yeah, definitely still doing well. We'll see where they're moving on after this one. As I do want to take a quick look at Perplexed, as they're fighting Blaziken right now. And they did pull some trash on top of the boss to get that extra funnel in for Dr. Wolf Disco on that Arcane Mage that they didn't play earlier in the 16, and they got the 3 chest in. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on this back ban rule for Perplexed, because one thing to note, if they played this dungeon only 3 times, that means that actually affects their spec variety quite a lot, because the way the spec variety rule works, in case some people still haven't caught on to that, is that each run that you complete that advances your score or makes the dungeon run like shorter compared to what you had before. So anything that makes your run better, basically, and advances you in some way, whichever specs you were running in that key will count towards your spec variety rule. And at the end of the day, you'll just count them all together, and your 3 most played specs will be banned for Sunday. So, Perplex, if they get a 3 chest in a 16, a 2 chest in a 19, and then timed 21, that means overall they're only running this dungeon 3 times, while yesterday we saw all of the teams that managed to get to the 21, they played it 4 times, which means that they will have to somehow play that like off meta, or like the secondary composition that they're running right now. They will have to run it more often in other dungeons than what we've seen from the other teams. So that'll be interesting for them in particular.
Yeah, definitely would be. Let's check in with some of our runs here, though, as Perplexed. You know, we had a little bit of a reset there, right, at the start of their 19, but ever since then, we've been hard chilling here. We had that one little death on Sesevi, but we didn't even have to use a battle rest for that. It was just a quick little onk, like you said, a personal cooldown being expended. It is a personal cooldown, you know, it's not a death, it's all good. Just expending their cheat death, and we're good to go. The Candle King is definitely something, though, that is kind of the wall of the key, even on a 19. Not the highest key level we're going to see today, for sure, but it's definitely something, as you can see from the throw flame damage there, a lot of damage on the group. And, you know, we were talking a lot about last weekend about how the teams were considering trying to save the Resto Shaman specifically for this boss because it's very, very good at healing low HP targets, which you are constantly not topped on this encounter. But surprisingly enough, when Sunday came around, when we started to see the Dark Flame Cleft, you know, get pushed up to 21, it wasn't the Resto Shaman that we saw. It was more the Disc Priest that we saw being played here, just for the overall DPS. But we're getting to see it here today. Sevi bringing that class into action. And, you know, something we really need to focus on here is the consistency of the Eerie Mold placement. This is something that allowed Mandatory to deal with this boss incredibly quickly yesterday. But already at the start of the encounter here, we've seen Perplexed have a couple of those molds spawn inside the wax behind them.
Yeah, that's actually not ideal, as you said. They are now moving forward, but you can see one of the molds actually spawning pretty far behind. Now, we've seen some interesting usage of the boss movement as well. I forgot which team it was, but one of the teams from previous weekends, they did move the boss twice, like once before the pickaxe to make sure that the pickaxe can be aimed towards one of the candles pretty nicely, and they moved it again afterwards to make sure that the next molds that spawn are far enough away from those previous ones. So that double movement allowed them to get so much space in between the previous molds and the new ones that it never really happened that they would spawn inside. So I really, really like that strategy. And it doesn't look like any of the other teams were really like adapting to it. I would like to see more teams doing that.
Yep, absolutely. Amazing Zoo here, boss down at 5%, no issues whatsoever for them. On the Candle King specifically, 3 deaths though across the dungeon run for them so far. They've expended all of their current battle reses, and that's a little bit of a scary proposition when we know the pull that is coming up next. Every single mob in the minecart area going to be pulled to the end as the rest of the team nurtures the minecart, makes sure it doesn't get its light drained by the random horrors and enemies in this section of the key. Zolt going to have to do a fantastic job here keeping the tank alive. They are in the most danger on this pull here. It's a little bit of a hard job to do, as you can see, for this healing priest that wants to just stand still and cast. They have to follow this demon that's just jumping across the room, infernal striking everywhere, gathering all the mobs, getting meleeed to death constantly. It's a job that all of our healers have to do at the MDI.
And one interesting thing to note about the Amazing Zoo here is that Dried, their Vengeance Demon Hunter here, actually is a main Moonkin player, and Graham actually used to tank for them before in the previous TGP that they competed in. They did compete with a completely different setup, and Dried wasn't part of that. But yeah, very interesting choice of roles they're picking here for this run and for this guild group, this French team coming in here. But yeah, it looks like they did manage to gather up everything. You can see the chicken here making sure the minecart goes to the correct spot. And now everything has been gathered, and now they can start nuking it all down and kiting it away from the previous corpses as Dried actually drops incredibly low. There's a pain sub also being used as well on top of the Last Resort here to make sure he can stay alive.
They cannot afford a death here. A tank death is an instant wipe to all of this trash. They would have to regather everything, and they would have to backpull it, which is really annoying because they already have the minecart here. And Dried out of cooldowns here. No Metamorphosis, no Last Resort, only 1 charge of Pain Sup left. The fortunate thing is all of the fodder is dead. These Corridor Creepers do not have the damage bonus stacked up on them. They just need to make sure those debuffs do not stack up anymore. That was a very, very scary moment, but the team is able to pull through. And once this trash pack is dead, they will just have the 1 single battle res left. The problem that I have at this point, Nagura, though, with less than 5 minutes now left on the key timer here, and that's where that Bloodlust timer is, almost exactly at the 5-minute mark. Does the Amazing Zoo have the time left in this key to still 2-chest the 18, or are they going to have to settle for the 1 chest?
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough for them. We're going to have to keep an eye on them for sure to see if they can get the 2 chests in. That's, in my opinion, pretty important to get the 2 chests on the 18. We'll see as Dax can fly did have some issues actually, as they did have a death on Gourd Chop earlier. Their mage did go down. They did not have a battle rush available, and they're already up to 4 deaths now, as Luca also died just recently. So they're now up to 4 deaths in total, which means that it was quite a big time loss. They're continuing though. That means they can still do whatever it is they want to do. I doubt they're going to get the 2 chest in, but they just want to time this 18, which looks like they're still going to be on pace for. But yeah, have to be a little bit careful with those 4 deaths that they already have now.
I think I saw a death to the ground effect there from Luca. That's a little unfortunate running through. But again, it's a shaman. You just onk, you run back with the group, you're good to go. They got through the danger part of the poll. Again, the question here, 18 Theater of Pain. 1 minute left on the 3 chest timer, which means they're going to have about 6 minutes left on the 2 chest timer once we pass that marker. Do they have time for the 2 chest at 18 to potentially go for the 20, or are we just going to settle for the 1 chest? That's going to be the question across the board for the teams as we approach the ending of their second runs of the day.
And does it matter for the 20? I guess that's the other question. Like, do you want to do the 20? Or is that just something that you would want to look at the end of the day, potentially? Because the most important high key that we're going to be seeing today is, of course, that Dark Flame Cleft. As we do know, it can be done on 21. And 21 is, of course, the highest key level, which means that that's the first tiebreaker. And with only so much time in a day, I wonder if a 20 TOP is even something they're going to be doing. Priory as well, though, is very tough to do on a higher key level.
Yeah, I mean, how high the keys can be pushed is something that throughout the day we kind of keep measuring. We even see records broken. We've had so many world firsts already across our weekends, which has been incredible. But at least here and now, Zyro, you will be heading off of the desk, and we'll see you later today. So, bye. Thanks so much.
Bye. I gotta get these new team emotes uploaded. I'm sorry, Chad.
Yeah, get those emotes up.
Sorry.
And coming in, we've got Tettles, who's going to be joining Nagura here on the desk. So Tettles, I mean, obviously, please feel free to add on to discussion about, the keys and how high they can go. But even looking at where our teams have started at these low levels, right? We've seen the teams either go Theater of Pain or Dark Flame Cleft here at the beginning. So Tettles, what do you think kind of determines where the teams decided to head first at the start of today?
I think realistically it doesn't matter all too much. I think that strategy-wise, how teams have been playing around the spec variety rule across all 3 weekends so far has been kind of the same-ish, where you do the more or less quote-unquote homework keys, right? You do the 16 into the 18 over and over again on that secondary-ish composition, and then you swap to what you believe to be your main composition for the final couple runs of the day and get those highest level of keys locked up, and you just minimize the amount of swapping. I don't think it really matters where teams started. Even if teams wanted to start and say Priory of the Sacred Flame, I think it would probably make sense. There's kind of a question as to whether or not you would want to start with the Fire Mage, and maybe you don't bring out that Fire Mage and you can reduce swapping by not having that person swap between the Fire Mage. I don't think that realistically though it kind of changes all too much. I mean, Nigger, what do you think? You kind of follow a similar line, or what do you think about it?
I don't know, honestly. I think you're quite right. I don't think it's going to be changing too much, as I do want to make sure that we focus on the basic Zeus timer here, though, as they are about to approach that plus 2 chest, 50 seconds left, and the boss is still on 71%. I think Wonder Canes are just going to come up still, and Bloodlust in 25 seconds, but they're not going to get the full lust into this timer here. I think it's actually... I don't think they're going to be making it. What do you think? The Surge actually has been sent already.
I don't think they'd win this 2 chest either. I think that they're going to be on the wrong side of this 2 chest.
Yeah, I think so as well. The last has to be pressed as soon as it comes up. I think the Surge actually should have been saved for those last here. To potentially maybe still make it. Let's press it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think it's...
We're lusting with no CDs, completely dry lust. I think that this is going to be on the wrong side of the 2 chest. How big of a deal is this, being on the wrong side of this 2 chest here in this 18?
I actually think it's a pretty big deal, honestly. Just because I think that if this key level needs to go to 21 for you to make it to top 2, which I believe it has to, then that's actually a lot of time you will have to spend in that DFC, because presumably they're also not going to be able to time to 2 chest at 19. So let's take a quick look at Perplexed, actually, because Perplexed is in a 19 after 3 chesting the 16, and they have 1:45 left for 10% of the boss. So they're definitely still within the timer. It's going to be a little bit close, but they're definitely on the better part of this 2 chest timer. compared to what we saw for the Amazing Zoo here. And that's just going to be such a big time saver. Like, if you compare Perplex to the Amazing Zoo, if Perplex 2 chests this, they have to run this dungeon 2 less times to get to the 21, which is insane.
Exactly.
That's such a big time saver, right? That's like 50 minutes overall that Perplex will save here.
The only thing that you could really factor in is like the spec variety rule whenever you're kind of looking at what's actually going on with Perplexed in this 19. But the consequences of the spec variety rule, I feel like they're pretty easy to spreadsheet out. For Perplexed, it makes a lot of sense. I think that their bans are going to be the Bear Druid, the Restoration Shaman, and this Frost Death Knight. Those are very likely to be the 3 bans, and then you're going to try to leave this Arcane Mage and this Destro Warlock that are in this composition unbanned. But that's, we are skipping a couple key levels, and you kind of have to factor that in since we went 3 chests and a 2 chest. But at the same point, this sets Perplexed up in a way in this Dark Flame Cleft that we haven't been able to see from any of the other competition and any of the other teams in this dungeon so far. And so they are in an excellent position, assuming that they don't get walled potentially on that 21.
Yeah, this is amazing. I do think that they're probably going to move on to a different dungeon now, right? Because if they do the 21, then they want to play their main comp, presumably. And it looks like they are actually going to Priory. Very cool. So now we're going to see a Priory as well, as all of the other teams did decide to either go TOP or to DFC. So one Priory is going to be very cool to see. And their approach for the dungeon, as we've seen lots of different approaches by the different teams. Dex can fly now on Coulter Rock. And looking at the timer, they're not going to get the 2 chest in. We talked about this before, that I don't necessarily think the 2 chest is super important for the 18 TOP. But
so
I don't know.
The 2 chest is only important. Okay, so look at this in context of Goated, right? Ducks Can Fly has 4 deaths. They're finishing off Coulter Rock. They're probably going to be on the wrong side of the 2 chest timer, just very candidly. But then you look at it in Goated, in context of Goated, and it's kind of the situation where I think that, like, realistically, if Goated's not going to be 2 chesting it, Ducks Can Fly doesn't have to. You just need to make sure that you're +1ing this dungeon. Because if
I'm just wondering about the +20. Like, are you even doing the 20?
I mean, we saw, Holy Method and Miscount being able to do the 20 last weekend?
Just looking at the fact that you have to do the 21 DFC anyway, right? And presumably, like, I think they're not going to 3 chest to 16 like Perplexed did. So they're going to have to run the DFC 4 times?
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, this is tough. I honestly don't know what score they need to get top 2 here, right? I think this is going to be a little bit rough.
It's going to probably be like, 59 or 60?
Yeah, so 21 DFC, right? And then I think it needs to be 20 Priory or 20 TOP, probably.
I was thinking 19 Priory. It was going to be... So most of these teams put up a 19 Priory during time trials. Now, I think that since then, we've had a lot of innovation in terms of routes that are able to be played in this Priory of Sacred Flame. Particularly those that involve skipping chainmail and how you're doing a lot more trash in the courtyard area. And so I think that the timers have come down a lot on the Priory, but I don't think that something like a 20 Priory is as automatic as maybe some of the top teams make it seem a lot of the time.
Yeah, I agree. So I guess you're right. This is 8.
Wait.
Yeah, this is very cool. I saw this. This is actually a spot where you're not going to get jumped by the lynx. This is actually really cool. So Perplexed. It's jumping up to this lantern, which means that this happens to many mobs. Like mobs that jump on players or charge on players or whatever, they will not do so if you stand in a spot that is unavailable or like unreachable. The problem is that they actually get hit by these circles, so they have to jump back up with like the demonic circle from the warlock. And now they're using the ring to stop the lynxes to jump.
Look at the sharpshooter! It fell to the ground!
Oh,
what?
I see it! Oh, okay, that's actually pretty bad. They're actually gonna have to get that count from something else now. Yeah, so that sharpshooter, you can see it's falling through the ground. It probably was because they were standing on this lantern, which, there's always risks involved whenever you do strategies like this where you're unreachable. And then the sharpshooter might have, like...
Oh,
they got it! It's in the water, it's in the water. Okay, they got it.
Well,
yeah.
Is he coming back? What's going on with that guy? Oh, hold on. We procced a loading screen. Hold on.
All right. We'll see it. We'll check in a moment.
Yeah, we'll check in a moment.
Oh,
all right.
Looks like they might actually reset. We'll see. Yeah, so...
It kind of depends on whether or not you worry about that, like, messing up your 2 chest timer or not.
Oh, I definitely think you do worry about that on the 16,
Yeah.
right?
So yeah, they're bailing on it. They're going again. All right. So
Okay.
how are you feeling about Ducks Can Fly and Goated here in this 18? It looks like both of the teams are going to be on the wrong side of the 2 chest timer. So not problematic, I would say.
I also don't think it's a big deal because, I mean, looking at the timer, right? Goated here, 0 deaths. And Boston 80%, there's 25 seconds left. So I think the 2 chest timer here is actually going to be... Like, I don't know if anyone can really do it. Because they're going to be a minute, at least 2 minutes over, right? So I don't think it's going to be a big deal, unless maybe Perplex comes in and 2-chests it. And even then, if it's only Perplexed, then there's still the second slot open, right? So yeah, I think it's fine. I think getting the 1 chest on 18 here, and then moving on to potentially to another dungeon for both Ducks Can Fly and Goated, I think it's going to be fine. But yeah, Perplexed, back in at 16. So even though Perplexed is looking so strong with the 3 chests and the 2 chests, right? We do also have to mention that they had to reset a low key twice now. They reset the 16 early on. It was maybe like a 5-minute, 6-minute loss, which is not the end of the world. But they also had to reset that DFC earlier as well. And when I say low key, it was actually a 19. But still, they had some issues.
Low key, by the way.
Yeah, they had issues on 19 and had to reset it too. So I guess overall, Perplex is up to like maybe a 8 to 10 minute time loss now from just reset.
Yeah. So I pulled up some numbers from Time Trial. So Priory of the Sacred Flame back 4 weeks ago at this point. Gosh, time flies. So back 4 weeks ago, Priory of the Sacred Flame was one of the time trial dungeons for this MDI. And what you need to know about Priory of the Sacred Flame is there was only 3 teams that were able to put a 20 in that dungeon. Now, it was miscount, it was mandatory, and it was Wunderbar. I'm really interested in seeing if any of the teams took what some of these other teams have put up over the last couple of weekends in this dungeon and are going to potentially be able to time this dungeon on 20. Also, at the same point, since the dungeon starts on a 16, and they had 5 days to be able to put up that dungeon on a 20 as opposed to 5 hours, that also could be a situation where you just put up the dungeon on 19, you're like, you know what, that's kind of good enough for us, and you don't really worry about it too much. But I think that's, whenever we were talking about potential caps of dungeons, that is that potential cap for the Priory of the Sacred Flame. It's like fringe 20, maybe 19 from what we were going to be seeing today.
Interesting. So it looks like Ducks Can Fly already is going to the 19 here, and they did not switch their comp. Again, they're running that pretty like meta comp, except the Rest Shaman compared to the Disc Priest, which I'm still not sure what they're going to do with the spec rule. Do you have like an insight maybe of what their plan is? Because if they continue to play this, then they're going to get their Vengeance Demon Hunter banned, and one of their main specs as well, on top of the Rest of Shaman.
So getting the Vengeance Demon Hunter banned, I think, is the worst case scenario. I think the Arsham makes sense. So whenever we saw this dungeon ran by, I believe it was Holy Method last weekend during the Group B finals, Thanner was on a Restoration Shaman where Frag was playing a Marksmanship Hunter in this dungeon. So I actually think that if you just really want to play through, like Luca is on this Arsham the entire time, I actually don't think it's that big of a deal. It's more about looking at those wider specializations, and particularly, I think you pointing out that Vengeance Demon Hunter, getting that banned out would be an absolute tragedy. I think it's something that we're going to have to kind of look at whenever we are looking at this Dark Flame Cleft and the Priory of the Sacred Flame in the next couple of runs. I think it's difficult to tell right now, but maybe they might be worried about Goated potentially taking that second spot into the Group C finals.
One thing to note is that Luca is a Rest Shaman main.
That's true.
And he has been playing Rest Shaman even in time trials. So they are actually like basically banning their full like main specs too. So technically Luca would be more comfortable to play that Shaman compared to the Disc Priest, right? Which, yeah, it's very interesting. They can still do this thing as, we talked about many times where, you played one off-spec tank in one of the keys. Like, they can go to the DFC 16, play a Guardian Druid once, and then 2 of their main damage dealers will be banned on top of the Rest of Shaman. But yeah, even banning the Rest of Shaman, I think, is actually a bad thing for them, because Luca is that main Rest of Shaman player. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, really have to see what they're going to be doing.
Also, very notable thing about Luca as well, used to raid with the world-famous Moonkin player, Nagura. Back in Nagura's guild, of course.
Yep, Luca is a mist raider. Of course, the guild I've been raiding in. before
also got
separating
traded
recently.
to the Lakers recently too. It's kind of crazy if you really think about it.
That is actually pretty crazy. Yeah. Anyway. Ducks can fly. Ducks can fly, about to finish up this boss here. Looking really good, and looks like Goated, on the other hand, did not decide to do the 19. So they're not doing the same thing as Ducks can fly. They are actually moving on to the Priory. So now we're gonna have both Perplexed and Goated in a direct duel here in the 16 Priory. We can compare the routes a little bit and see how they're approaching this dungeon.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Like I think that all of the teams have such a different strategy for how they're playing through these dungeons. But I mean, look at Perplexed here. We were kind of talking earlier about their spec variety rule too, and they're back on this Frost DK. They're still on the Bear Druid. They're still on that Restoration Shaman. So I think that whenever we were kind of talking about their spec bans, I think that that's the most likely thing that is going to get banned out of them. Strategy-wise, I think that this makes sense, right? They're doing the double light spawns. Where is the mini boss, I guess, is the next question that you're going to be seeing here for them.
Yeah, so they played Chainmail, like the second mini boss with that
on top of the lanterns,
pack,
right?
On top of the lantern, yeah. And
oh, here he is. He's in the pack.
There it was right there. Okay,
Dude.
it's hard to see.
20 mobs,
All right,
all
nicely
casters.
done. See what they're doing now. So they are moving around this side here to the boss.
I think they're gonna grab. It looks like they're grabbing trash in this boss. So there's a 5-pack right there. It's double sharpshooter, triple links is the composition of the pack, and it's actually a very efficient pull to be doing into the boss. So the general premise is you need to make sure that you don't get pounced on by these war links, and you can do that by a couple ways. You can preset the CC like you're seeing from Wolf Disco. I actually love the Ring of Frost tech right there, leaving that links kind of caught in that Ring of Frost. The alternative is if you're standing perfectly in melee of this links, the pounce won't cast on you. Oh, okay, so they're actually rotating A-Bomb Limb as the second cast on that links and allowing Wolf Disco to just be that only person who's baiting those links because everybody else is, as you can see, stacked in melee. I love this. This is really smart for Perplexed, and it gives you a lot of free count.
Yeah, and then now you have the ring back up. You can, of course, rotate the Vortex as well from Divine Field, so they have lots of utility to use. So that's actually very nice, yeah, as you pointed out. And the Sharpshooter is also going to stay nice and cozy with the rest of the mobs getting all of the cleave in. Very nicely done by Perplexed, utilizing their secondary comp utility as much as possible.
Yeah.
Now Wolf Disco is moving in. And now we're going to get all of those AoE heals and AoE damage reductions for the boss's abilities as well, once those links are dead.
It's so interesting because, I mean, you talk about it like as like secondary comp utility. It's funny because, like, whenever we thought about how the spec variety rule is going to impact the meta, what we thought is that teams were going to be looking to play the second best composition just in totality. But instead what they have done is they have taken the utility from their main composition. They're like, okay, how much of this utility are we going to reasonably need to fit into our composition? Whenever we're looking to do the lower level keys and make them as consistent as possible. And then they have made their secondary comp, the second comp that is the easiest for them to be looking to play. So even though Frost DK might not be the second best DPS or involved in the second best DPS composition, it brings the AMZ, it brings the AMS, you get the A-bomb limbs, and you get all the grips that the DK provides, and it's very valuable in that way. So I think it's kind of funny how the spec variety rule has kind of evolved over the season.
Yeah, I really like that as well. One thing that I mentioned about Perplex earlier is we haven't seen the highest seeded teams, in my opinion, adjust to that like secondary comp too much. Like it almost looked like the highest seeded teams were really focusing on practicing with their main comp and really practicing like Sunday dungeons and like really focusing on the main comp. And the secondary comp they just kind of used to slot in there, as you said, with similar utility, and then just kind of use that comp to play the same route and the same strategy that they do with their number one comp. But Perplex earlier, they actually it looked like they really, really focused on that secondary comp a little bit more and adjusted their routes a little bit accordingly, which then made sure that they got the 3 chests on the 16, which is something I really like. Like obviously, this is like a time investment that you have to do. This is all about how much time do you want to invest into the secondary comp versus the main comp, how important are your lower keys versus the higher keys. And I like to see something like this from Perplex, where they really say, hey, we think it's worth it to adjust our route a little bit for the 16, make sure we get the 3 chest in, make sure we then get the 2 chest in 19. That's overall going to save us 1 whole dungeon. So even if it's a little bit more practice time for the secondary comp compared to the main comp,
Sure.
I think it's going to be paying off, and I like to see that. That's actually really cool, which is definitely something they would have to do in the global finals as well if that spec rule would be in place there, but it's not.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. I think that actually Perplexed is a little bit more vulnerable typically than some of like the day one teams are. So for context, Perplexed is the 5th seed. So in reality, they should actually be in a relatively easy group. They have Ducks Can Fly the 8th seed. So seeding wise, it should be Perplexed and Ducks Can Fly that are supposed to be the teams that are coming out of this group. However, Goated is a team that the worst placing finisher on their team is 5th in a TGP, with Supreme, Terrasant, and Timbermaw all placing 5th in a TGP together. And they were a team that had some stuff come up during time trials where they've replaced the tank, they've replaced one of their DPS, and it's kind of the situation where Goated can play massive, massive spoiler. So a lot of times, kind of like you say, a lot of these top-seeded teams in their group can kind of rest on their laurels or practice for Sunday dungeons a ton and not really focus too much on the Friday or Saturday situations, especially with the spec variety rule. But I think in terms of like upset potential, this was the group where the highest seeded team could have potentially been knocked out if Ducks Can Fly and Goated just showed up and just absolutely played to the maximum level of their potential. And so I think that for Perplexed, I think that you couldn't really afford to not practice as hard for the Saturday dungeons. I think you had to practice as hard as possible here. And then, of course, like you said, they're going to need to practice for the global finals as well.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point that you're making here. I think you're right. I think them looking at their division, they probably thought, you know what?
I mean, this division is scary. You could lose this.
Yes, 100%. I think you're very right. Especially as if you... Like, let's say, for example, both Goated and Ducks Can Fly would have just, like, full-on stuck to that main comp. Then it would have been so tough for Perplexed to make it if they have that secondary comp that they play at the start, right? And Ducks Can Fly, I mean, they are doing that. Ducks Can Fly literally is playing their main comp. It looks like they're playing the Shaman as, like, an off-spec or a secondary, but it's not. It's Luca's main spec. So Ducks Can Fly just full-on sticking to that main composition of theirs so far. We still yet have to see them switch a spec around to play around this spec variety rule. Well, Goated, they are playing that secondary comp, and we did see a death here in Terrasant on the Mauling here in the boss. Did have a Battle Rest to get them back up, so they should be able to recover here, but be a little bit careful moving forward.
I think overall, I mean, we're kind of seeing the day play out as expected. The things that you're kind of looking for are potentially 2 or 3 chests that other teams can't really get. Right now, the biggest one that we've seen so far that's on the board is Perplexed going 16 3 chests into 19 2 chests. Our team's going to be able to kind of match that. That's a very interesting proposition. I think the answer is unlikely to be yes, but it's still certainly something that is possible. It's just really hard to do whenever you're playing those secondary comps. And then it's kind of that 18 theater of pain. Can you kind of is Perplexed going to be able to get a 2 chest in that and really put their foot on the gas? Those are kind of some of the dungeons that we're looking at as those pivotal moments of which you can actually save a ton of time over the course of the day, because there is some level of time constraint. I know that we're in more of like a TGP format where pushing the highest key is the most important thing, but you have to be efficient with your 5 hours over the course of the entire day.
Yeah, 100%. And so far, Perplexed has been incredibly efficient. Outside of that reset that we saw earlier in the 16, and a little bit of a short reset on the 19 earlier as well. So overall, not too much time lost. They definitely gained a lot more time from the 3 chest and the 2 chest than what they've been resetting so far. So obviously still doing really well.
I think if they were like missing... Okay, here's the thing. You can reset the dungeon a couple of times on like a slightly lower level key. If you then go 3 chests to the 16 Darkling Cleft, right? You're afforded a little bit of bonus time. If you're missing, like if you're resetting a key and then just barely squeaking out the 2 chests, or like 1 chesting a dungeon, then that can actually start to spiral to the point where you end up losing a bunch of time on the day. But the way that Perplexed is playing, like, look at the Amazing Zoo. They did the 18 and they only 1 chested it, where Perplexed did 1 key level higher and 2 chested the 19 and the Dark Flame. And so that's kind of the situation that you're seeing here with the teams.
Yeah, the Amazing Zoo, I actually think they are a little bit in trouble already because of that 1 chest on the 18, honestly. We're going to have to see what Goated and Ducks Can Fly do. Now, obviously, in comparison to Perplexed, that looks pretty bad. But in the end, it's the top 2 teams that make it to tomorrow, to the final day.
Yeah.
So they only have to beat one of the other 3 teams here. So if Goated or Ducks Can Fly also struggle a little bit in the DFC and maybe not get the 2 chests or a 3 chest in, then they still do have a chance, of course. But yeah, they need to get that 19 done now, and they need to be able to move to the 21 as fast as possible.
Yeah, as Dratnos likes to say, you have to outrun the other campers. You don't have to outrun the bear.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't really know why he says that, but he constantly keeps repeating it. It's kind of weird.
Just saying.
But for context for the viewers as well, like the Amazing Zoo, they're the 20th seed coming into this tournament. So they're the team that has they would have to be playing major spoiler. And again, it's like we're talking about, it's the top 2 teams. And you don't have to have the fastest run in the 16. You just need to be able to put the highest level of dungeons up near that key cap. And then whenever you're pushing those keys at that key cap, being able to do those quickly and potentially force some time tiebreaker implications, that's kind of the important part that we're looking for.
Yeah, 100%. And now we can see Ducks Can Fly as they're doing that 19 TOP, which is definitely a very tough dungeon. They are moving on to Gourd Shop, which is the boss that they struggled with a little bit earlier in their 18.
Yes.
They have their mage go down, didn't have a battle rush available, and generally just had some issues there. So we'll see if they manage to execute it this time around. And we'll also see if they pull these mobs on top of Gourd Shop, which we've seen teams do, but the higher the key level is, the tougher it becomes, and they will be doing that. See if they manage to survive the start of this one here.
So this is one of the bosses that actually becomes... This is the level of which this boss becomes very, very difficult, especially at this gear level. These people are 678 item level, and that's not why it's difficult, although, it's not great whenever you're having this full wipe to the group-wide leaping thrash from the oozing leftovers, but it kind of proves the point as to why this fight is just so deadly, because if you end up having your group get stacked, and you're not perfectly stacked in melee and have one person baiting those oozing leftovers, say it leaps on top of the group, you can have everybody die, and that is a full reset 15 minutes into the dungeon for Ducks Can Fly. That was really, really bad, Nagura, especially since we're only an hour in and they're just lost 15 minutes.
This is actually such a rough position to be in now for Ducks Can Fly. As you said, this is such a difficult division with all of these insanely good teams, and then having to reset. First, the DK dies to an explosion on the ground from one of the ads going down, and then, as you said, stacking up, getting double leftover jumps on them, and just getting 2-shot there. Or basically, it was a 1-shot from 2 ads, basically.
Yeah, it was,
Which, this is just not ideal. Obviously, they were probably thinking their DK died, they were thinking how to rest the DK, because obviously the DK was the only one with the battle rest in their team, right?
They had the Moonkin,
they had the Moonkin. True, they had the Moonkin. But yeah, they were just thinking, okay, how do we rest our DK? And then maybe not thinking about the positioning for those leftovers, and then just getting that double leap. Ugh,
so the positioning of those leftovers, like you called out, is actually super important. Basically, what you want is 4 of your players in melee of those oozing leftovers, and then you want your range DPS, in this context is going to be a mage, just running around the entire time and baiting those leftover leaps at range and not getting leapt on a singular time. Whenever you're not playing a Disc Priest on that fight as well, the fight actually becomes a lot harder because you don't have that Disc Priest to shield you, and one thing can kind of spiral into a full group wipe. But Ducks Can Fly are back in that 19. We just really got to see them put their foot on the gas. They still have time for mistakes. So you have 5 hours of gaming in the entirety of the day. We can budget 15 minutes for a reset. We can't budget a lot of those resets, especially 15 minutes into the dungeon, though.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to make sure we don't have a lot more of these mistakes happening for Ducks Can Fly. But yeah, as you said, lots of time left still. Perplexed in the meantime are there 16 here that they had to reset once at the very start. We now do see that double light spawn pool coming in, and I was impressed. I saw Wolf Disco getting fixated twice by the light spawn, and just not pressing the shadow melt. It's somebody's gonna heal it. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need to press that button.
It's a 16. Just heal me.
Just heal me. And there we go. They have finished up that light spawn pool. Now the brown pike pool is going to come up in just a moment. They're not skipping it. Oh, maybe it's a skip. No, just kidding. There it is. Oh, looking at the enemy forces, they definitely can't skip it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think the boss, whenever you pull the boss, I think that mini boss also pulls. I think it's required.
Well, they could just play both. Think about it.
Dude, it's way too early in the morning to start
that
cooking.
is actually, I want to see that.
You know
That's
what?
how you
stump blocked
retest
me.
the 16.
That's a good point. I think you're onto something. Hold on, let her cook. How do you feel about them playing the Destro Warlock in this dungeon right now for the 16, as opposed to the Devastation Evoker, which they played during time trials in this dungeon?
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I think they have they provide like similar, like damage wise. I think it's both good.
Yeah.
I do think like utility wise and defensive. So I think utility wise, like when it comes to like stops and interrupts and stuff, I think the Evoker is better. But I think when it comes to defensive utility, I think the Warlock is a bit better. And I think because we've seen some issues with Evokers in Priory in particular, where first of all they don't have the Shadow Melt, right? Which is, in my opinion, pretty important in this dungeon, right? If you do all of these double light spawn pools and you have this Evoker not being able to melt off the Fixate, and then generally just not having as many defensive utilities available as maybe like a Warlock does, then all of a sudden that can become a problem. While the Warlock, on the other hand, is pretty tanky and can be a Night Elf. So I think from a defensive perspective, I think the Warlock is better. And then you also have the gateways that allow certain things. But yeah, I do think the offensive utility, like all of the disrupts, interrupts, all of the defensive utility for other team members that the Evoker has as well, I think that one is really strong too.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Just an interesting thought process. I think that both of them are replacement level, and I think if Tobo wanted to play either one, it would probably be valid. I don't know if the damage difference is going to be that big of a deal. The Amazing Zoo here on the big screen in that 19 Dark Flame Cleft, they're actually going to be putting up a really, really good split on the Candle King. You tend to want to see somewhere around sub 20 minutes to be able to, like, this is like the minimum threshold to be able to time the key. They are going to be very far under that, to the point where it looks like they can potentially even be looking to time that 21. Now, during time trials, I believe it was only 7 or 8 teams that were able to time the Dark Flame Cleft on that 21, but since then, we've seen so many teams be looking to time the 21 DFC, and that seems to be like the minimum qualifying level if you're looking to make it towards that global final slot, is as having the capacity to be able to time the Dark Flame Cleft on that 21. So I'm really interested in seeing if the Amazing Zoo are going to be able to time this dungeon on a 21, and how much practice have they necessarily put into this dungeon. Since it was like a time trial dungeon, like they would have to go back and rerun this dungeon again to be able to go +1 on this place.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how much time they have to spend in this DFC still to get there. As Dex Can Fly did have 2 deaths already, actually, on their second attempt of the 19 TOP here. They just have Luca go down to one of the interrupting shouts of this mini-boss.
Oh.
And probably some other damage on top of it as well, I would be guessing. Maybe like an Arbalist bleed or shot as that AoE came out. And then they had 1 death prior to that as well, which they used the Belrus for, which means that's another 5 minutes that they have to wait to get another Belrus back up. Yeah, Dex Can Fly in a difficult situation here. A little bit of a risky spot to be in after having to reset the dungeon once already. Now no Belrus available for the next 5 minutes.
I mean, you got a decent amount of leeway in the 19 timer-wise. I mean, I think we saw a team time of 20 Theater of Pain in the Group B finals while accidentally having Wreck like snapped in them. That was completely that was cursed. So we know that the 20 is timeable even with a mistake. The 19 is obviously timeable with 2 deaths and a mistake. But you start chipping away at your timer leeway, especially when you don't have those battle reses. So we'll have to be looking towards that. On the big screen here, we got Perplexed. They've pressed their Bloodlust, and they are going to be comfortably two-chesting the 16 Priory of the Sacred Flame. I suspect that they're just going to immediately Town Portal and start rerunning that dungeon. Same composition on that 19 level, and continuing to kind of just chug along and chip away at these homework level keys for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. Now, we would theoretically be past that first hour of the tournament day, which means that teams can start taking breaks now if they feel like doing so. They have to take those 20 minutes in total.
Perplex are swapping their comp.
Yeah, swapping comp. Interesting. So, essentially not doing the 18 straight away, or doing the 18 with like a slightly different comp. We're gonna have to see what they're logging in on. So it was they're actually going to TOP. Do we see the Hunter? What do you think?
They might be looking for band protection for that Destro Warlock as well. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw Tobo swap to the Hunter. At the same point, he could reasonably swap to the Moonkin, and it's not that big of a deal. The only thing that you're looking for So most of the time, teams have actually been electing to allow that Destro Warlock to get banned, but you have to kind of make some concessions for that. It looks like Tobo's back on that Destro Warlock. Yeah, not on that Hunter, unfortunately. I do think that the Hunter would have been an excellent pick. I think that marksmanship is broken in Theater. Like that is the highest DPS output specialization for Theater, in my opinion. It's just what do you want to replace for it? I don't know if it's necessarily supposed to be that range DPS slot. I think it's probably supposed to be that DK.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to run the Hunter as well if you're running, like, let's say a more, like, range DPS focused comp, right? If you switch your whole comp to, like, a physical damage comp, then it makes a lot more sense. But, yeah, it's difficult to fit it into this one.
Oh, he's Demo! He's not Destro. Look at this!
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That's a Devil Warlock.
That actually provides some of the band protection I was talking about against the Destro Warlock earlier, right? Where I was like, okay, well, you just trying to not get the Destro Warlock banned. It still provides similar band protection. Demo is the more popular specialization, at least for live key pushing, for Warlocks, at least in my experience so far. It's pretty good damage. The thing is, it's a little bit better at lower target counts compared to that Destro Warlock. That Destro Warlock really feeds on the 15, the 20 target count pulls, where the lower the mob density is, that Destro Warlock then starts to kind of take advantage of that. Like the 5 to 7 target pulls, that that Demonology Warlock does end up kind of surpassing that Destro Warlock.
Yeah, this is actually very cool to see. And now we did also switch to dwarves a lot here, which makes sense in this dungeon. Because of like the Arbalest Bleeds, for example.
That's based. Our tank is Kulterin. I think he was Kulterin in the last run because I was looking at his
He was in all runs.
I just didn't even why is he Is it Shrug It Off? Is that why?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen him be Kulterin. I was thinking about like a reason why. And since I didn't come up with one, I didn't mention it because I was like, I don't know why this is happening.
It's probably just because he's so based and he likes male Kulterin. Male Kulterin looks really good.
I think so as well.
I go for
Looking
that.
At all the other Guardian Druids, they're still Night Elf, right? So yeah, I think there's like some Divine Field does this sometimes. I feel like Divine Field is a tank that actually always does his own thing, right? We've seen this before with trinket setups, with talent setups, with racials. Like Divine Field just has his own thing that he kind of does, and it works out for him. Like he's a goated tank, and he doesn't copy anything. He's like, I think this is the best, and I'm just running this.
Oh my god, female Kulterin.
Look at that.
He's just based.
I think he's just based, honestly.
That owns. I look for Kulterin and male Panda whenever I get the Transmorpher beacons. Whenever you drop those, those are always the races that I'm looking for.
Male Panda is actually really good.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm also a male Panda enjoyer as well myself.
All right, let's go take a look at Goated here as they are finishing up their Priory of the Sacred Flame. They press their Bloodlust. Priory's Murprey is down to 40% HP. They got 2 minutes 45 seconds. Assuming that no neophyte incidents happen, looks like Goated should be able to get the 2 chests in this dungeon. Do you think that they're immediately going to go to the Dark Flame Cleft, kind of similar to what we saw from Perplex after the 16 2 chest, or do you think that they're going to kind of take it a little bit slower and rerun this Priory on that 18 level?
I think Goated is going to go to the DFC personally because I think Goated can afford to run the 18 with their main comp already. Well, I'm not sure if Perplex can, right? I think that Goated can do the 18 and the 19 with the main comp in the Priory here, which is probably going to be one of those harder difficulty dungeons where you have to switch to the comp. Perplex, on the other hand, we still have to take a closer look at their runs afterwards because, yeah, Goated, of course, also has the possibility to 3 chest the DFC, though. But yeah, there we go. The 2 chest is coming in. Yeah, I think they're going to go DFC.
You think they're going to DFC?
Do you think any other team can do the 3 chest? Do you think that Goated has practiced something like this?
Wunderbar was really close during Group A.
Mandatory was too.
I mean, we were speculating about this days ago, right? About the ability to be able to 3 chest the Dark Flame. But no, I think the fact that, like, Wunderbar and Mandatory didn't 3 chest the Dark Flame, I don't think it's something that's like super common unless you practice really, really hard for it. And I think that Perplexed pretty seriously had to put in a lot of time practicing that dungeon on a 16 to even have the attempts to be able to 3 chest it.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think It's gonna be rough for any other team to replicate this.
Yeah, I think, yeah, so like to answer the question, I think it's tough. I think it's unlikely that any other team is going to be looking to do it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Golden now in that DFC, as I did mention. And we did see the mage relock. I think we just... Oh yeah, so it's just a fire mage thing, I guess. Or wait, did he play fire mage in...
Could be swapping from Nelf to Dwarf or something like that.
Yeah, I think that might have
Be like a race
just
thing.
a
It could
dwarf
be,
mage coming in.
yeah.
No mass invisibility though. So
I think
not
that's custom.
utilizing that. I think that is very custom. I like it though. Like it saves you such little time, but that's what you need to 3 chests, right? I think
Yeah.
that's like a smart adaptation. That is like a small thing, but it saves you maybe like 5-6 seconds, or maybe like up to 10, something like that. Like definitely not a lot of time, but
Not a ton of
if you
time,
want to
but
3
it's
chest
not
it,
bad.
you do need that stuff, right?
Yeah. Looking on over here at Ducks Can Fly in this 19, we have the Amazing Zoo and Ducks Can Fly both in these 19 dungeons right now. It looked like the Amazing Zoo was getting pretty low in the darkness, looking like they're going to be on the good side of that timer, potentially able to time that dungeon on 20. For Ducks Can Fly, they made it through Zav at the 12-minute mark, and that allows their second less of the dungeon to be this massive pull in the Gore Chop Wing that we have seen wipe teams time and time again. If any of these Withering Discharges go off, then the team will wipe. It looks like Ducks Can Fly is going to be able to kill off the last couple of those diseased horror mobs, and in addition to that, the Sludge Spewer casters now just need to kind of kill off these last couple ones. Their timer's not great. I think that like a really good Zav split's probably like a 10, 30, 11 minutes. So they're a little bit slow-ish. Are you worried about their timer?
I think they got it still. I'm not
Okay.
too worried, but I do think they're definitely in the territory that if they have any other mistakes, even smaller mistakes, they could be in trouble. As Goat did, speaking of trouble, they have a Wicklighter Bolt finish up Supreme here on the start of their 16 DFC here. Again, technically not a big deal. If you would want to 3 chests, then it would be a big deal. But as we talked about, we don't necessarily think that Goated is going to be able to do that, or maybe didn't practice on doing that, as Asuna did also proc the Cauterize here. Yeah, they're actually struggling a little bit on that first huge pull that they gathered up in that 16 DFC.
I mean, the beginning of Dark Flame is by far the hardest part, and this is one of the reasons that Perplexed was able to actually 3-chest it, is because they went -1 trash pull in the first area, where Goated is doing this additional trash pull. Of course, it gives you better count, but being able to skip an extra trash pack, I think, is like a pretty big deal in this area, especially if you are really pushing super hard for that 16 3-chest.
Yeah, definitely. So we're probably going to be looking at Goated 2-chesting this one, which I think if your goal is to 2-chest to 16, they can make a few mistakes and still be fine because of the timer being so lenient here.
The timer,
So-
yeah. The 16 is pretty free to 2-chest, I would say. Yeah. It's more about really pushing hard for that 3-chest is kind of the question. I don't know. It's just really hard to expect teams to be doing that, aside from Perplex, who, I mean, they looked impressive. Ducks Can Fly here. We're almost back to the scene of the crime that happened before Nagura.
Yep, we're almost back as Gorchap is going to be engaged in just a moment. Hopefully this time around, they're not going to be wiping here as the last time. We talked about this, the DK did go down at the start, and then both the Moonkin and the Mage were jumped on by the leftovers. 2 of them they were stacking up and then just died to that double jump. This time around, we do see the thing comes through, and it looks like everyone's fine still. This is like the early part of this fight is really difficult when you pull the trash on top, right? Because you have the Butcher, you have the Horror here that you have to deal with, and then you
Yeah.
also have these leftovers that jump around. So there's just so much to watch out for that it can just be really dangerous until that trash is dead.
Yeah, it's kind of the situation as well where at a certain key level, double ooze jumping on you just one-shots you like 100 to 0. So you have to be like looking to pre-move those oozing leftovers if they start to leap towards you, because they'll do, it's like probably around like 60 to 70% of your HP if one of them leaps on you by itself. And this can be mitigated if you're playing with the Discipline Priest, so they can shield you through it potentially with like a Power Word shield. But if you're playing with that Restoration Shaman, we saw Mirage. He ended up getting healed by Luca at the last possible second, which allowed him to live. But you saw how low he dropped even while getting healed through that.
Yeah, and it's so difficult, right? Because they do physical damage actually when they jump. And
Yes.
a Moonkin actually has quite a lot of armor in Moonkin form. So the fact that the Moonkin already dropped so low from that jump, you can only imagine how low a cloth wearer drops like that mage, for example, without any shields, right? So this is very difficult. And sometimes it can be hard to dodge these leftover jumps. As you saw, when the druid here was jumped twice while the hooks were out, you only have so much room to move around when you have to dodge these hooks. So it's definitely, some of the timings here can be very tough. And usually you want to use your utility to stop the leftovers from jumping whenever the hooks are coming out, because then, as I said, you have very little room to run around and dodge.
Yeah.
So that's where you want to use your A-bomb limb, your vortexes, your stuns to make sure these jumps are going to be delayed or not come out in that moment.
I think as well, like the fact that they're leaving their Moonkin at range and allowing their mage to just like permanently play in melee, where Luca and their Moonkin are just both standing at range. I think it does make a lot of sense. But then you have situations like that, where Mirage drops to 5% HP. Luca, I just did a little bit of a gear check. He is also wearing a shield. He's as well. A lot of times you'll see shamans elect to wear that best in slots two-handed mace from One Armed Bandit. But on this fight, I've also seen it from melee shamans a few times. Like you were kind of calling out earlier, the physical damage that is dealt on this fight is just so incredibly high that you can make concessions to wear a shield occasionally, as opposed to wearing that best in slots for maybe slightly more damage.
Yeah, so very interesting choice here by Luca. As now they're reaching the end of this fight, though, and we do see a hook come through on the druid. We're just staying in the bear for a little while, as this bleed is going to be healed up by Luca, but some jumps coming through as well. The last tick of that bleed finishing off the druid. They do have a battle rest. I think we want to take this, even if the boss is on 18%. I think they're currently discussing, should we take this rest or not?
You have to take it.
I think we have to. There we go.
Their timer's a little bit sketchy here. You're seeing you basically want a gore chop split of around 19 minutes, and they're going to be on the wrong side of this 19-minute split, so they're actually really going to have to motor into this Cult of Rockwing. They can't really waste any more time here.
They can't at all, and we can't waste any more time on the desk with our swap here. We're going to have a full caster swap, so keeping an eye on this gore chop as it gets lower and lower. I mean, we'll see here in just a second. Zyro, I mean, do you think how's it looking for them? How's it looking for the three teams that we have here in, Theater of Pain?
The timer's fine. The thing is, we don't have a lot of leeway. And we don't have a battle res for a minute. We're only going to have one battle res for the final wing and probably the first half of the final boss. So we're going to have to see. This is one of the harder wings, right? There's a lot of big trash pulls in this area, a lot of cast to interrupt, a lot of CC rotations required. I mean, starting right off with this first pull, all these Shackle Souls into... Oh, man. I mean, this is going to be scary. They're definitely fine if they can play it clean. We'll have to see how it's going to go for them, though.
That's absolutely right. I mean, I feel like every single time we had Theater of Pain in the rotation, it's just been such a volatile dungeon where teams have been having so many hiccups all throughout the evening, but I just hope this time around it will go great for our teams and they'll be able to actually get it done for Perplexed, at least in that 16. War Chop is going to go down momentarily, and so that is at least some good news as our teams are fighting across the TOP.
It's important to mention we did have to get the Moonkins off the desk because we had a Moonkin death, so that's really what's happened here. This wasn't a planned shift rotation, it was just kind of a spur of the moment. Moonkin died, have to make sure we can't have that happen anymore for the rest of the key. Yeah, no, we're looking good. I mean, again, Ducks and Fly should be fine here based off their timer. It's just a matter of making sure they can get these pulls down. Sometimes in the higher key routes, we see the Bloodlust being used on one of the next two pulls, not this one, but either the next pull with the next Soulbinder, or the double Witch pull right afterwards. We'll see what they plan to do with it, because I believe if they press this Lust literally on cooldown, they will be able to get one more Lust in at the very end of the key, so we're still on a timer where they can get two more Lusts. We'll see if it's going to line up well for them, though.
Yeah, that's a big thing, because usually when you do the math, more lusts usually equals better, right? That's what most teams work on. But if that lust that you're getting is really awkward and you cannot really capitalize it well, then sometimes teams will voluntarily lose out on one of the bloodlusts just to make sure that all of them sit a little bit nicer. In this case, though, I think since the last one is going to be sent on very last boss either way, I think it just makes sense to press it to get it on cooldown and be done with it, personally.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We'll have to see what their plan is. It's coming up here in a little bit. We'll check back in with them in about 50 seconds and see what their plan is with that Lust. Working on that second Portal Guardian right now. Keeping an eye on Goated here, though, is they started off their day with a solid 2 chest in the Theater of Pain, timed their 18 Theater quite quickly, went into the Priory, got the 2 chest there. Fortunately, they didn't have any sharpshooter shenanigans happening to them while they were doing their initial pulls. But instead of going straight into the 18 Priory, we went straight to the Darkflame Cleft. What are we thinking about their strategy here, Mix?
So the thing that's really interesting to me, and I believe Kara and Tattles were talking about this as well, is the choice of actually bringing the Destro Warlock in here. Because we, of course, know Cinderbrew is up tomorrow. If you make it to tomorrow, you most likely would like a Cinderbrew, but ducks can fly. Tragedy struck. Maybe we can get a replay on that. It all went wrong for them there. Full team wipe, and I think that's going to be a reset as soon as their tank is done. Yeah. Did he get jump here? Very, very unfortunate.
Okay, I'm assuming he jumped off on his own after the fact. There's no way he accidentally fell off. Here's the replay of what happened to them.
Yeah.
Soulstorm plus 2 necrotic bolt volleys. I can see what's going to happen here. Yeah, just one volley going off on its own is enough to one-shot any player without a shield on them. And of course, shield's not in good supply here when you have a Resto Shaman in the group, so that volley does take out players. Soulstorm is just extra damage on top of that, and that's really unfortunate for Ducks Can Fly. That is a 25-minute time loss in the middle of the day here in the first hour and a half for them. They're going to have to be lights out for the rest of the day in order to compete with the rest of our teams here. Still plenty of time left in the day, though, and of course we know that the cap for today is going to be relatively tough. It always is when you have Darkflame Cleft in the pool, right? We know this dungeon caps 1 level higher than pretty much any other key, so you're probably going to have to go for the 21 by the end of the day in order to have the chance of qualifying for tomorrow. But, the rest of the dungeon pool isn't easy either. We've seen 20 theater timed. We know that Priory can potentially get to 20 as well, and it's one of the hardest keys, so there is a lot of room for mistakes to happen at the top end, so Ducks Can Fly definitely not out of it yet.
That's right. There's still so much time left in the day, like you're mentioning. But as you know, our Warlock main here, let me ask you a little bit and pick your brain about the different flavors of Warlock that we are seeing. Because, of course, on our screen, we are seeing Destro. And then when we looked at Perplex a couple seconds ago, they're actually playing Demo, which allows them, if that is a spec they want to get banned out, to still have the Destro for Sunday. Now, Goated could also potentially still have the Destro for Sunday if they have other specs that they are playing higher, but I don't think the math is going to 100% math out on that one, as they're also playing that Frosty K and that Fire Mage. So do you think that's a dangerous tactic that they're using right now?
No, I think it's smart. If you want to keep the Destro Warlock for tomorrow, which we know all of the teams are going to try to do because we have Cinderbrew Meadery in the pool for our Sunday dungeons, it makes sense to leave the Warlock unbanned and swap between the specs. Pertaining to the different Warlock specs in particular, though, the sort of damage profile between the different Warlock specs is a little interesting. Destro is a spec that has extremely good AoE that scales with extra targets better than pretty much any spec in the game. In a dungeon where you're pulling more than 8 targets for every single pull, Destro is going to do more damage than every other class, bar none. Even Unholy DK, even Boomkin. That's why Cinderbrew Meadery is so good for them, because there's so much huge trash pulls in that dungeon, in addition to bosses that have extra mobs that spawn on top of them that Destro can make use of through Havoc Cleave. That makes it just so perfect for that key. On top of that, also, so many good imp spells in that dungeon as well. It's just the perfect dungeon for that class. Now, Demonology Warlock, on the other hand, like Tettles was talking about, is more of a consistent spec. It doesn't necessarily care how many targets there are. It'll do above average damage on 1 target. It'll do above average damage on 10 targets. It's not going to top the meters, but it will compete at every single level. So for a dungeon like Theater of Pain, where you have different sized pulls, but no particular profile in general, Demo is just going to be very good at all points throughout the key. So it's definitely not bad, but I think it's more, like you mentioned, they're just making sure they can keep that Destro Warlock specialization not banned for tomorrow, and that's just how they're choosing to do it, by playing the Demonology lock.
I do like it. I do like seeing the Warlocks just in general. A quick update on Goated as they are working away on that 16. I just quickly checked the timers because we of course know as a death on the Ducks does come out, we know that there was a team that was able to get the +3 on the 16, which potentially could be really big. Perplexed earlier locking that in, allowing them to go straight into the 19 that you're seeing on their board here. And if you compare their timers to what Goated is doing right now, Goated is definitely a little bit too slow to also get a +3, but they're of course still on track to get a +2 in that dungeon.
Yeah, they're doing really well still, right? I think the +3 was a very much an anomaly key. There's a reason that we haven't seen any other team be able to +3 the Darkflame class so far. Perplexed had a strategy and a plan in mind coming to that key in order to get that done. That mass invincibility at the start of the key was really nice to save even an extra minute, which is all mandatory needed yesterday to potentially get their 3 chest, right? They were really close to that timer themselves, which makes the run from Perplexed today all the more impressive. For Goated, they will be very happy with just a +2, and they're making good headway towards doing that. That being said, focusing in a little more on what Goated is doing here, if this trash pull dies, nah, 320, okay, no, it's not going to happen. Perplex needed about 240 to kill off Darkness with Bloodlust with the trash. Goated does not have that second Bloodlust. They already used it on the Candle King. So, yeah, 3 chests not on the table, but still plenty of time for the 2 chests. And they're doing a good job of getting through this pull. They already dealt with all of the fodder. The Corridor Creepers didn't get buffed. Dorky right at home on the Bear Druid, just thrashing away, loving life right now.
A quick mention on the Ducks, we did see that they have a death very early on in the reset of the 19 TOP, as they had to reset before that. They're pushing onward from here, so they are going to keep on going and try to get this dungeon done, even though they're now down a battle res. I do agree with that decision. I don't know how you feel about it, Zara, but I feel like if you already had to go again, you just feel like, okay, let's just push onward. We have to get this dungeon done. We cannot afford, even if it's just a couple of minutes to redo this, as the Amazing Zoo also has one of their players go down.
Ooh, another death on Gore Chop for the Amazing Zoo. Let's see how this is going for them as well. They did have a battle res, and they have another one in the back pocket as well, so they're doing okay. But we were talking about this particular boss a lot, right? There's a lot of danger in the Theater of Pain. Lots of things that can potentially one-shot you regardless of the wing you're in. The oozes on this particular boss, every single leap can potentially one-shot your Clothies. That's why we were seeing the Boomkins being the players that could stand out, letting the mage sit close to melee so they don't have to worry about those leaps so much. Yeah, and also, the Duelist Wing, the Arbalist Corals, tons of physical damage, very dangerous for your Clothy comp. Gotta keep an eye on your Priest and your Mage. There's a lot of danger at the start of this dungeon, which is why it's not too concerning to me that teams have deaths early on in the Theater of Pain. I think you're front-loading a ton of the difficulty there, and it's okay to have a death. Yeah, it's a little scary to not have a battle rest for the next 5 minutes, but if you look at the pulls that Ducks Can Fly has coming up here, right? We have mini-bosses. We know how to deal with these. As long as you can live the interrupting roar, you're going to be fine. And you can see they still are pretty healthy after that roar goes off. Yes, it chunks them for a lot, but they're okay. And it's just this captain pull with the 2 Arbalists. So as long as they have these 2 pulls down, we're okay. But yeah, let's take a look at Goated here. They've got the Corridor Creepers on top of the Darkness here. They've got 4 of the Corridor Creepers, not just 3, if my math is correct there. I think I'm counting properly. A lot of damage intake on the Bear Druid here.
I saw them just gather everything and run into boss, and I squinted at their timer to see is this like a Hail Mary? We'll try to still get a +3 kind of pull, but without loss, there's just no way they can squeeze enough damage here. Still, a very scary pull. We saw Dorky drop incredibly low as soon as they engaged this boss, and they are making great pace through it. Most of the creepers are nearly down, but what has you wing?
Look at this. Look at the health bars for all of these enemies, including all of the Corridor Creepers. There was a Curse of the Satyr on every single one of them. Terrasant showing off how to play a Warlock properly, manually cursing every single enemy. Warlocks, if you don't do this, you're making life so much harder for your group. Curses are so powerful in keys. Reducing melee swing timers, reducing cast timers is so powerful. Very few classes actually have access to that ability and also do good group damage. So definitely do what Corey's doing here. Fantastic curse play from the Warlock.
Exactly, yeah. If you don't do that, Zyro will be very disappointed, and if you do it, he will be very proud, and of course you want to make him proud, right? In the meantime, though, Perplexed on the very last bit here in the TOP 16, looking very good to get the +2 locked in. I'm a little bit surprised that we actually didn't see them go further in the Priory and instead go to the 16 TOP. What do you make of that?
I don't know. I think there's definitely merit to it. I think the thing with Priory is it's just a difficult dungeon in general, especially when you get to the hierarchy levels. So the thought process might just be we're playing our slightly off-meta comp right now, and we'll go back to that 18 Priory whenever we want to actually swap back to our main comp, so that that key is a little bit more easy. 18 has been the highest level that some of our teams have done in the past couple of weekends, so it's not something you can really take lightly, especially after the changes post-time trials to that key that made it so you had to play all the mini-bosses properly. So, yeah, it's definitely a tough key, one that I would definitely say warrants swapping back to your main comp for.
Yeah, that does make sense. I think that's exactly what they're doing, and also what we're seeing on some of our other teams, like Goated right now, who also just finished the 16 Dark Flame Cleft +2, like we expected them to. But that allows us, Zyro, to maybe take a look back at our higher TOP runs, like Ducks Can Fly, like Perplexed, and have a little bit of a thought process on how these are going. Of course, Ducks Can Fly did have that very unfortunate reset. They were back at Sav. The very big bad was on the way to Colta Rock, so that is definitely where we have to keep an eye on them. Right now, we can just take a look at the big pull from Perplexed here as they take everything into boss.
I think it's important, like, we talked a lot about this story yesterday with Mandatory being the returning MDI champions, the 3-time champions, coming into tomorrow, having to play against the pressure of knowing that their counterparts in other groups played almost perfect on their weekend, and how Mandatory was going to play yesterday in order to answer that. We haven't really talked about that with Perplexed today. I think Perplexed are also kind of in that position where they're one of the frontrunners of the competition, and we really should be talking about them more. Last season, in the MDI, they finished second to Mandatory, right? In a very close 3-2 best-of-5 series, where Perplexed actually had the lead with like 3 minutes left in the final dungeon. And it was a really unfortunate series of events that ended up with them losing that key. They could very easily be one of the best teams in the competition, and they've played like it today. Only team to 3-chest the Dark Flame Cleft and go straight to the 19.
In the entire MDI,
Yes, the entire MDI, not just this weekend. So, like, this team is absolutely playing like champions right now. They've had very few mistakes. You know, only spot deaths on players that didn't even cost them a battle res. You know, Sevi had a death in the 19 Dark Flame Cleft, just all good. If they can keep this level of play up, we definitely have to put them in the conversation with your miscounts, your mandatories, and your wounded bars.
Fun fact about Perplex. Now, as you're mentioning, this is a team with like a crazy long history, but they have made some changes, and one of the changes for this specific season is actually Tobo joining, and according to what they told us in the pre-survey interview that we make teams do, he's also doing a lot of the shot calling for the team, which I find absolutely baffling, that you would join a team as a quote-unquote new player to that constellation and then get the task of actually managing all of the shot calling. But the team stated that he's been doing really well with that, and they're super, super excited to see him grow on that kind of challenge. And I mean, it's paying off. They're looking fantastic.
That's awesome to hear. I mean, Tobo is a fantastic player, obviously part of many world firsts with multiple guilds, actually, across both Echo and Liquid, so definitely a more than capable player, and I'm not surprised to see him just fit into the role like that. In the past, when we've talked about like the best role specifically for shot calling, I think across the board, most players would agree that like it's a ranged DPS player that's usually the best person to shot call, but there's not a lot of people that actually fit into that role, which is why, you know, I think specifically in North America, when you join a group, it's usually the tank doing the shot calling, but like they already have so much pressure on them due to just running how the key goes that the shot calling from them, it's a lot of pressure to manage. So the fact that he's able to step into that role as the ranged DPS, as the shot caller, is awesome for them.
Yeah, a quick question here. Now that we have both Mix and Zyro on the desk, and you've been here giving us such great commentary, chat has had some questions, and one that kind of popped in that I thought was interesting, Makes, here was an observation about whether or not, so Luca playing Farseer Resto Shaman all day, and whether or not this is this actually the only time we've seen Farseer Resto Shaman?
It's not the only time.
That is a good question. I think we've seen it before. Yeah.
Yeah, usually. So I'm not a healer, so I'm not going to sit here and talk like I know specifically why they're playing the hero talents that they're playing. What I do know is that Farseer for Resto Shaman is very good for both healing and damage. Your mom and pop, your grandma and grandpa that you spawn, the ancestors, they copy your casts. So regardless of whether you're casting healing spells or damage spells, they copy your casts. So it's good for damage on bosses, and you can see Resto Shaman does pretty solid damage in general on bosses, even doing a little bit on this AoE pull. So I believe that's why they play that spec. Could be wrong, but that's what I've heard in the past.
Sometimes there's also a little bit of preference when hero talents are kind of closer between, two of them. So sometimes players also state that that's just what they prefer. But I do recall that we saw it in either Group A or B as well, and we were talking a little bit about it. But yeah, working away on that 19 now. They're on their way to Gore Chop. Sorry, what do you think is it with Gore Chop that has been causing the teams so much issues? I feel like today, and specifically, of course, it's always a tough boss. But I feel like today it's claimed even more lives.
Yeah, it's an annoying boss, right? Because you have players spread out around the boss trying to dodge leaps. You can walk into someone else's leap, though. So if players aren't like in sync, you can very easily go down to a leap jumping on you, and then also walking into a leap from somebody else. And 2 of them at this key level without getting healed up in between was specifically something that can just one-shot you. In addition to that, dodging around the entire time, you need to make sure you're positioned properly for hooks. You need to make sure you're also dodging into the boss for the pull-in mechanic as well, so you don't get pulled, don't take extra damage, so you don't lose control of your character. There's a lot on the mind, especially when you consider the fact that they're also pulling a butcher and a horror on top of the boss as well. So there's a little bit of extra difficulty on the tank, which means your healer's focusing more on the tank, which means they have less of a mindset in order to actually spot healer their range DPS. So I wouldn't say it's any one particular thing, it's just a lot of things going on at the same time.
Yeah, there definitely is, but they're doing so well. Ducks can fly on their path to Gore Chop. I'm definitely looking forward to see how they are going to be dealing with this boss in particular. I think a lot of it is also having too many of the little ads spawn. I feel like for some of the teams that really has been an issue where it just escalates from there on out. You're falling behind on that healing and all of your ranges are taking so much more damage, but here they go on their way into Gore Chop, taking that butcher in there together with a horror, and then of course they're going to get the extra ad spawning. We are on the Arcane Mage, so he should be very helpful, happy about the extra nameplates in there.
He's loving life right now. Every single barrage, getting a few extra targets to just do a little bit of extra funnel damage to the boss. Fantastic for the mage. Of course, mage really, really solid on this fight. You have a couple of scary moments where you have to stand still. So like when you're casting an Arcane Blast or you're casting your Arcane Surge, but you have your blinks for that moment if a Whoozing Leftover does decide to jump on top of you. But look at the gameplay here. Mage just standing right in melee, letting their Druid and their Shaman bait most of the jumps here, so they don't have to worry too much about getting jumped on here. Of course, once he's actually in his damage rotation, he can, run out and just cast missiles on the move and barrage on the move. But yeah, just for that little moment where you're starting up your damage rotation, your cooldown rotation, you want to be in melee to make sure you don't get jumped on.
I do feel like Ducks Can Fly sometimes don't get enough credit for how well they've been doing in the past of the tournaments. I don't know if you agree, but every now and then I see people react to the Ducks like, oh yeah, it's just one of the teams that shows up every now and then. The last time they played, they actually sat on the 5th/6th place in the global finals. This is a team that consistently has been ramping, and honestly, I would love for them to get back in there in the global finals and just show what Ducks are really made of.
Well, they got the whole zoo up against them. Literally the zoo, in addition to cats and goats. So we'll see which of these animals is going to make it through today. This is a tough group stage. I mean,
I agree.
A 17 seed that is goated, that has players on the team that have finished literally second in a global finals before, that's tough competition to match up against. But like you said, this is a team that has definitely ramped a lot, especially through Dragonflight, coming in as a new team back then, and sticking together, which is something we don't normally see. Even at the top end, a lot of these teams are swapping out players, making changes to their comp to try to optimize. It's very rare that you see a group of 5 players stick together this long.
It is, and we always talk about how much it matters that teams have the experience as a group as well, because then when something goes wrong, and something will eventually go wrong, you have the experience of how each individual in that group is going to react in order to recover a bad situation. Like, your melee is going to start like taunting and running, your healer is going to make sure that melee has an extra external or something like that. Like, there's just systems that are in place with teams that have been playing together for so long that ultimately really help them when it comes to competitive and whenever things go wrong. But let's take a look here at the Amazing Zoo. You called them out, and we have 7% still to go on Mordretha. I think they're looking really good here to get the +2.
Yeah, good start to the Theater of Pain runs from them. They have a lot of work to do to catch up to the likes of Perplexed, but that's not what the goal is today. Again, for those of you tuning in that haven't watched this particular MDI yet, the goal for pretty much all of group stages, regardless of the day you're in, is to be in the top 2 of the 4 teams you're playing with. If in the first 2 days, if you're in the top 2, you qualify to Sunday. If you're playing on Sunday and you're in the top 2, you qualify to the global finals. That's it. Try to be in the top 2. You don't have to win. We'll see how our teams are able to navigate that. A little bit of AoE damage coming out from the Wandering Candles here, but a little Cauterize being expended from the
Just
Fire
a little.
Mage, from Asuna. All good, use it or lose it. That's what they always say, and we have used
That's
it here.
right.
It'll be available again in 5 minutes.
It's a personal cooldown for all I care, and Azuna knows how to use it. Honestly, I was really excited to see that Azuna was playing this season, because every single time it's a mage season and I see Azuna, I'm like, yeah. And in one of the interview questions, he was actually saying like, oh, he's been focusing, and I quote, on preparing more specs than just fire and frost on the mage, which is like such a funny wording to me. It's like, oh yeah, I've been looking more into arcane mage.
Yeah. Asuna's been a mage that really specifically loves playing those 2 specs. Not a huge fan of Arcane. I don't blame him. I'm not really a personal fan of Arcane either. But with how prevalent and strong it is in the current meta right now, when you have all of these other classes that are so good at just doing massive AoE damage, having one spec in your group comp that can just kill one target really, really well is so valuable, especially with the damage profile of some of these dungeons. Theater of Pain, obviously tons of mini-bosses that you want to focus down. Priory of the Sacred Flame, even though Arcane isn't fantastic in that key, it can kill the mini-bosses very, very fast all throughout the key, so it's very powerful. So it's just so good to have in your repertoire, and it's good to see him prepping that.
It absolutely is. Every single time I see the Withering Discharge card cast, something in me just tense up. I'm like looking at their interrupts, saying like, oh my god, can they have it? Do they have all of the interrupts? But fantastically done by Perplexed here. I do want to pick something up as we are seeing our leaderboard right now, because it could be a little bit misleading. As of right now, we're seeing such big discrepancies between our teams. So Perplex and Goated both on the 50-51, then the Amazing Zoo on the 35, and Ducks Can Fly currently quote-unquote only on the 18. I just quickly want to point out that they have been working on the 19, which obviously is a much harder key than something like a 16 Priory, and so that has taken them a little bit longer time, and they are going to get big jumps in overall score as soon as they venture into the other dungeons. With that being said, they did have one do-over, so it cost them a little bit longer than some of the other teams may take in that 19 Priory once they actually get there. And we're getting back to the spot where it all went wrong, Zyro, so we'll need to take another look here.
Yeah, this is where their last wipe happened. And I think calling it a little reset is a little bit of an understatement. They lost 20-something minutes at the start of the day here, so it was a pretty massive reset. Again, plenty of time left in the day, but we need to make sure that doesn't happen again. Looking at this pull, this is a Portal Guardian, which is a lot of AoE damage from the Soulstorm, in addition to a whole bunch of caster mobs. Any single Bone Spear goes off during the AoE could potentially one-shot somebody. Necrotic Bone Volley also going off could just one-shot the entire group. So we're going to see a whole bunch of AoE stops here, starting with that Solar Beam from the Druid to make sure that they don't get any casts off. Nice little Felnova also going out to interrupt, and knock-up from the Shaman. Thunderstorm there also being expended here. Another knock-up also coming out as well. It's just the 2 Soulbinders left. Cap Totem being used to stun next. Kicks are back up for this round of CCs, and we're through this time. Portal Guardian is down. It's just the 2 Soulbinders left alive. Volleys on cooldown for another 15 seconds or so, and we should be home free.
Yeah, it was the volleys that were just up in an unfortunate turn of events. It looked like maybe one of the AoE CCs didn't hit, and then they had to use individual rupts to try and recover, and then none were left over for the volleys, as they did have that reset you were just talking about. But the Ducks have made it through here, and the big question is this where we're going to be sending another Bloodlust? Because we could just take this free lust right here and have another one in 10 minutes.
Well, that was a bit of a scary moment here. Normally we see teams go left here, right into the Double Witch, but Ducks Can Fly opting to go for the more dangerous route into the Soulforged Bone Reaver. We don't see this very often because the mobs that you have to pull with this are a whole bunch of bone mages, and these bone spears are very annoying to deal with. One spear to the face could one-shot a player. We actually saw Goatface taking one of those spears straight to the face at the start of the key. Fortunately, had Metamorphosis off, but right there, Bone Spear onto Mirage Druid, hitting it for 23 million damage, one-shotting him, and it's just a cascade of deaths from the Bone Spear, and this is something Ducks Can Fly could not afford to happen. It's another 25-minute time loss. They've lost almost an hour in the first 2 hours of the day it makes.
Yeah, so now they're really behind. This was I cannot phrase it any nicer. This was really horrible for the Ducks to have yet another reset here. They really needed that dungeon to go their way. Now they're going to be playing from even more behind with that dungeon still not on the board. The question is, what do you do? Do you just say, okay, let's revisit the 19 later on. It's not working right now. Let's just get the easier keys out of the way for now. Or are you going to slam it back to back? And seems the Ducks are deciding that either it dies or we die as they load back into the TOP.
You know this 19 has to be done, right? It has to be done in order to properly qualify for the next day. So, yeah, they could go back to it later. They've got a good grasp on what they need to get done on this key. It's just been mistakes at the last moment. It's so unfortunate. You know, if these mistakes happen in the first 10 minutes of the key, you'd be okay with it. It's not that big of a time loss, but just the fact that it's happening so late into the run is just brutal for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and not just once, but twice, right? And then a little do-over earlier on in the lower level as well. It's just, it's been a rough day for our Ducks, so maybe we could get some love for them in chat. I'm sure they would appreciate it if they take their break later on and take a look, which some teams do for sure. But let's take a closer look at Perplexed, who are working on Gorechop right now. They currently have 2 of the leftovers. That is usually the amount of leftovers we feel happy with. Anytime those go up to 4, we are not very happy, and here come more. So they are taking care of all of the leftovers, but Gorechop is also nearly finished off. So everything going well for Perplexed here, as they do have yet another wing finished off. I'm curious on how their routing is going to be as they go towards Coulter Rock, because I'm not entirely sure where the Ducks landed was really intentional, because we usually don't see the bone spears being played.
No. The Bone Reaver, nobody has played those throughout the MDI. I wonder if that was them just accidentally choosing the wrong orb to go to. That is very unfortunate if so. They also had just used all of their AoE stops on the previous pack, so almost none of them were back available for the 6 bone mages that they had there, which makes sense that they would start to let casts go off. And of course, you know, your Boomkin Solar Beam is going to be a very valuable tool once your Boomkin dies there. I think the poll is very over at that point. It's a very unfortunate mistake if it is a mistake from them, and again, costing them a ton of time. They're right back into the 19, though, already on the first boss. They have to push on. I mean, it's the only chance they have. You have to be in the top 2 teams. You have to have the resolve as a team to brush it off and continue to move on. So, good to see them doing that. Still plenty of time left in the day for other teams to make mistakes to let them back into it, and they can also just outplay the other teams from here on out. They're certainly not out of it yet.
That's right. As Dratnos likes to say, you don't have to outrun the other camper, the bear, you just have to outrun the other campers. That way around. See, it's Dratnos saying, not mine, as you can see.
He's right.
But yeah, I mean, they don't need to be first. They just need to be second to make it to tomorrow, to have a chance to maybe go to the finals. I'm being hot in our production channel. I corrected myself. Hello.
Stop letting your fellow campers get eaten. Amen, production. Amen.
Well, this is a competition, you see. We're, matter of fact, not in it together, but the individual teams are. And Goated definitely making sure process with the Candle King on the 18 now. The big question is, are they able to get the +2 then? Because of course that would be really nice and allow them to go straight into the 20.
Timer's looking good for it. A lot of it is going to come down to this pull, right? And I think this is the pull where the bear shines. The original bear druid, playing bear before any other tank thought it was good. The bear does stream. Let's see if they can pull this off here. These corridor creepers, very, very dangerous for the tank, especially once the mobs start to die. We've seen this all yesterday and all today from our teams. This pull is massive and requires a lot of coordination between the healer and the tank as they run down this minecart pathway here in order to make sure every single mob in the area is pulled. They definitely need this in order to finish off their count.
Production. I mean,
that's a good point.
Evidently, that's what they should be doing. But Dorky does go down here, gets melee from the corridor creepers. That's where it all goes wrong. They die one after another as the entire pull unravels. Production with a hyper mega rare production jinx. Unbelievable. I can't believe they would do that.
Wow. Wow, the production curse. That's something I haven't seen in a long time. Okay. All right, we'll have a discussion about that after the show. All good. Well,
I don't think they can just do that.
No, I don't think so. I think we need a personal written apology to Goated from production. Oh, man, and the cooldowns just aren't there this time around. So they go down again, it's going to be a reset. They want to get the 2 chest. All right, yep, let's swap the POV. Yeah, that's a smart choice. Yeah. Wait, hold on, though. Perplexed also going for the Bone Reaver pull. What's going on? Why are teams going this way randomly all of a sudden? Is this a change in routing? Okay, let's see if they have the AoE stops for it this time. Double Cap Totem coming out to deal with the Bone Spears. What's up next? What stops do we have here? It's going to be the Ursul's knock in order to make sure the cast get interrupted. Everything is nice and stacked here now. Knock up going to interrupt the cast once again. Probably need one more AoE CC. It's going to be the sleep coming out from the DK. And I believe interrupt should be back up here. We'll be good to go. Yeah. Okay, clean this time around.
And that was without Lust. The Ducks actually did press their Lust, even though it was only a couple of seconds before it all went wrong, but Perplexed too fast. They didn't have it here. They had to play it without the extra damage amp, and just doing that so well, so beautiful, so clean. But I'm also still confused about the fact that we are somehow going this way now. It seems to be a routing change of them just feeling better with going this way on the count. Maybe it enables something that we haven't seen just yet. So we'll take a look here at Perplexed and how they're going to be moving. But I mean, count is looking like it normally is, I would say.
No, count is really high because we're going to be pretty much done with count after this pack dies, which means you don't need to pull the 3 mobs into Mordretha, but like, you kind of want. I guess you don't have an arcane mage, so you don't.
I think they did that in the first pull, though. They had
pulled
extra
them in on
mobs
the first
in
boss.
there. Yeah, so
okay, they're good.
Those mobs are already gone. So I think count is looking quote unquote normal here, but maybe there's something else we're missing in one of the other wings that basically is enabled by playing those Bone Reavers, or they just think, okay, we have the AoE CC quote unquote on lock. We can just do it like that. I don't know.
All right. Well, good to go on count. It's just 2 bosses between Perplexed and the end of the key. 5 minutes left. No chance they're 2-chesting this. Question of if you would even want to at this point, right? We know 19 is pretty difficult. We know 20 is definitely a push key for the day. So you're totally okay with just the 1 chest here. See how it goes. 2 bosses left for Perplexed. All 3 battle reses. Very clean throughout this key. Just the 1 death on the board for them. 2 bosses for them into the key. We'll see how they are able to deal with that, but I think they're going to be pretty much in the clear from here on out, as long as they don't accidentally, sigil of chains the souls into the boss or anything.
Yeah, not that ever happened before. Zyro, how do you feel about our fellow co-caster just backseating us in Twitch chat?
Which one would that be?
Instead of our production channel, where they could, evidently let us know certain things during Twitch chat, saying, "Oh, this route is just faster."
Oh, VIP verified Tettles, this route is faster. Oh, thank you. That's good to know. Yeah, also, there's no Vengeance Demon Hunter, so there's going to be no sigil of chains into the boss here.
That's right. But you could Ursul it. So let's also not do that.
That would be a shocking way to wipe to this boss, to be honest.
Well,
or just drop Ursul's literally on top of the boss. All good. Yeah, I mean, Perplex making great time here. They're going to have about 9 minutes left to finish off the ski, just 2 bosses left. Let's see what's happening with Goated, though, because on the first pull after that wipe, they did wipe to the first pull and have to go again, so it was another 2-minute time loss. Maybe a little bit of tilt after wiping that far into the key. The thing is, right, in the competition, as
That
long as
far?
this one... I don't know. No, I mean, I'm talking about the previous wipe when they were on the minecart, right? 20 minutes in.
Okay, yes,
That's a big deal.
That was long. Yeah.
That being said,
Okay.
though, part of the competition is knowing where the other teams are, where the competition is, right? If Goated are paying attention to the broadcast, they'll have seen the Ducks Can Fly have lost an hour. They'll have seen where the Amazing Zoo is. They'll see what Perplex is doing. So, Goated are still kind of in like that second place slot right now, even with the 20-minute time loss. So you can't let the wipe get to you. You can't get too tilted by that.
That's right. And of course, the teams that have some competitive degree, they know that. They know that not tilting is a big part of this competition. You always still have to, like, respect the other competitors, of course, but if you don't go into this competition thinking we can do what everybody else can do and try to keep up that mental, I think it's going to be really, really hard. So I'm very hopeful that Goated is just going to be able to shrug it all off, even though they did lose a significant amount of time here. They're still looking really good, like you mentioned, on the overall scores, and they're just going to work away on that 18. I mean, their timers were great. It's just that the poll went awry as they were gathering everything for the card. I'm not sure where exactly the coordination between healer, tank, and kiting kind of messed up, but Dorky did go down there to the extra corridor creepers, so hopefully they can avoid it this time around.
Yeah, it's a little... I mean, we kind of take it for granted. We say, oh, yo, every team does this pull. They pull it off, no problem. They get to the end, they AoE it down. It's no big deal. But, like, if at any point your tank line of sights your healer for too long there and they don't have their own way to top themselves back up, or, like, if either the tank or the healer's candle buff runs out, it could very, very quickly result in a wipe. So there's a lot that can go wrong, and I think we're seeing the sum case of all the practice put in on this key, not only from time trials, but also from all the practice they've been doing over the past couple of weeks. We're seeing the end result. We're not seeing all the trials and tribulations they went through in order to make the pulls go properly. So, yeah, sometimes you just mess up the pull and you wipe. That's okay. It happens to everyone. You just gotta reset and go again, just like everyone else.
That's right. Let's take a look at Perplex, because they have arrived at Mordretha in the 18 COP. Of course, this is not where the key is going to end, but we'll get a little look here at the RP as we're waiting for her to go into combat, and it's exactly how I thought. They do have the full count here. They did play that pack at the very beginning, and they're now doing only boss damage from here on out. Bloodlust is actually being sent right at the start as well, which is a bit unusual. A lot of teams opting to use it in the second phase, but in the end, the boss has to go from 100 to 0, so if you have your cooldowns lining up nicely, then we've also seen some teams opt to send it at the start here, and I think timer-wise, we're pretty okay.
Yeah, we're chilling. I mean, again, not even past the 2 chest timer yet. It's just a matter of getting the boss down at this point, playing it safe, making sure you're interrupting these Deathwalkers, don't let them cast those bolts on anybody. We're going to be okay. You know, normally, you have a Vengeance Demon Hunter in here, so you can get that nice little sigil of chains on top of the boss, group them all together, throw a Solar Beam out, make sure they don't cast. But of course, we don't have that comp available to us, so it's just going to be a lot of different AoE CCs to make sure those ads go down. They're doing a good job of it. Regardless, still plenty of AoE CC in the toolkit from all of their players. As long as they're able to keep those clean, they're okay. The big story here, I think particularly for Perplex, is the fact that they're comfortable not playing the Arcane Mage in the Theater of Pain, even on the 18, and still getting it timed. I think this is by far Arcane's best key, and the fact that they're comfortable enough just playing around the Fire Mage here, just so they don't have to worry about banning out either of the specs for Sunday, is very impressive. I mean, again, talking about Perplexed, I think we need to start viewing them more of a top-end competitor on the lines of the Miscow, Mandatories, and Voodoo because I think they really are on that level.
I mean, I think for the longest time, people really regarded them as such, and then they had a time where they fell off a little bit, and now they're on their way back to that position. That's how I like to weed the team, and I do like that kind of storyline, because of course we also have Wunderbar kind of with a returning roster, and so now it's 2 great teams suddenly looking really lethal again, which is going to make for a great showdown. Hopefully given that all of them make it there. But of course, for Perplexed, that is not all but locked in just yet. They need to make it to tomorrow, and then they need to make it to the global finals from there. Like you're mentioning, I do think this group, and also today, is rather stacked, more stacked than I originally anticipated when I looked across the time trial performances from these teams.
Yeah. Take a look at this AoE poll here, the triple Wandering Candle. This is where Asuna Billy had to use his Cauterize on the previous attempt. It looks like he's holding on to it this time around. One of those candles going down, removing one of the Quenching Blasts from the encounter. Couple final AoE casts going to go off, but Timbermaws got the group topped. Not going to be using those cheat deaths today as we make our way towards BlazeCon. Coda doing a good job just keeping it clean in this rerun of the key. Again, the goal here is to try to get the 2 chests so you can unlock the 20. You don't want to add an extra dungeon run to your day, which is why we saw them reset that previous attempt. Even though they could still get the 1 chest in quite easily, they wanted to make sure they got the 2 chests in. Now, it's a little bit of a tough conversation to have, because we did see Perplexed 2 chest the 19, which makes me think that maybe Goated didn't feel comfortable going for that, and they wanted to make sure they unlocked the 20 through the 2 chest instead of trying to 2 chest the 19.
Well, in order to +2 the 19, you need to have the 19 in the first place.
Right,
and,
right.
You know, that is also a challenge, because we saw how very, very tough it was to actually get the +3 done on the 16 Dark Flame Cleft. So not something very many teams were able to do. Just a quick mention, we did have our first couple of breaks coming in. The Amazing Zoo already took 10, and right now Perplexed is taking another 10.
makes sense.
All of our teams will be required to take 20 minutes all throughout the day. They can split it up into 5 and 15 or 10 and 10, but I feel like 10 and 10 has become the meta across most of the games.
Yeah, just take it easy. Give yourself a little breather in the middle of the day, get a run done, relax. Think about what your plan is for the rest of the day. Make sure you're on track to ban out the specs that you need to get banned out, so you have your full array of specs available to you for Sunday. Doing a good job of that so far. Problems here for Amazing Zoo at the end of Zav the Unfallen, though. We do have a death on their Boomkin, but with the boss at 1%, we should be okay here to just finish off the boss. Gonna be a little long, though, because our 2 remaining DPS players got sent down, but Vengeance Demon Hunter and Disc Priest combo able to do that last percentage of the boss HP, get the boss dealt with. The death timers will start to rack up here, though, if they have any further mistakes. They were able to hold on to that battle res, though. That's
right. Always important to maybe salve yourself from extra things that could go wrong moving forward. But they are going to be going into the next poll, which is, of course, full with more danger for the team. And they need to make sure that all of those interrupts are on point. Here goes that Bloodlust. We can take a look at how it all plays out.
We will be taking a look at it for sure, but we're going to have some fresh perspectives coming in on the desk. Makes and Zyra, thank you so much for giving us all the info and the play-by-plays that you did, but we're going to say goodbye to you for now.
Bye!
Bye! And we have Nagura and Dratnos taking up those positions here on the desk. So, coming into the polls here, you know, we had another question from chat. That's sort of a generic one, but I think a fun one. So, Nagura, as we keep an eye on the dungeons, what is your favorite dungeon this season?
Ooh, that's actually a good question, because I've thought about this before, and there's actually quite a few dungeons that I really like, but I don't think there's one dungeon that I like the most. If I would have to choose one, I think I would pick Priory.
What part of Priory is your favorite?
I think I generally just like Priory overall, because it's just like big pull into big pull into big pull, like lots of uncapped AoE damage to be done as a Moonkin player. And I generally think that it's also like a challenging dungeon. Like each pool has lots of casters and disrupts and things that you have to do, which is something that I also like. But it feels like the difficulty is not like bad difficulty. It's not like RNG or like, oh, you have to pull this mob alone because it has an AoE damage reduction or something like that. It's just like big pulls with difficulty within the pool that is kind of fun to do properly. And I like it. What's your favorite?
I think I would go with
Dratnos?
Meadery.
Okay.
Like that, just the first pull of Meadery, it's so fun.
That's
just
true.
grabbing as much as you can, and then wiping, going 1 key level lower, pulling a lot more conservatively, getting yelled at by your friends. It's a great time.
It's funny because I think whenever I say like Priory or Meadery or something, these are probably the two most hated dungeons by the general community because they're also pretty tough dungeons as well on top of that. So I think we might be having some unpopular opinions here.
Yeah, Cleft is pretty fun as well. I will say I've been healing some keys this season, and Darkflame Cleft feels like the key that tests you the most as a healer with the just surviving on the Candle King, because there's a lot of difficulty in healing Mythic Plus, but a lot of it can be solved by the rest of your group, like playing well and kicking things and stopping things and using defensives. Whereas the Candle King, just healing the Candle King, also requires, especially as the key level goes up, you need people to be helping you with their defensives and stuff. But at the end of the day, you just have to be able to actually put out millions of HPS, which is a very fun challenge.
Yeah, definitely. Apparently one of the nicest healer keys this season outside of Darkflame Cleft is also Floodgate. Apparently it's also a pretty challenging dungeon to heal and to strategize your defensives on. At least if you're doing group play. I'm sure the healer perspective is very different if you're pugging compared to if you're in a coordinated group.
Yeah, exactly. Like there are some cases where it's just it's fun to heal people who are kicking and pressing defensives and stuff, and then it can be a lot harder. You got that sort of paradoxical thing where the key is harder at a low level, in the group finder sometimes than the higher keys that you can find.
Yeah, definitely true. As we do, of course, have all coordinated groups here today in this Group C Division 2. Dax Can Fly, unfortunately, has another death come in, as I just say that, almost as if he wanted to finish my sentence here, but they did also finish the pack off, so not too big of a deal for them, as they can just use an out-of-combat rest. But yeah, just so much pain being caused by the theater of pain here for Ducks Can Fly, as they had to reset the 19 so many times now and lost so much time that we're 2 hours and 18 minutes into the competition, and they still have not moved on from this dungeon. And they aren't necessarily even done with it either. Potentially, they might even have to do that 20 here to qualify, looking at the other teams and how fast they're going with their key levels. So Dax Can Fly definitely struggling a little bit. And if they want to still make top 2, they have to somehow get the 3 chests maybe on the Darkflame Cleft and the 2 chests on the 19, like we saw Perplex do. They definitely have to do something crazy to keep up with Perplex and Golded now, as they're just doing so well on their sides.
Yeah, I'm gonna say catching up to Perplexed is looking almost impossible even for Goaded, who are 3 points behind here. Perplexed have just been playing on another level today, but there are 2 slots into Sunday, not just 1. That fight for the second spot out of this group is by no means a foregone conclusion. Goaded are in the lead right now for it, but as we start thinking about the last 2 hours, 3 hours of the day, it's not just the case of the teams are going to be completing keys one at a time, right, back to back, so their scores are going to go up at the same speed. Goated only have harder keys ahead of them, right? They've kind of exhausted some of the easy. They've done all the 16s. They're only going to be doing these keys that they can easily wipe in and deplete and reset. Whereas the Amazing Zoo and Ducks Can Fly have a lot of easy points to still pick up. Neither team has yet even walked into the Priory at all. So I would say it still looks like it's going to be a really exciting race for second out of this group. But Perplexed have just been playing on a completely different level. If they keep up even anywhere close to how well they've been playing when they come back from that break, they are going to be dominating today's group for sure.
Yeah, it's very interesting too. We talked about this earlier because one thing that Perplexed has been doing here that we think none of the first-seeded teams have been doing so far in the previous weekends was that Perplexed seemingly has prepared some special routes and strategies for their secondary comp. Most teams kind of just used or focused on practicing their main comp and then use that secondary comp to just kind of copy a strategy or just do the same strategy as they want to do with the main comp and just kind of translate it to the secondary comp with a similar utility that they have available to them with the same classes. But Perplexed actually did change the routes and did change the way they're playing the dungeons, which allowed them to get those 3 chests in the DFC and allowed them to be faster in some of these dungeons. And we think that it probably was because this division is just such a stacked division here. You can see Ducks Can Fly. Obviously, they haven't been performing that well as of now, but they're coming in as a really high seed and are a very experienced team. competing in MDIs and TGBs before. And then, of course, we have Goated, which technically is the third seed coming in today. But of course, the members of that team have been competing before and have been doing incredibly well. So Perplexed probably thinking, you know what, we actually have to focus a little bit more on our division play here and not just focus on our Sunday day, that we even make it to top 2. And it really shows that they prepared for this quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, it's a dominating performance, right? Figuring out how to do that three chest Dark Flame plus 16, landing the 2 chest in the 19. Really impressive out of Perplexed. On the other hand, it actually turns out they probably didn't need to even, do that. That might be one of the things where they come back at the end of this and are like, oh, actually, we should have just spent all of our time prepping the, very highest level keys. Although, one thing that's often true about our MDI winning teams is that they can just always do both, right? We talk about teams having all these different strengths and weaknesses, and over the years, the teams that have won MDIs don't allow themselves to have weaknesses. They don't ever make those compromises. They just do it all. And the same teams that's got the best route in the plus 21 also has the 3-chested plus 16 and also has all of the, off-meta specs mastered and all the meta specs mastered.
Yeah, this is very true. And we also hope that's going to be true for Perplex because, yeah, that's something we'll see tomorrow. Even though they did perform so well today, it is technically possible that tomorrow maybe you can see that the practice time that they had to put into their division day might have cost them some practice time for the higher keys compared to maybe like a team like Mandatory. But that's something we'll see tomorrow if Perplex makes it there. And right now they're, of course, looking incredibly good to be able to do so. As Goated is currently gathering up this creeper pool here in front of the minecarts. This is a pool we've seen teams wipe to, especially tank deaths. The only thing that can really happen here is tank deaths, as there isn't much else going on for the rest of the team here to look out for. But yeah, the tanks in immense danger whenever they're gathering up all of these creepers. The first to gather is the difficult thing, and then also tanking the creepers at the end here is very difficult. And you can see Dorky is dropping pretty low as the mobs are about to go down, though. So looks like they're going to be able to do this.
Yeah, it looks like it has worked out for Goated. Well gathered, well set up, and for Goated, it is also a good sign that they are executing these strategies this well with their off-meta comps, right? With their off-specs in these dungeons. That's definitely a good sign because, soon they're going to be able to flip the switch and hop over onto mains if they want to. Although, Dorky, renowned Bear player, maybe just plays Bear all day today and then hops over to DH on the Sunday. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. We'll actually see. Perplex, in the meantime, is now back from their break, and they are continuing with their main comp now. So we do see the Vengeance Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, Mage, PK, Moon King come in, and they are doing the 18. So this is interesting. I'm not sure if we have the numbers here for Perplex, but because Perplex is basically playing one less dungeon overall, because of the 3 chest into 2 chest, I thought they might have to approach this a little bit differently, and I thought they might have to play the secondary comp in the 18th Priory to get the correct specs banned for Sunday, for tomorrow. But it looks like they have probably figured it out and they can play their main comp for the 18th Priory here already.
Yeah, they've played 5 dungeons already today, right? 2 clefts, 2 theaters, and 1 priory. Mm-hmm. So they can play 4 more dungeons with main specs before they would then start risking banning them. So they can do 2 priories, 1 more theater, and 1 more Dark Flame cleft, and that would get them to 19 priory, 19 theater, 21 cleft, which is a very strong scorecard that they could end the day with, and they would preserve all of their main specs into Sunday.
That is so interesting, though, because that would make it like they don't have a backup, right? Because if they do 19, 19, 21, which obviously, as you said, is a very good score, but now looking at what the other teams are doing, maybe that's what Perplex. Maybe that's why they took a break. Maybe Perplex took a break and looked at the other teams, saw that Ducks can fly, and the Amazing Stu are struggling a little bit, and maybe they decided, you know what, 19, 19, 21 is good enough. Because if they ever thought that they have to do a 20 TOP or a 20 Priory, or 20 TOP and a 20 Priory, then they would have had to play this 18 Priory with the secondary comp, right? But I definitely think they don't need to do that. I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not enough time in the day for the other teams to contest, 59 points at this point is that's a lot of dungeons to be run, even if a lot of teams can put up some 2 chest. But speaking of cool things here, Perplex have a pretty cool opener to their priory that I want to highlight in the replay here. So before the wall goes down, they're firing off invis pots actually before they put the keystone in. Now, the invis pots, I believe, are 18 seconds, and they reset your potion CD when you start the key. The wall is up for 10 seconds, so you get 8 seconds of invis pot by doing this after the key goes down, which is enough to skip past these footmen without having to commit anything extra, and then you can see the invis pots fading not long afterwards. Then the Demon Hunter's throwing off the Sigil of Misery on that pack that they're walking through now, and is in combat with the Knight, because it's not immune to that, or it's immune to that Sigil of Misery. Mind Soothe goes on the middle pack, the rest of the group runs around, and then the DH is melding to drop off combat with the patrol that's been skipped. That means that we're not going to have to deal with any Knights in this pull, which is pretty important. The Knights deal unavoidable group-wide damage, and they'll also interrupt cast, which you can play around it, but it's pretty annoying and dangerous to have some of those. So this lets them pull a Suleiman with not too much else dangerous in this pull. Couple of sharpshooters, couple of casters, but nothing that their AoE crowd control effects can't handle.
Oh, this is actually very cool. I like this adaptation. Yeah, we've seen teams use the Fierce Sigil at the very start for those 4 footmen, the ones that they had used the Invis Pot for, and then already used the Shadow Melt there. And then afterwards we saw the Invis Pot, unless they had the Priest, then you can actually Mind Soothe past, but you have to wait a little bit, right? So they basically eliminated that time that you have to wait, which is actually very cool. Again, only like a couple of seconds to the save compared to the strategy that we've seen Wunderbar do and the other teams, but still a couple of seconds that are potentially going to be very valuable at the end. So very cool adaptation here by Perplex, innovating strategies a little bit here and there, also in the DFC as we saw earlier. Very, very cool. And yeah, Goated now on the last boss. 2 minutes left here to get 10% of the boss, which they're going to be able to do, which means they will get that 2 chest on the 18. In my opinion, that is pretty important for them. Now, of course, they are looking very strong, but yeah, missing out on a +2 here on the 18 would have cost them quite a bit of time to still be able to get the 21 done and the other keys that they still need in the other dungeons. So very nice to see that Goated can get the 2 chests here and probably also immediately move on or actually maybe not. What do you think they're gonna do? Do you think they're gonna immediately go for the 20 or go to a different dungeon?
So this is going to be their 5th keystone as well. They could swap over to mains at this point and then do 4 more dungeons for the end of the day. Sort of like Perplexed. In theory, there's time for more than that left in the day, but I think they'll probably be okay. I mean, if they can get up to 57, 58 points, I think that might hold for second. So they can maybe make the call to swap over to mains now and do the 20 cleft while they're fresh on it. Or you could just head straight over to the Priory, do 1 more run with your alts, and then you know that for sure for the rest of the day you can play on mains. It looks like they're going to take a 5-minute strategy session to figure it out, taking 5 minutes of their break time and then we'll see where they come back. I kind of expect it's going to be I think regardless of what comp they're going to spawn in on, it'll probably be into the Priory, but there's an argument for just going back straight into the cleft. I think the theater would be what I'd be most surprised to see them enter.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I really want to see how this plays out, especially when it comes to the spec rule. I guess it is potentially possible, if Perplexed or Gold, or both, do really well from here on out and one-shot like all of their keys. It is technically possible that they do something similar that Mandatory did yesterday, where instead of attempting like another key, they might actually just say, you know what, I think we're good. We're going to qualify with these points, and we don't want to mess up our specs for the spec variety rule, and just kind of see what the other teams are doing, because they're not forced to play. They can just wait, sit back and see what the other teams do, and maybe if they feel like, okay, we are in danger after all of not getting top 2, then at the end of the day they could still start a key, right? But yeah, that's like a much later thought. They first have to time the keys to be able to get there, so Perplex still has to do the priority they're in right now. And did they not pull anything on top of this boss, actually?
Doesn't look like it, yeah. I mean, pulling stuff onto this boss is sketchy. You can see the health bars dropping pretty low here. Zevi in some danger. And yeah, looks like they're deciding to just fight this by itself. No Cauterize or Last Resort is available for Perplexed either. Divine is actually in some danger as they're just fighting the boss here. Pretty nasty tank damage fight. Does look like they're grabbing some of this patrol as it walks in. Just a priest for now, perhaps. Maybe the rest of it's already been pulled and the priest was the sole survivor from that patrol.
Yeah, we are of course having the fire mage here, so not necessarily needing like that extra funnel
Right.
for the boss damage, at least not as much as you would need it if you have the arcane mage. So I guess they're just deciding to play a little bit more safe here. But yeah, Perplex so far looking very good on that 18. Priory, one of the more difficult dungeons, if not the most difficult dungeons, according to the teams when we asked them beforehand. So being on an 18 here with 0 death still very, very good for Perplexed. And then we have the Amazing Zoo that are now about to finish off Mordretha, or not finish off, but they are fighting Mordretha, let's say. And they do have enough time left, it looks like, in their 18 TOP. But, yeah, I think they're going to be fine. They have the 4 deaths on the board, so not too big of a deal on the 18. They cannot have that same thing happen on a 19, as we saw Ducks Can Fly have multiple issues there and not be able to complete it. But now they finally got it on the board.
Speaking of the Ducks, after getting that 19 theater on the board, they are now taking 5 minutes of break. Now, the bad news for Ducks Can Fly fans out there is that they've used now half of their day to get 1/3 of the dungeons finished. So the numbers on that do not work out very well. They are going to need to be a lot faster with finishing up their Darkflame Cleft and Priory runs at the end of the day, and they still have a lot of that break to take. So, I mean, really, they're going to need like an hour per dungeon here, plus the overtime dungeon. So their ceiling is definitely getting dangerously low in terms of how many points they can just earn in that short amount of time.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly definitely in a very rough position here. The one thing that I guess does potentially speak for them is if they get underestimated by the other teams now, right? It is possible that both Perplexed and Goated look at Ducks Can Fly and see, oh, they have 19 score. Wow, they're never going to be able to reach our score. But if Ducks Can Fly does incredibly well from here on out, and does some like crazy one-shotting of a bunch of these keys and get the proper 2 chests here and there, then they definitely still have the potential to get a lot of keys done and might be able to reach the same score as Perplexed and Goated are at the end. And then if Perplexed and Goated just think, yeah, we're safe, you know, we can just save our specs and we don't have to do anything crazy anymore, then that would be the potential for Ducks Can Fly to potentially come back. But yeah, it's for sure going to be rough.
Yeah, definitely not counting them out just yet, but they're going to have to use this break to really figure out how to come back from the deficit that has opened up here in the first half of the day. Meanwhile, the Amazing Zoo are on pace to finish this 18 theater, although a run like this would not work out in the plus 19. We'll see if they decide to go there. I kind of think they might, especially after having seen what happened to Ducks Can Fly, they might just head over to the Priory and say, you know what? We can do 19 theater later, or better yet, maybe not at all. Maybe we just spend all of our day getting points in the relatively easier fields of Priory and Darkflame Cleft. So we'll see, but they are going to add that 18 theater to the scorecard. So they're up to 37 points now, with 16 pretty free points available for them the first time they run that Priory. If they could go do the 16 Priory right now, they would actually move up into second ahead of Goated. Although Goated, if they can get that, looks like they've started off the 20 Cleft. So Goated swapping onto some mains for the 20 Cleft. They're going to keep Timber on the Resto Shaman, though, but they've swapped everybody else, it looks like, over to main specs. So Goated, it makes sense. The Resto Shaman's really nice for theater, or for Darkflame Cleft, rather, for just healing through the Candle King, something that we've seen people using before. Definitely makes sense to see them do this little swap here.
Yeah, and then Supreme is also playing that Unholy Decay now, and a Arcane Mage as well. So basically, the damage dealers have swapped completely to that main spec, and Dorky as well on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. So it's just Timber on the Shaman. Yeah, and as you said, not a bad class at all to be playing here in this dungeon, so they're going to be fine. We'll see if they get this done. Plus 20 can be incredibly hard still. The 20 into 21, of course, that we're probably going to be seeing afterwards. That first area here can be rough, and then also the first boss, we've seen many wipes through cards exploding and generally just people dying to bleeds and other combinations of damage incoming. So pretty rough early start of this dungeon here. And then we do see Perplexed as they're moving through their 18 Priory. dealing with some of these dangerous packs with all of these paladins and all of these casters, which just means there's going to be lots of group damage coming through. And they're actually cutting backwards a little.
Yeah, Perplexed grabbing a little bit of extra count from behind where they'd previously been and grabbing it into the boss here. Now again, note that Perplexed aren't playing an Arcane Mage, so they're not getting a bunch of free funnel out of this, but they are just getting to kill these mobs off largely for free. Oh, it's, okay, yeah, they've grabbed a Sharpshooter here. Interesting.
Oh, this is a pack that teams usually pull on the first boss, right?
Yeah, so maybe they've decided it's just going to be safer to fight it with this boss. I mean, kind of makes sense. The second boss of Priory is a pretty, I mean, it's dangerous, but there are also large sections of time where it's not dangerous, right? There's short bursts of a lot of danger, and even those can be really mitigated by a Death Knight, which most teams have. The Anti-Magic Shell just handling all of the empowered pyres pretty much by itself.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, so Perplexed again, just playing some different variations of these routes here. Very cool to see them really innovate all of these strategies on the third weekend, right? After seeing all of the other first seeded teams doing different kinds of strategies, they still think that they have a better idea and they iterate on those strategies. So very, very cool route by Perplexed. We'll see how fast they are at the end of this run here. 2 chesting on Priory, actually pretty difficult on the 16 already. And we'll see how close they'll get to that 2 chest timer on the 18 as well. Yeah, Goated now on all Waxbeard on that plus 20 key level. Looks like they did send their Cane Surge already on that first card and some other cooldowns. We do have an Incarn available from Terrascend for the next card in case they want to send it for that one.
Yeah, this is a boss that the Arcane Mage really shines on this boss. I mean, the Unholy DK will compete and maybe beat them on overall damage, but wow, the Arcane Mage is doing so much damage to the important targets. You can see Goated immediately as well, swapping to that cart. At this key level, it is all about just cart management, right? Making sure that those carts never explode. This one actually gets a little bit dangerously close there, but you can see that Touch of the Magi exploding on it, sending it the rest of the way home. And Goated already have the boss here nearly at half health, even though they've only been in combat for about a minute. Very fast boss, thanks to how strong this comp is with all those free ads around. Not to mention the trash they pulled in here, a couple of those pack moles, giving even more consistent funnel.
And definitely doing really well. Arcane Surge now ready again, so maybe sending it for that next one, while also getting a lot of damage onto the boss as well. So looking really good for Goated. We'll see if they're going to be able to get this next one done. You do see a lot of bleeds here on Terrascend, stacking up to 10 actually. 11. Okay, we're going to have to worry a little bit about the Moonkin's health here, and maybe have to reset that bleed as the card did go down. And looks like we did reset, so we're going to be fine here. But yeah, those bleeds can stack up so quickly, and it can be pretty dangerous if you don't handle it correctly. Especially if you get a bad fixate target whenever a card comes up, and you kind of want to make sure that you full-on focus that card, but then you also have to fixate, and you have to kite around, but then if you kite and you lose damage on the card, it can be dangerous situations, especially if you have fixates on the healer as well a lot, which can be problematic. But you can see Teamer already going up to 17 stacks. The super actually does go down to a charge. Thankfully, we do have the card go down, so we do have the Battle Rest on Supreme, and we should be able to recover this one. No more card has to be killed. They're going to be able to finish off the boss here. Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment. Supreme does go down.
Yeah, no battle res for the next bit of the dungeon as well is going to be a little bit scary, so hopefully they're able to keep that going. But Perplexed have taken care of the second boss and are now heading up to that very dangerous third boss area here in the Priory. Tobo's going to fire off a Nature's Vigil here to help keep everybody topped to this double Paladin pull. But this area at the top of the stairs, pretty dangerous, and they need a lot of counts. So they're going to have to fight almost all the trash up here. We'll see how they decide to tackle it, because like you said, Perplexed have not just been yoinking strats from the previous weekends, they've been adapting and innovating and iterating off of those strategies, so they may have different ideas for how to pull up here than we've seen the other teams do. The Fire Mage actually works out really nicely in this area, because the Arcane Mage is great at killing off one priority target, but in a lot of these pulls, you kind of want to just burst AoE, blow up a bunch of mages and stuff before they all start free casting on you once you run out of ways to control them. And the Fire Mage definitely does better than the Arcane Mage at that kind of job.
It definitely does. And we can see they're already pulling 2 packs here together. Looks like they only go for
this is
one
pretty
light
standard
spawn.
way
Yeah.
to fight this. You can line of sight around the corner here if you don't have the Death Knight, but of course, most teams that we've been watching do have the Death Knights. They're able to just grip in one of those casters. And then we've got a light spawn and a paladin with a lot of health here. But a lot of the danger in this pull actually comes from the priest and the mage casting those heals, casting those random, fireballs and holy smites on people if you're not careful. And then, of course, the light spawn channeling that purification beam into a target. If that combines with them getting casted on, can be very scary. You can see Swag here getting the pain suppression to help get through this. Mob starting to die as well. Another very dangerous spot here whenever these Risen Footmen die, exploding for a bunch of damage. But it looks like Perplexed have navigated this pull reasonably well. And just the Paladins left now. One more round of Sacred Tolls, I think, are going to come out before these die. Going to be a little bit dangerous on the health bars.
Well, definitely looking okay as we do see one more AoE come out. And now we'll see what they're going to be gathering here as there's 2 more light spawns left. One in this pack and one in the patrol. Looks like they're just going with this single pack for now. A double light spawn and a plus 18, especially in this area here, can be dangerous because sometimes we see teams play the double light spawns in the previous area before the first boss. But there, it's like you don't do that many... You just full focus on that pool, and then afterwards you do a little bit of a smaller pool where there's no light spawns in, where it's not necessarily a smaller pool, but a less dangerous pool on your group members, so they can recover their defensive cooldowns. Here in this area, on the other hand, you have so many paladins and so many light spawns and Brawn Pike as well that all require your team members to have defensive abilities available, like the Shadow Melt or other just huge defensives to survive these fixates, plus the damage from the paladins that they don't necessarily can do double light spawn pulls back to back into Brawn Pike or something like that on an 18 key.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get this one taken care of as well. So now we have Brawn Pike still to deal with. Also still need to pick up a 17.5% count. The patrol is approaching from the right here. They've got some markers going out on the casters in this pack and the patrol. Looks like those are going to be doubled. And the grip and the kick are going to let them grab those 2 mages from far away. A footman is patrolling as well and is going to join this pull as well. So, okay, another nice, kind of 2 packs, but one of them is quite large here. We've got 2 light spawns, which are threatening the people that they're casting that purification in, and a lot of kicks to manage. A fireball volley here nearly goes off, but they land that Chaos Nova to stop it. Next set of casts now. Going to be interrupted again. And it looks like they've done a pretty good job here of keeping these under control, although Divine drops a little bit low there, forced to press meta.
We did just see the Vortex and Typhoon combo come in for the interrupt, and also this probably to be able to prevent the mobs from moving away, as that light spawn unfortunately did get healed by the other light spawn death. So not perfectly managing the light spawn positions here, which can be difficult to do, because both of these light spawns, of course, are not CCable or displaceable, so they have to be taunted into the correct spot, which is also difficult because they cast this purification, and while they channel this, they cannot be moved no matter how many times you taunt them. So definitely very difficult to get them into the correct spot, but there we go, that second light spawn now also going down. And now we're going to be gathering up for this Brawn Pike pull, which I do have Bloodlust 4 in case they want to use it. They can either use it here or for the boss. There we go. It is
Here,
going to be
makes
committed
sense.
for this AoE pull.
Yeah, the big thing about the Bloodlust here is the defensive value you're getting out of it. Finishing the pack sooner, killing off these mobs sooner, killing them more quickly so they can all die in an AoE stun. And also giving your healer extra haste is nice for helping them keep your group up. But a really important part of the lust here is your tank. Vengeance Demon Hunters gain a lot of defense out of haste. They're spawning more souls, consuming more souls, and that's allowing them to stay much healthier here. So you can see, the health bar of Divine is getting threatened by these mobs when they're outside of those stuns, but the lust really helping him sustain through it. As these footmen are now getting into range to start dying, darkness comes down. AMZ as well, but Sisevi's still going to go down even through those cooldowns. The barrier is out. Looks like the res lands as well. So not a perfect run anymore from Perplexed, but still, I think you'd be pretty happy taking a 1-death run in a Priory. Tobo's going to tag over this priest, help bring it in. And they're going to get into the last boss here. Count's going to be perfect after this priest goes down as well. And Perplexed, not quite on 2-chest pace in this dungeon, but not far off.
Interesting. It definitely looked like they weren't really going for the 2-chest, right? Because I do think that they were... Okay, I don't want to say they went slow, because they did go fast, right? But I do think that there were some things they could have done, especially here in this last boss area, that could have sped them up like a little bit to be able to potentially get the 2-chest timer here. But I don't think Perplex is looking to get it here. I think they probably are saying, you know what? We don't need the 2-chest here. We're going to be fine with the 19. And we don't have to risk anything to get the 2-chest done. So playing somewhat on the safer side, even though still, of course, incredibly fast as well. And now Goated is finishing off Blaziken on their plus 20. Still only that one death on the board that we did see earlier on Supreme on All Waxbeard. They did use that Battle Rust 4. And now we're approaching the Candle King. Ooh. Candle King, of course, one of those very difficult boss fights we've talked about over and over. Just so tough to heal. And
they've got the Wandering Candle here.
Oh.
Now, true. I thought this thing didn't give any count. So the way it works is if you walk in here, you can tag the first kobold, and that Wandering Candle will just die. But it looks like Goated have decided to instead tag the candle, and then it won't die, and you can fight it. Now, I had thought that this doesn't give count, but we're going to watch it and see if it does at the end of this.
I think it does not.
Okay, yeah, then it is a mystery as to why they would pull it. We'll watch the count. Maybe they changed it. Maybe I missed something. But yeah, if this was just a mistake, then good on them for being able to survive this. Although one thing that this has cost them is Dorky's last resort. His cheat death is now gone, which means he's going to be vulnerable, and he's going to be vulnerable probably during the darkness section of this dungeon as well.
This is not ideal, but I'm going to double check anyway. Let's look at the
count
percentage.
doesn't move.
Yep, so, maybe it's delayed.
Oopsie.
Maybe it's delayed count.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
let's keep our eyes on it.
A minute later, yeah. Definitely, let's double check that count later.
There's some RP.
Anyway,
they have to be
now
really careful
we're
here.
try.
This jump, they don't have Mind Soothe, so it's a little bit more tight than usual.
Yeah. True.
All right, they've done it.
We got it. All right, Bloodlust available for this Candle King here. Immediately gonna be used as well as all offensive cooldowns are available. Didn't use anything on that Wandering Candle that may or may not give count in like a minute or so. We're gonna keep checking. As
it's any day now. They're just waiting to add it to the scorecard. Surely it'll be there.
Yep, eventually will. And yeah, we'll see how Timber is gonna do and the rest of Shaman here. We've seen most teams actually play the Disc Priest on the higher key levels. Well, actually, this is probably the key where we've seen the most different healers at the highest key levels, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Resto Shaman, Resto Druid.
Looks really good on this
Priest,
fight.
Right? Yeah, very interesting.
And Mistweaver from Physical God Comp as well, let's not forget.
True.
Yeah.
So that actually seemed... Because we talked about how difficult this boss is to heal, if not the most difficult boss in all dungeons. And so far, in the MDI, we've seen 4 different healers be able to heal this. So make sure you invite all of the healers to your pack groups. Apparently, all healers are capable of healing very difficult boss fights. Just a friendly reminder. You don't need a Disc Priest.
Yeah. Especially impressive here from Timba that he's able to heal Terrasant through this boss fight. Let me tell you, that's not an easy feat. So looking really good here for Goated. 3 million HPS out of Timber as they're going to put this AMZ down for the next little bit here. A little bit of awkward positioning required for this pickaxe. Mizuna outside the AMZ drops pretty low, although it looks like maybe an altar was set at full health there. So instantly able to full heal. And they've done a good job of stacking up these effigies as well. That's something you'll see good teams do here, is as soon as Azuna kills off that back effigy, he's going to blink forward and spawn the next one, nice and ahead of the group, rather than staying behind and spawning those molds in the wax puddles, which is something that can very easily happen if you don't instantly run forward. So this informs their entire strategy here. You're going to see every time these circles come out, their players at the back are going to be the most mobile players that can quickly get forward, and then they're going to have everybody else play further forward. And you can see Terrasant there, one of the targets. This time Azuna wasn't targeted, so Terrasant instead jumping forward, and that's going to be the way that they solve this.
Yeah, very nicely done here by Goated, as the boss is now down to 36%. They are definitely dropping really low, as you can see. Timba Is he gonna survive this explosion? Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, it just always looks so scary when I look at the health bars from these players, and they're not full HP because they don't have some of the like disc shields or whatever coming out, as we usually see it when they play the Oracle Priest. And it just looks very scary because the initial damage that these circles do is just crazy. On top of course, the absorb that happens afterwards.
Yeah, not a lot of defensives left for the group here. Spiritling Totem's already been used. Timba extremely low, needs to top out of this heal absorb in time. Looks like it's going to work out just fine, though. Healing Tide Totem and Anti-Magic Zone going to combine to get them through this. And now we have Anti-Magic Shell, Bark Skin, Astral Shift all back here. So it shouldn't be too tough to get through the last 13% of the Candle King. Working really well here for Goated. Timer is looking good for them also. Actually looking really good. Just a question of handling this darkness area. Again, note that the biggest failure case in the upcoming trash pull is a tank death, and Dorky does not have Last Resort. So this is going to be an important thing to watch. Although before we get to that, there is some cool tech that we saw out of Perplex, some cool quality of life that they have found in their in one of their runs that I believe we have a replay of. So watch this as the trash is coming in on the last boss here. They're actually just firing off the Ring of Frost. The Sigil Chains into the Ring of Frost is how they're choosing to control these mobs while they tick down. Nice combination of abilities to just keep them under control. You gotta be careful with those things, because if they reach you and start auto-attacking you, it's gonna kill you. But you also don't want to overcommit 400 different CC abilities, so 2 good AoE crowd control effects handled pretty much that entire set of them really nicely.
And it was really well done by Perplex. Very cool tech here. As going back to Goated, as we did talk about the difficulty of this next pool coming in with Dorky not having that cheat death available. You can see him jump around, gathering up all of these horrors and creepers, as the rest of the team is making sure they're moving the cart into the correct position. And Timba is just running around trying to chase Dorky, which is very difficult because Dorky is very fast on his Vengeance Demon Hunter. And Shaman not so much in comparison, but there we go, Timba can keep up, trying to throw some heals on the way onto Dorky while also not getting healing aggro, which can also happen, of course, since Dorky is not doing too much to these mobs. And the damage dealers, of course, not doing anything at all, because otherwise they would for sure be getting aggro. There we go. Everything is gathered now, and they're going to be trying to nuke this down and kite it away from the corpses as much as possible, so Dorky's health bar can stay up without that cheat death available.
Yeah, looks like it's going well so far. Here's that meta pressed. Mobs starting to die as well, and Knock is going to come out to keep them away from those corridor creepers as they're dying. We have knockbacks and knockups getting used here on these remaining horrors. Dorky on 9 stacks is going to land the Dispel here, but now we're going to be running out of meta here momentarily. Darkness is still available. I wouldn't be surprised to see it used as a personal tank defensive in a moment here. It looks like Dorky's health bar is relatively stable. Anti-Magic Zone coming down again as a personal defensive for the tank against the magic damage of that dot, which Timber is dispelling pretty much on cooldown off of Dorky, up to 4 stacks, down to 20% HP. And then the Dispel and the heal saves Dorky once more, and the last few mobs now starting to die. They are through the worst of it, and with so much time left on the clock, they just have to not wipe. We'll see how they go at the end of this dungeon, whether they try and take the trash onto the boss or just kill it off first.
Alright, so I actually want to take a quick look at Ducks Can Fly. So Ducks Can Fly, they struggled so much in the Theater of Pain, right? We talked about this before. But now they are in the 16 DFC. And I want to take a look, just to see if they have the potential of 3-chesting this key. And it looks like they have 6 minutes left. They're now gathering the same pool that we saw Goated just gather. And then they could potentially be pulling everything, the rest of the enemy forces, into the boss. So I think, I mean, in theory, they could potentially still 3-chest this? What do you think?
Okay, this pull could take, let's say, a minute. So then we'd have 4.5 left. Cart section, another minute, 3.5 left. Take all the trash onto boss. Do big boss damage. Big Arcane Mage funnel. Yeah, you know, it's possible. I would say it's going to be very, very hard, but they're being really fast so far. They're on their maiden specs. They're super comfortable on these. They've got Lust available. Goatface, unfortunately, no Last Resort here. so is still in some danger, even at this plus 16 key level. But I think it's definitely within the realm of possibility. Yeah, this would be huge. Ducks Can Fly, they could really try and mount a comeback here, and it would start with a plus 16 3 chest in the Darkflame Cleft for sure.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We're gonna have to keep an eye on Ducks Can Fly here for sure. See how close they can get to this 3 chest timer. Because yeah, as you said, this would be their way back to potentially making it to top 2. After all of these issues that had in Theater of Pain. You know what? Maybe Theater of Pain was just not their run. Maybe they're just super goated in the rest of the dungeons and get all of these 3 chests. Maybe a 3 chest Priory 16. You never know. We're gonna see what Ducks Can Fly have to offer for the rest of this day here. As Goated is now fighting the darkness. They do have only 1 minute 47 seconds left, which I don't believe is enough for a 2 chest, but it also doesn't really matter to get the 2 chests here or not, because I very highly doubt they're gonna be attempting the 22. They are very likely just going for that 21 afterwards, which means it doesn't really matter for them. So let's see where Golded is at. They have an 18 Priory left to do. They have the 21 EFC left to do. I feel like that's the most important keys, yeah. Making sure they get the extra 2 points from Priory. And then make sure they get the 21 DFC for the tiebreaker. And then afterwards, what they do would just kind of be bonus points. Then they can choose between like the higher Priory or the higher TOP. But yeah, I think they probably are just going to stick and do the 21 here before they move on to the Priory, just because it's fresh in their minds.
Yeah, very strong for tiebreakers as well, of course, to get a 21 on the board. Although the fact that there's 2 points available in the Priory also make it a pretty compelling option. Realistically, they'll probably want to do both in the last 2 hours of the day, so I think staying in the Cleft makes sense as well, as you are warmed up and fresh on it, and Goated looking really good here. They looked a little bit sketchy. I'm not going to lie. The off-specs looked pretty sketchy from them, but if they think they can qualify without too much practice time on the off-specs, maybe it's a good sign, right? Yesterday, we saw Mandatory also looking pretty rough on their off-specs, and then looking great on their main specs, and Goated, maybe not quite as great as Mandatory or anything, as a Fear comes out from the boss. Woo. That's not good at all. So look at everybody's frames here. You'll see there is a debuff now on every single person's player frame. That is a permanent debuff that they have gotten thanks to that cast going off from the candle getting to 0%. You can see Dorky tried to refill it, but wasn't in time.
Yeah, so that is not ideal. They still have that lot of slot. They're still going to be able to finish their run, of course, but yeah, don't necessarily want to have this happen. Especially not on 21. Yeah, 6 minutes left on the timer.
It's a 10% increased damage taken debuff and 5% reduced haste. I mean, it is really nasty.
Yeah.
Even one stack of that, they're basically now doing the boss on a plus 21 level. They can't really afford much more of that.
And definitely not. Thankfully, they do have so much time left in their plus 20 that they're going to be able to do this. Bloodlust is running, which is sad Bloodlust, because with that debuff, it means it's not going to be as nice as it could have been. So definitely going to do a little bit less damage here across the board. But yeah, the boss is dropping, 10% left. As we do have another cast go through a little bit here. Didn't quite manage to get the whole one done. I didn't deplete that candle this time around. But yeah, Goated looking good for the rest of this run. They also have the enemy forces done too. Didn't miss any of that either. And looking back at Ducks Can Fly, I want to look at their 3 chest timer. Let's take a quick look, as they also are on the darkness. And we talked about that might be one of their ways to how they can get back. 1 minute 14 left. The boss is 71%. No Bloodlust available. One Arcane Surge is coming up. This would be the last one within that 3 chest timer. I don't know about this one. I think this might be a little bit too close. What do you think?
I mean, it's extremely close. I think it's in range. They need to do 10% more in 50 seconds. I think Ducks Can Fly actually have this. I think they have the damage here. That Arcane Surge has fallen off, but there is going to be one more Touch of the Magi, a mini burn out of the Mage. No more Incarns either. We're going to get one more Dark Transformation in this window. 8%, 7% left on the boss in 35 seconds. This is going to be such a tight finish here. I don't know if they're going to have it. 5% now. This is going to be right down to the wire, but this would be so huge for Ducks Can Fly if they can secure it.
This will be so important for them, but only 20 seconds left, and it looks like they don't have any offensive cooldowns left at the moment, so the boss is dropping so slow. 3% to go with only 11 seconds, 2%. I think there's a chance, but they would somehow have to find the damage
6,
without those
5,
offensive cooldowns.
4. They're 1%
Come on,
off.
you can do it.
The Eternal Darkness cast gets
They
stopped.
did
They've
it.
done it. Ducks can fly.
Oh
Put the
my
3 chest
God.
plus 16 on the board. Wow, that is huge for them. They are mounting a comeback off of that. They can go straight into the 19 if they want, and then they'll be caught up with pretty much all of our other teams here. Only Goated have the 20 in that dungeon.
Wow, that was amazing. I mean, look, ducks can fly. They might have little duck wings, but they flap them so hard, and we see them pull off these amazing things as they continue to work their way up. That 3 chest was so impressive, and of course, that is what they needed to try and get back in on this. So great to see them pull that off. But we're going to have a quick little swap here on the desk. So, Nagura, you will be headed out, but I hope you enjoy some rest, and we will see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Bye. And we're going to be bringing Makes in. So Makes, obviously, we just saw this amazing thing from Ducks Can Fly. Obviously. Like, we're going to talk about it. But I also wanted to talk too, so we can kind of dovetail both, right? So they pulled off this +3, but Moza on Ducks Can Fly also had said this season that he had grown by playing DK this time around, a superior class that can proc Blood Beast, Blood is Life.
Yes.
So do you think that the reason they got this 3 chest was because DK is so powerful and so strong and the best class in the game, or like what do you think
trying to
is
get us
contributing?
nerfed, Rook? Where are we heading here? Hello?
I'm so sorry. No, I am curious what you
Excuse
think
me?
is kind of... I'm totally not trying to get you nerfed, but
DK is
maybe...
a great class that needs no more tuning changes unless number go up. No more nerfs, please. So we're in a perfect spot, and anybody that disagrees is just a hater, as I would like to go on the record here. But no, absolutely phenomenal from the Ducks, right? We had such a tragic start. We had so many redos on that 19 TOP, but they didn't stop. They didn't say, okay, let's go into another 16. Let's make our life a little bit easier. They know exactly that they need to have that 19 on the board in order to have a chance of make it to the Sunday, and they're persevered, and now we're seeing them in that 16+3, the second team in the entire MDI season thus far to be able to put that 16+3 on the board. I think it's so great, and I'm so excited for them.
Yeah, the amount of time they spent today getting the 19 theater on the board, they're going to be able to spend like a third of that time to put the 19 cleft on the board as they are entering that dungeon again. But the Amazing Zoo, also a team to look out for here. So the bad news for them is that they are not going to hit the 2 chest timer. They're already past it here in this 16 Priory with 4 deaths on the board. Very bad news for the Amazing Zoo here. The good news is, though, they are at least completing the keystone, so they are going to move up to a solid 53 points, but it's a 53 with no 2 chests on their scorecard, whereas Goated are at 54 with a 2 chest, and Perplexed are at 55 with a 2 chest. So if those teams can convert those 2 chests into the points they represent, then those teams are still somewhat ahead of the Amazing Zoo, but there's still 2 hours left in the day. If the other teams choke and the Amazing Zoo or Ducks Can Fly really accelerate here, they could certainly still overtake at least Goated.
Yeah, there's still, it always feels like there's not a whole lot of time as soon as we get into the 19 level keys, but there's still 2 more hours for those teams to start their very last dungeon run, which is plenty if you think about how many keys you can successfully run in a time like that, and given that so many of our teams already have those high dungeons done. I'm of course always excited to see the Priory. I don't know how you're feeling, but because we've seen so many different options in the Priory, similar to the Floodgate, I just think it's such a great dungeon to see how teams are routing, and I'm quite excited to see if we're going to be taking a look at the safe spot up there again to deal with the Lynxes.
Yeah, Goated moving into this dungeon. Now on their main specs, they did the 16 in here on their off-meta version of the comp. Now heading up to the top of the stairs. And let's see what they decide to do here. Entangling Roots comes out. It looks like we're just going to be skipping past this area here. Heading over straight towards the mini-boss. And there are some footmen over to the left that Dorky could grab here, but it looks like it's just going to be running straight down the middle. We've got the double light spawn, quadruple caster, and the mini-boss in here alongside a bunch of little neophytes that do a lot of damage if you're not careful.
That's right. You need to be very careful just in general, also with the mini-boss, to not nuke into the shield, because if you hurt the shield, it hurts you back sometimes. So you need to be a little bit careful there and coordinate with your healer as well. But they are going to be doing that wonderfully as they're working away on that 18. In the meantime, we did have the amazing zoo actually start at 17. They just unlocked, but immediately walking back out as some of their players are getting killed off by some melees. I'm not exactly sure what went wrong. I just saw the nameplates drop and them running back out of the dungeon. So that is going to be a very quick reset. I think anything under a minute is not the worst thing in the world. But of course, like you're mentioning, a team that's already behind, you would really like that there's no hiccups like this happening in your day from here on out.
Yeah, exactly. There's just not time left for mistakes to happen in the day, as we only have an hour and 54 minutes left for teams to start new keystones. Cool thing here, though, Goated, Azuna is actually on Frostfire Fire here. So this is, I think he's now the third or fourth mage to play some Frostfire Fire, and this dungeon in particular, really nice for it. So this hero talent tree lets the mage sacrifice maybe a little bit of that single target burst, a little bit of that single target consistent damage for a lot more AoE burst if they can line it up properly, because so much of their damage comes from these meteors and these comet storms, and if they can land those perfectly at the start of one of these dangerous pulls, they can really help get rid of some of these casters, some of these mages, right at the start of the pull. Not to mention the fact that this is a better defensive hero talent tree as well. You get the frost barrier and the fire barrier whenever you hit your mage barrier. Really nice effect there.
That's right. I love seeing the little tiny optimizations teams have been doing to just opt for the different dungeon runs. And I also want to say that I think it's really cool. You know, we've had seasons where every single dungeon required exactly the same specs and talent builds than the other ones. And I feel like this season in particular, we're seeing so much different variety. We're seeing like the Resto Shaman come out in the Darkflame Cleft, the Destro Warlock come out in the Cinderbrew, and like all of that kind of mini changes on what is considered the best comp that have just been really, really exciting to watch. So I love seeing that. But let's take a look at Perplexed in the top right corner, because they're currently working away on Baron Brownpike in the 19 Priory. Now, this could be where this dungeon ends for all of our teams. I'm not 100% sure because we've been surprised in the past, but I would wager a guess that for most of these teams, the 19 Priory is the highest we're going to be seeing on today's board.
Yeah, I think the Perplexed probably are planning to do this dungeon at plus 20. You know, if it comes up again, if it comes up in Global Finals, for instance, I suspect that's going to be their plan there. But I don't think that there's necessarily time in the day-to-day for that to make sense, because if you look at Perplexed's other dungeons, they're going to be sitting on a 19 two-chested Darkflame Cleft and an 18 Theater of Pain, both of which I think they're going to want to upgrade. So I think, and in particular the Cleft, doing the 21 Cleft will be a big deal. So maybe after they finish both of those runs, they would come back to the Priory, but there's not a lot of time left in the day to do all of that.
Yeah, they will need to prioritize, and then of course the highest priority should be giving towards that Darkflame Cleft, because in the case of teams tying on their score, we look at the highest key run among other tiebreakers, and so knowing that the Cleft just has the highest potential out of our three dungeons today, with Theater of Pain and Priory both being meaner dungeons, I think it is relevant for them to actually keep that in mind. But let's take a closer look here now at Perplexed as they are finishing out this boss. We were saying in earlier groups that usually we would like this boss to be finished by 23:30. Do I remember that correct, or was that a different number that I'm remembering?
That sounds right. I didn't have that in my head right now, so if that is the number they're looking for, Perplexed are way ahead of that check for sure.
Let me do some investigating as we are looking across our priories of the previous days, but I do think that was that, and in that case it is super, super fast, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe we can pull up some of our Priory dungeon splits and we can see how our teams have been doing, because Priory is a dungeon now that most of our teams have been in.
I have it. So It's not 23:30, it's 20:30. 30. But
Okay.
in fairness, there's a 2 and a 3 in that
Yeah,
split, but they're still pretty fast if you're looking at the split here. So if they were to plan on the 20 priory, they definitely for now seem to have the time to do it. Whether or not they can live it is a whole nother question that we'll need to see once they actually venture into that dungeon. But of course, first they have to deal with what I think is the hardest part of the priory in total, as we are going to the Great Hall with all of its trickery and mean mini-boss.
Yeah, this upstairs part in Priory is definitely, in my experience, the hardest part of the dungeon. The thing is, you actually can't go much bigger than you can go in like a weekly key up there, right? We don't really see teams pulling more than 2 packs at a time up there because you just can't. You're just going to die if you do that. So counterintuitively, it's actually kind of easier in the MDI setting because all of the other sections of the dungeon, they're adding extra mobs to make them harder, right? If there's ever a pull that feels easy, they're just going to add more and more to it until it no longer feels easy. Well, the pulls up in this section already start at that really hard level, and you have all that practice from live. So I think that the teams usually feel pretty good once they make it to this point about the end of the dungeon here. We see a lot of the wipes in Priory at or before the first boss because that's the area that changes the most, that you add the most to from those standard, weekly key routes.
That does make sense. Of course, teams are always trying to front load, but even on the base level, we have seen some issues crop up on the very
there's
last
no easy
part
parts
of the priory.
dungeon.
It is quite brutal, and of course, anything that would go wrong here is a significant time loss as well. So we're hoping that all of our teams get through this one unscathed. I like how we kind of have goaded on the 18 just shortly behind in the overall dungeon progression as well as in the key level, and perplexed here on that 19 on the big screen, both of them working away on the priory, and then the Amazing Zoo is on the 17, so also one lower, one a little bit further behind in the overall dungeon progression. The only team that seems to be the big exception here is the Ducks Can Fly, and with that +3 in the 16, they really need to make sure that from here on out they're super clean and that they can capitalize on that +3. We're hoping for them to actually get a 19 +2 out of this, I think, in the Dark Flame Cleft.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be a very important thing to watch out for here, because the way that our day is looking at the end is Perplexed are at 55 points, Goated at 54, and then Amazing Zoo at 53. So a pretty close finish going into the end of our day. Now, Perplexed and Goated certainly are the favorites to make it out of the day right now, especially because they're also still sitting on 2-chested runs that they can, gain more points out of than the Amazing Zoo. But there's definitely still more than enough time for the Amazing Zoo to come back and take second or first place here. And even Ducks Can Fly, they have a lot less points than everybody else, but they have that 3 chest in the Dark Flame Cleft +16, so they're about to pick up 3 whole points in the Cleft, and they still have a Priory that they can go and do. So if they can get these dungeons done quickly, efficiently, on the first try, they could still pick up, up to, 55 points as well, potentially.
Yeah, and then of course, this is where you start hate watching a little bit if you're a Ducks fan, because you're of course wanting nobody else to pick up more points than that, so that they can still get up. But Perplexed, having some of these issues here of Fireball actually taking out Sasevi here is immediately rest to be back up with the group. Now we need to make sure that none of these are being healed. The grip comes in clutch and all is well. There's just so much damage that goes out from these mobs, and you can see it here. The Light Expulsion once again takes down the Priest. The rest of the group dropping really low, but they are able to recover here. Hopefully, I think this time Sasevi actually ran back. Is that correct? I'm not seeing him.
Yeah, looks like it. So this is going to be a little bit dangerous here as these footmen start to die without a healer. Sasevi gets back here, but doesn't have anything set up in terms of healing. Now, the good news is Disc Priests don't need to set up all that much in Mythic Plus. It's not like Raid, where you need, 10 seconds to get all your atonements out. In Mythic Plus, 1 Power Word Radiance, and you've got atonements on everybody, and you can start healing up that way. But Oracle Disc often likes having a little bit longer to set up those shields on the other players. Luckily, it looks like Perplexed were able to manage that intake of damage by stunning and controlling those mobs. If these footmen die while they're stunned, they do not explode, and that saves you a huge amount of healing.
If we can, let's just really briefly take a look at the Ducks to get an idea of what their split timers are looking like, because I pulled up the 19 +2 split timers that we saw earlier from Perplexed, and they finished out BlazeCon on 12:20. The Ducks are on 12:41. I think it is still within the limits where a +2 would be doable, but they cannot waste more time. So they still need to be on a rather quick tempo from here on out and keep up the pacing that they have right now. Anything substantially slower, like 30 seconds more slow, I think we're getting maybe on the wrong end of this +2 timer that they're really hoping to get.
Yeah, I mean, they have the numbers for it. If you're able to 3-chess the 16, I think you're able to 2-chess the 19, as Perplexed have demonstrated for us. But, of course, there's the issue of speed and safety being things that are difficult to optimize at the same time. And if you try and go too hard in making sure you're 2-chessing the 19, you might just wipe as a result. But so far, so good in this run for Ducks Can Fly. So you can see they've got this first set of figures taken care of. The next set coming out as well, nicely maneuvered by the Ducks. The Lust makes the opening of this boss pretty easy as well. While you have that Lust rolling, usually people aren't in too much danger. It's as that Bloodlust starts to fade that they're going to have to start cycling through those anti-magic zones, those mass barriers, those healer cooldowns to keep everybody safe.
They're having a rather unfortunate spawn of these molds here because, as you see, one of them is actually left over. Now, this is where you usually do not want to end up because it requires your healer to just keep pumping more. For every single one of these statues, you are getting more group damage taken, and then it becomes harder to take them out as well. So I'm really hoping that they can clear all of them right now, but looks like the spawn near the druid seems to be fortunate, and they should be able to take these down. A little bit of a scary moment there for the Ducks on the 19. Just to give you an idea of what we're looking for, 16:37 was what we saw from Perplexed earlier, and I think they have like 1.5 minute wiggle room-ish before the +2 timer was completed. So I think we're still on the good end for the Ducks here, 1:30 before they are still within very good limits, and like 2:30 before we should be starting to get scared as the Candle King drops lower and lower.
Yeah. I mean, in theory here, okay, let's say they 2-chess this 16. It'll be, that would be in like 10 minutes, right? So they'll have 90 minutes left in the day. Then they come in and they one-shot the +21 cleft. Then they have 60 minutes left in the day. I mean, that's enough time for 2 priority runs and maybe even starting a third. But even if they could only do 2, they might end the day at 21, 19, 18 if they could do that. I mean, that might very well be good enough to end in the top 2. It would require, of course, you'd need Goated or the Amazing Zoo to be able to overtake that, which those teams have time to do it, but will they be able to succeed in the really high-level keys that are required for that? Because Ducks Can Fly, I mean, they've looked the second best of any of our teams, at least in the 16 cleft. So if they can keep that going for the rest of the day, they are definitely still alive, still in with a shot here.
That's right, and we love to see that. What I also love to see is teams on the last boss of a dungeon. I'm, of course, talking about Perplexed, who have managed to reach the 19 towards the end. And I think our dungeon timer is looking pretty good here as well. I always like to make sure that the count is at 100% whenever we check in with teams on the final boss, because there's been some issues in the past, but everything looking good here for Perplex. They're going to be facing the boss any minute now, just taking a little bit longer to reach to 50%. And then I suspect we're going to be seeing them deal with the ads in similar fashion that you guys were watching prior to the caster switch as well.
Yeah, exactly. Going to be a very interesting thing to watch here, although Perplexed do still have to get through this boss. Now, they have so much time. And this isn't the most dangerous boss. I would say of the bosses we have this season, I don't know if we've ever seen a team deplete a run on Prior's Murpray. Have we? Maybe once. Maybe it's happened once. But Perplexed would really like to not add to that counter wherever it's at. It is certainly still something where if you lose focus for a bit here, it could happen. Look at the way they're all playing on the same side of the boss here. This is designed to make it so that the ads from downstairs will all funnel up this side of the staircase if possible. It doesn't necessarily always work on all of them, but it usually works on most of them. So they should have most of those ads coming up from that right-hand side looking down at the stairs. We've got one lone neophyte that spawned on the other side is coming up on the other side, but most of the rest are charging up at them from the same side, and they're able to move and hit them with those knocks, keep them nice and far away, take the boss really far from where those neophytes are coming. A Ring of Frost is coming out as well to help keep them under control, and it looks like Perplexed have weathered that part of this boss fight as well. Pain suppression actually on Zasevi to keep him alive through that burst of damage. And Divine taking a big hit here too, but doesn't look like he's in too much danger either. Still has Last Resort available too.
So sometimes when those pain suppressions, especially towards the end of a dungeon, are being used, it's not so much about I couldn't possibly be living this without the pain suppression. It's more about a managing of resources where you don't actually want to be casting heals on yourself, so you just slam that pain suppression to make sure that you're actually not taking as much damage and you can focus on other stuff. So just allocating those resources in a more sensible way. I personally am happy that Sasevi stepped away from the cliff there, because in case you didn't know, you can actually fall down there. So that is always what gets me nervous when our teams are standing so close to that corner that they could potentially fall, but everything is going well here for Perplexed. And like you mentioned, so much time still to give, 2 minutes something. That has me hopeful for a potential 20 looking good on their end as well. Across the dungeons that they have, they could now, with the finishing of the 19, go, of course, to the 20 Priory. Now, I think that is an incredibly hard dungeon, and I think you would much rather go for a 19 TOP or even the 21 Dark Flame Cleft first. Where would you like to go?
Yeah, I would head to the Cleft. The Cleft is just, it's the most points, and it's probably not even that much harder, right? 21 Cleft, probably a similar difficulty to the 19 Theater, and probably easier than the 20 Priory, so definitely the most bang for your buck there.
So, curious, because as we went through and we got to see Priory from Perplexed, right? We kind of touched on some of the things, the adaptations that they had implemented into their runs, because they've had a chance to see Group A and B, and of course come up with their own strategies. So, Dratnos, and Makes, of course, please build on it, but Dratnos, what did you see with the tech or strats that they showed off kind of as a bigger picture in their Priory runs?
Yeah, so I'd say Perplexed didn't do anything earth-shatteringly different in the Priory. I think the part where they had the most innovation was the very start of the dungeon, the way they're pre-popping those invis pots right at the start of the run, and then getting the cooldown reset by starting the keystone. That looked really nice. The way that they gather that first pull also looked really nice. Other than that, they've largely just been using the same general idea that most teams have had in here, of heading to that left area, grabbing the mini boss there, leaving some trash. Although Perplex did also again make some slight iteration on that strategy, pulling some trash into the second boss instead of the first boss. So I would say a couple of small tweaks, no major new strategies, a lot of new tactics out of Perplex.
Well, but you don't always need to reinvent the wheel.
Exactly.
If the route is just already good, then you could just copy the homework from someone else and be like, this actually, we think is the smartest version of this dungeon, and maybe we put our brain power into figuring out another dungeon that we think can be faster, because sometimes the puzzle has already been solved. But speaking of puzzles, I think we need to quickly look at the ducks, because they have arrived at the very last boss in the Dark Flame Cleft, and we were talking about how important it is for them to be able to continue build out those runs, and 3 minutes 18 as they are trying to get the darkness beaten here. How are you feeling about that timer, Dratnos? I think good.
I think good as well. I mean, they're already done with about 10% of the Darkness's health. Darkness is always, it's a hard boss to count time on, because you pull it at 90% health and then it dies at 55% health. So they've been in combat for a minute now, and they've dealt with 10% of the boss's health. They need to deal with another 25% of the boss's health to actually stop the clock here. And they had about 2 minutes or 3 minutes to do that in. So in theory, the math on this works out. Bolstering that as well is the fact that they're going to have Lust coming up towards the end of that timer, but within the 2-chest timer in this dungeon. I think Ducks and Fly are looking good on the clock here. We're going to have 2 more Arcane Surges in this window as well. Should be one coming out here in just a moment, as that last Corridor Creeper is about to go down as well.
So yeah, if you followed all of those numbers, chapeau to you. I definitely also followed. All I took from this is they're fast enough and all is well for the Ducks, so happy to translate between math and words.
TLDR, they're probably on pace here. If they can hold this DPS that they're doing, And again, the Lust is going to help them do even more DPS. You can see they're already now approaching that 70% mark here, and we need to get it down to 55% health, so they're more than halfway through, and they've used a little bit about over half of their time as well from when they pulled the boss, but all the corridor creepers are dead, and Lust is still coming up here. So the problem with this Lust is they're probably going to want to hold it for a little while, because they want to make sure that the Arcane Surge is in the Lust. Although the Surge has been just reduced there by shifting power, so actually they're okay. They can just press this thing when it comes off CD. Maybe they'll give it 10 or 20 seconds just to make sure that the whole Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation also land inside the Lust. So maybe after the next Eternal Darkness or even the next Shadow Blast or something, they will hit that cooldown. And I think just the Lust, they'll be able to kill the boss during.
I think so as well. I also think we're going to wait to at least make sure that some of the other classes also have coolies available, so that Bloodlust should be popped, I think, in the next 5 seconds. Yeah, there we go, to just make sure everything is going well for the Ducks here. In the meantime, Dratnos, I have a highly complex and challenging question for you, because our production has shared one with us, and that is, how many duck-sized goats could you take on before it becomes more beneficial to fight a singular goat-sized duck?
I don't know. I feel like ducks are vicious animals, so I think that fighting a single...
Goats aren't?
I think goats are more passive than ducks. Like, given the size, I think if you scaled up a duck, it would be a terribly dangerous creature. So, I don't know. I'd say a pretty big number, maybe like 15 or 20.
All right. Well, I'll ask chat the same question just so we can compare some numbers. But let's take a look at Goated as they are working away on Prowess Murphy as well. Oh, Dorky, finding his way up as well, taking a little bit of a long way there around the stairs. Now, 56 seconds. I would think it would be really cool if the 18 plus 2 would be within the doable realm here, but I just don't think that's enough time to deal with the shield and the entire health that the boss still has. So we're looking at a solid +1, but not too far off. It does make you wonder.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good news for Goated. A nice clean run, and again, continuing the theme for Goated of their runs improving a lot from the, I don't want to say super sketchy start of the day, because of our teams, they still were the second best looking team at the start of the day, but their runs have improved a lot in quality since they've gotten access to their main specs, although Timber getting shot by the Holy Flame there. It looked like maybe somebody was jumping as it was being cast, so the texture on the ground may not have been visible for him. I'm not sure. It looks like they are going to get through, though, with the battle res and avoid the wipe here. Still a lot of time left on the clock. So things still looking pretty good for Goated here to move up to 56 points. And then we'll see where they decide to head next, because they'll have the options of +1 points in any of the 3 dungeons. For the tiebreaker purposes, the Darkflame Cleft would be the strongest one, but that'll also be the highest key level, so maybe they'll choose one of the other options.
As you can see, my cat is feeling quite passionate about this discussion. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing here. Hello, Ari, can I help you? She's just running into my room yelling. But yeah, I think you want to do the 21 Darkflame Cleft. I think that is going to be kind of what it plays around today, and then you look towards the 19s and the Priory and the TOP. But of course, could be that the teams have a different priority. Maybe they felt really happy with how fast they were in that Priory here. I would be inclined to agree. So maybe rerunning that 19 is not out of the question. They still have enough time to do 2 to 3 more runs in today before we reach that overtime.
Yeah, there is a bit of a problem where they need to be careful to not accidentally ban their main specs if they do too many runs with them. I believe both Perplexed and Goated have done 5 runs on alts, so they can only do 4 runs on mains before they'll start running into the problem of banning those main specs out for Sunday. Looks like Goated, though, 15 more minutes of break timer were owed, so they are going to be taking that time now. That makes sense. A lot of break timers actually are being taken as well. The Ducks also owed 15 minutes and are also taking those 15 minutes right now. So it is just Perplexed and the Amazing Zoo who are still in play right now. Perplexed looking to gain 2 points in this cleft. If they can do that, they'll move into first place. But actually, as it stands right now, Goated have the first place position with the better tiebreakers at 56 points as they're in the break. So well played by them today. They've done a really good job in the past hour on those main specs of just one-shotting every dungeon they've walked into.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure to watch them move through the dungeons. Of course, you wouldn't be in any form, shape, or way biased towards Goated, right, Dratnos? Just making sure, because like you have like a little smile on your face when we talk about them.
The scoreboard,
it looks almost fatherly.
I didn't program the scoreboard. It says Goated 1, Perplexed 2. I don't know what to tell you. There it is. You can see on the leaderboard.
No, you're right.
They have a faster Theater of Pain 18.
Right, but
and then the other dungeons, they have the better tiebreaker because they have the 20 left. Yeah. Now, haters will say that Perplexed are, they're ahead on breaks or whatever. They have the 2 chests that they're going to get 2 points out of while Goated are busy taking a break.
Yeah.
But to those people, I'd simply say, check the scoreboard.
That's what the scoreboard says. What do you mean?
Just only look at the which team is ahead of which team on the scoreboard, and don't look more deeply into it than that.
Yeah, don't look at the full scope. Only look at 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, I got it. I think you're spot on with that. Quick mention there on the Amazing Zoo. They're working away on that 17 priority. Unfortunately, weren't able to get that 16 plus 2 on the board. They also don't have access to a 19 plus 2 cleft, so they are kind of slowed down by the lack of having the additional runs being skipped, which is why we're always harping on, it's so important for teams to get like the 16 plus 2 and in some dungeons even an 18 plus 2 or even a 16 plus 3, as we've been seeing today from both the Ducks and Perplexed here. But we're going to be zoning in with this 21 Dark Flame Cleft because of course there's still a lot of lethality in this dungeon in particular.
Look back there at the door. So sometimes we see in the middle of this pull, the healer often going and grabbing some extra trash and bringing it into the boss. But this time around, they actually have just grabbed it and then left it in a Sigil of Misery. Now that Sigil of Misery has expired, and they did get those 2 casts off, so you can see they all have that debuff, 2 stacks of it, but it's not going to actually kill them. So since it doesn't kill them, it's only made them stronger here. It's going to give them some extra count, let them take it onto the boss without having to have the healer run and grab it at any time.
That's right. That's how it usually works. If it doesn't kill you, it does make you stronger. At least when it comes to these mobs here, you're going to get some extra funnel onto Blazecon. But we're zoning in with the Amazing Zoo. 6.5 minutes roughly as Prior's Merprees. The last thing that they still need to do in this 17 priority. Now, look, I would have really liked this to maybe be a +2 to give them an up, to maybe give them an out of where they could speed up some of their runs, catch up the missed out 16 +2. But that is not going to happen here. They're already over the timer on the +2. There are already 2 deaths as well happening in this dungeon run, so maybe some unforeseen problems where normally they would have been faster. Okay, for a second our DK just stood there. I was confused by that, but we're back. We're moving.
Yeah, pooling resources, perhaps. That's the explanation we're going to go with for what was happening there. Dark Transformation comes out as well, so all good for the Amazing Zoo. Again, a little bit of an awkward start to their priority runs, only getting the +1 in the 16, and now their 17 is a little bit cleaner than their 16 was, but unfortunately that's going to stop being true as well, as they have another Blinding Light cast. It looks like maybe disorienting the DK and killing the Priest here for the Amazing Zoo. The res is going to come out, and they do still have 1 more B-res, so they're not in much danger of wiping or depleting here, but, as the key level goes up, they're not going to have the same flexibility for this kind of thing to happen when they're doing this on the +18 or the +19.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit worried for their perspectives on the dungeons that come after. If you're looking at their scores, I think it would make sense to go into the 18 straight away, but we've been seeing that this priority is maybe not the dungeon that favors them too much. Having said that, I hope the deaths are just out of the way now. If you have the death in the 17, it just won't happen in the 18. You've cleaned that up, and it's all going to be well, as the Neophytes actually does come running a second wave here. They didn't interrupt that shield fast enough, and they are on their way to maybe dish out more melees to the rest of the team, and looked rather close there for their Priest for a couple of seconds. Here they come. Make sure we have the CC on those as they slowly die off.
Yeah, it looks like they've handled that again. The Ultimate Penitence coming out. We can confirm that the death we saw for I believe it was goated earlier on this boss, was from an ultimate penitence, causing the ground effect to not be visible as it was aimed up in the air and then hit Timber. So something you got to be careful of on this boss. If you're ever using ultimate penitence and the boss starts casting that, just move if you don't see where the circle is. Assume it was aimed where you were in the air. Funny little effect, especially for priests to take note of.
Yeah. See, uppies is great, but what goes uppies must come down, so just watch your feet a little bit whenever that runs out. But the Amazing Zoo is going to lock it in here. 14% still to go on that 17 priority. I think they're looking really good here as far as this dungeon goes. I'm still scared for the 18, but hopefully they're just going to be proving me wrong. Look really, really dominating in that 18. Let's take a look back at Perplexed as they're working away on the 21 Blazicon. Now, Dratnos, let me give you a little bit of a hypothetical. How are we feeling? Because we saw, of course, mandatory yesterday with the 20+2 on this dungeon. How are we feeling about this dungeon maybe going to a 22 on something like the global finals if it were to appear there?
I think it's possible that this dungeon could go to a 22 if it was being played tomorrow even, which it's not. This is not one of our tomorrow dungeons, but if it were, I feel like even with the skill, the strategies, the gear that the teams have been displaying today and yesterday, Perplexed and Mandatory in particular, I think the dungeon could be done at that level. When we get to global finals, I would say it's more likely than not that, depending on if and when we play Cleft, I think it'll absolutely go up to that level because they're already, I think, at the level with skill and execution and numbers to be able to make this happen. When we get to the global finals, we're going to be adding the turbo boost item levels to everybody. We're going to be adding corruption to everybody. I think that's going to be more than enough to... maybe. I don't know. I mean, this dungeon is... it's super hard, but it's difficult in a way that the player skill that these teams have can really counteract a lot of that difficulty. They have such good answers to the hardest parts of this dungeon. It's going to require perfection, but I would not be shocked if a 23 Dark Flame Cleft happened at Global Finals.
I'm very, really excited for it. Yeah, I wasn't taking into consideration that, of course, the turbo boost and the corruption is going to be kicking in on the global finals as well. For anybody that's been wondering in chat, I've seen the question a couple of times. No, they don't have access to it for Group C just yet, but it is going to be happening for the global finals.
Didn't want to.
That's right. Yeah,
we didn't want to change it up.
Just make sure everybody is feeling equal, even though they only compete among their groups. It wouldn't have really mattered, but just make sure that nobody feels like, oh, they did a 22 Dark Flame Cleft, they're so much stronger. Nope, we're having them all on the same item level. Looking good here. Just a quick mention, all of our teams are currently on breaks that you're not seeing on the screen right now. And then Perplexed still need to take 10 minutes, which you're planning to do after this dungeon run. But that is still plenty away by the time that happens. The rest of the teams should be back that are currently on break. And then that'll be it. No penalties for no break taking, Dratnos.
Yep, unless Perplexed forget to take their break after this dungeon. They could come out of this dungeon, go into another key, not realize, leave all their phones off. Everybody will be desperately trying to reach them and be like, no, you have to take your break, you have to take your break. But alas, they set everything on Do Not Disturb mode. I'm just saying, that could happen. But as long as that doesn't happen, we will be having all of our teams having taken all of their breaks, because the other three teams are, like you said, all taking their breaks right now, and they're all taking the last required of the 20 minutes of required break time in the day.
That's right. Just in case you were wondering who's on the team, we flashed that team card there real quick, but you can see them here as well. Of course, Perplexed, a team that is going to be familiar for very many people. I was mentioning it earlier. They added Tobo in this season specifically, and in their questionnaire, they told us that Tobo was actually handling a lot of the shot calling that the teams, of course, do. So in case you've never listened in to the high key push comms that these players have going, there's always going to be shot calls for CC rotations, for defensives, and usually things are sometimes handled by healer, tank, or one of the ranged DPS, and Tobo actually is new player taking on a lot of the responsibility there, and has been doing really well according to the rest of the team, which is great news.
it's incredibly valuable to have a DPS player step up and do some of that shot calling that so often defaults to the tank responsibility. And, especially in a group like this, Divinefield is an extremely capable group leader, but sharing some of that responsibility onto a DPS as well, it really makes it so that the work that Divine does will be even more impactful, right? It's so great when you have a player like Tobo that can step up to do that. And Tobo, I mean, he's been an MVP in a lot of the different teams and guilds that he's played in over his short career. I think he started in like Shadowlands or something like that as well, which is
is crazy. Yeah, I'm always so impressed when we have players that only started, quote unquote, so recently, and then they already play at these high levels. Really goes to show that even if you start playing WoW today, you could be at the MDI next season if you really wanted to, if you put in the work. As some of our players are definitely doing. And like you're saying, yeah, Tobo's just, I feel like he's a ray of sunshine every single time we get to hang out with him at the race, of course, as well. He's always like, oh, I have a new thing here. Now I'm giving everybody like a fist bump like this. And then he just keeps developing these things, which is very funny.
Yeah, Tobo has played, he's played for Echo and Liquid now across the Race to World First. He's played a lot of different roles as well. He's dabbled in healing. He's played some Evoker, played some Moonkin. Very capable multi-classer, capable in multiple roles. It's been very fun to watch his development, and Perplexed, I think, have been very strong over the years, but the addition of Tobo, I think, has been huge for them.
Yeah, absolutely cool to see. And what's also great to see is them making great pace here on that 21 Dark Flame Cleft. Every single time I look at the Candle King, I mean, there's so much going on here. You see how low these nameplates drop, how big the heal absorb really is. But Sasebi doing a fantastic work at dealing with that and topping up the group. And you can see that they are very, very close to finishing out this boss here. And I think our timer is also looking pretty good.
Yeah, timer is looking great for Perplexed here in this plus 21. We're no longer looking at that 2 chest or that 3 chest marker. We are just looking at whether they're able to finish the dungeon in time. Sub 20 minutes on Candle King is a great sign for that, as they now move to one of the most lethal sections of the dungeon. Divine starting off this tank, darkness gathering run that is extremely technical and extremely dangerous at this keystone level. One really big resource that he does have access to here is that last resort, that cheat death ability. Still something that he'll have if he needs it in this section, which can very easily get used if you're not careful. You can see he tapped that Fell Devastation as well earlier to make sure that he got into that meta form. A couple of these horrors are lagging behind. That's because these horrors don't immediately chase your tank. They instead will chase your cart and then start draining the life out of your cart. You can see the rest of the group is playing Keep Away, keeping those horrors off of the cart as Divine runs this route around, runs a little bit of a figure 8 pattern at the end here, getting back through the cart, gathering the last few of these mobs, letting those shuffling horrors catch up to the rest of the enemies as the cart is now through. Shouldn't be stopped much longer, although unfortunately it looks like it actually is getting stopped a little bit as some of these mobs are entering its radius. So that's a little bit less than perfect for them, but it looks like they should be able to get it started up hopefully soon here. That last shuffling horror moved and the cart starts moving once again, and we're gonna have this this big gather now complete. Once the cart gets to the end here, the light bar goes off of it as well, and they will just have to deal with the mobs and not the light mechanic anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I mean it's true. I hate to jump in here, and Dranos, especially after the spectacular breakdown you just gave us, to tell you to get out of this room and off this desk. But it is time for you to go. Of course, we'll see you at the end of day again. But go catch a little breather yourself here.
All right, thanks. Have a good shift, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks
you.
so much. And Makes, you're sticking around, but we have Tettles coming on the desk here. So a little setup, because we're watching Perplexed, right? We're seeing a lot of the action kind of unfold today, and Perplexed is an EU team. And with the addition of Tobo, as Makes and Drytnos were talking about, they've been kind of trying to push to see if they can really win the MDI as opposed to coming to second. Funnily enough, though, Tobo has also made them all practice their English a lot more because apparently they didn't have as much of a reason to talk in English until they had a UK player join the team. So they've been doing a lot of that. And of course, they're up right against Goated right now. We see in the wild.
What language were they speaking?
I know, right? They're from all over, so I'm not sure what language they had as a common one before that. But
I think it's just it has improved.
Okay.
Toto has been correcting them. So, yeah.
I was about to say, I don't think they're actually from similar countries. I think they're from kind of like all over Europe. Like, I don't know.
yeah, you know, I have no idea, but apparently the English at least has gotten better. And of course, Goated, who they're up against, is a team of veteran players who individually, you know, live up to their name, but they're a newly formed team. So, Tettles, as you come in, between these two right now, we're watching a lot of tough competition. And what sort of position do you think Perplexed is in right now as they look towards the end of the day?
I think Perplex is in the dominant position. I think that if we're looking at, like, if I had to give a % chance of them to be looking to make it to Sunday, I would say that they're probably 95% chance of that they're going to be making it to Sunday, maybe even slightly higher. They are at that 56 score currently with Goated, but once they time this dungeon, they will skyrocket all the way up to a 21 in this place, propelling them all the way up to 58 score. And I actually think that puts them in a great position to be able to make it towards that Sunday. I don't think it obviously guarantees it, but it puts them in a solid spot. Now, the only thing that could separate them from that at this point is probably a full wipe on the Darkness encounter here. This is a very dangerous
Did you have
pull.
to say that?
Well, I'm just gonna. I could just lie to the viewers, but instead I'm gonna be very honest. This is probably the last hard part of the dungeon, and the only break point, the only failure case here is Divine getting meleeed to death basically by the corridor creepers while continuing to tank the boss. Now, he does have access to things such as one charge of pain suppression. He does have that cheat death in that last resort, and he has his metamorphosis available for himself. So I kind of expect a tank, especially of his caliber, to be able to be fine on this pull in particular. But at the same point, you know, we've seen crazier things before, and tank deaths aren't something that are completely unheard of. Now, there are other situations that weird things could happen, where if you don't end up filling up the candle at like the perfect time, then it could get drained to 0, and then your entire group gets feared, and if your entire group gets feared, particularly your tank, they could die as well. But I mean, it looks like things are going well for Perplexed here. The corridor creepers are down to 50% HP. Once those mobs end up dying off, we are kind of out of the woods in terms of just difficulty on this boss.
Yeah, that's right, but that is not surpassed just yet. The corridor creepers are down to half HP as of right now, and of course, Wolf Disco quite happy about that, getting some extra funnel there in as they're working on getting the darkness lower and lower. You can see that we're right now surpassing the +2 timer, 12 seconds to go on that one. I don't think that was something we were looking for, but I will note that even on that 21, they seem to be incredibly fast in this Dark Flame Cleft, and I'm actually, I don't want to say surprised, but I'm positively noting that they probably could have +2 to 20 as well as we saw from Mandatory yesterday, which is great news for how a showdown might be going down between those teams. But the corridor creepers are dropping lower and lower, now finally going down. You can see together with that Eternal Darkness, a lot of damage being taken on the entire group, but with one remaining alive and that Bloodlust coming off cooldown right now, going to be pressed immediately. That's a lot of damage that they're now having access to, and I think the completion of the 21 is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, there's no way they could possibly wipe from here. So I did a little bit of research while you were kind of talking there, and the fastest 21 Dark Flame Cleft so far was Mandatory that you called out. Yesterday they put up that dungeon at 26 minutes and 26 seconds, so a very, very quick run. Prior to that, the fastest one that we had seen on broadcast was a 27-minute run by missed count in the Group B finals last weekend, but I think that Perplex is probably going to end up somewhere between both of those runs, maybe even north of the 27-minute mark that missed count ended up having. But Perplexed, even still, a deathless run all the way up to 58 points, I don't think you can be too upset that you're slightly slower than where Mandatory was yesterday.
I think they can be absolutely happy with that. Of course, it is not over just yet, so we're going to be seeing what the very final time looks like. In the meantime, the rest of our teams have returned from their break. It's the Amazing Zoo getting a quick little redo in. Goated is actually working away on the TOP 19 rather than going into the Priory. And the Ducks, after putting up the 19+2 in the Dark Flame Cleft, are saying, okay, Priory is our next dungeon. We want to catch back up to the rest of the group on the scoreboard totals, so they are now working away on getting that 16. Of course, for them, still continues to be important that they get the +2s on the board in dungeons like that 16, of course.
So obviously Perplexed, I kind of talked about them having the most likely case of being able to make it towards that Sunday, making it to that championship Sunday. What do you think the second team is looking to be? Like, how are you feeling about Ducks Can Fly, Goated, and the Amazing Zoo, just in terms of their score, in terms of their likelihood to make it towards Sunday?
Well, Dratnos did the math for us earlier, and basically the best score he came up with that they could get is 55, which, as you're looking across our screens right now, Goated and Perplexed both already have 56. So I think it is looking like that's maybe not within the possibility, but they could surprise us. They could do like a 16 plus 3 Priory and then just floor it from there. You don't know. We don't know. I am willing to bet on the open hand here and see what the Ducks can do.
How do you feel about them just bailing on the fact that they're just bailing on the spec variety rule just in general, and they're trying to press with most of their main composition here for Ducks Can Fly?
I mean, I think we've seen that from a lot of the teams that are maybe expected to not do as well in the other groups as well. If you're just, the Amazing Zoo as well, if you're just playing what quote-unquote is the main comp, then you are just hoping to make it to the Sunday, which is what most of these teams that are coming in on lower time trial seeds are definitely playing for, just to get a chance of maybe make it to the group finals, and then from there on, they try and see what can happen, what they can do to maybe make it to the global finals. But of course, it is kind of setting yourself up for failure just a little bit, because in case you're new to this format, teams do get their top 3 plate specs from day one banned out for the group finals. It's not going to be a thing for the global finals, but it is going to kick in tomorrow for all the teams that do qualify here. So if you are running the meta comp on all of your keys, you are not going to be having access to something like the Vengeance Demon Hunter, to something like the Disc Priest. We're actually seeing another fatality strike there, the Amazing Zoo, as they do have another reset in their 20 Dark Flame Cleft.
I think the first pull of Dark Flame Cleft and the Candle King are probably the 2 hardest parts of that dungeon just in general. The double Overseer pull, particularly at the very beginning, is just an incredibly challenging pull, and one that I'm not shocked that the Amazing Zoo has ended up having to reset on a couple of times. It's not like, obviously the best teams in the world make it look really effortless, but I swear that pull is insane. If you've ever actually tried it on live with double Overseer, the mobs just get knocked into the middle of nowhere, and then one thing leads to another, and somebody dies to the Wicklighter Bolt, and then you've reset, and you're like, okay, this pull's insane.
Yes, it absolutely is insane. I do kind of want to check in with Goated, because of course that is the other team that we have across our 4 boxes that is doing really well today. And if you just looked at the time trials, you wouldn't have maybe originally, just from their placement, thought that this was a team that would be playing as well as they did. But of course, if we're looking at the names here, we recognize these players, and we know that there's a lot of skill and XP across this team to be shared, and I think they have been playing up to it. How are you feeling about their performance?
I think their performance has been excellent. I'm not super surprised in their performance. It was one of those things that it kind of came down to how much we kind of expected them to practice after time trials. So during time trials, they initially played with 2 different DPS. They played with a player named Kess, who played in the TGP last season, and they played with Yips, who also played on No Speaky last season as well. So 2 players who were veterans of the game, but they had some stuff come up during the middle of time trials, so they kind of put in like minimum amounts of effort that was required to qualify for broadcast days during time trials, and then they put in a bunch of effort after the fact, after replacing those players. And they basically have stated that they are showing up this weekend to qualify to global finals, and they said, come hell or high water, we are making it to global finals. We will upset anybody in our path. And I think that they've actually been playing really well. Now, I think they've actually only made one reasonable mistake today. They had to reset a 20 Dark Flame Cleft somewhere around like 25 minutes into the dungeon, but that's the only real mistake that Goated has made today. Of course, you can maybe classify not being able to 3-chest the 16 Dark Flame as a mistake. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but I think that it's just been that pretty late reset in that 20 Dark Flame.
Yeah, I agree. It was in the card gathering area, right, that they had the issue after Candle King. I think their Dorky did go down there for them.
Was it in the 18 actually? Because they were playing a Bear Druid, right?
They were playing a Bear Druid. Yeah, it might have been.
So it had to be the 18.
Look that up.
Yeah,
probably was.
Something that's actually super interesting about this team is you might notice a player on their team, Supreme. Supreme was on Stamp last season during the TGP. Now he's on Goated for the season's MDI. He's actually one of the Chinese players from last season, though. So he's bilingual. He's been playing on NA all season. A very, very excellent player. He played Frost DK last season, but he's also well known for his balanced druid gameplay. So they have a bunch of Moonkin players on this team as well.
How are you feeling about seeing a Moonkin main on a DK?
Well, there's also a Moonkin main on a Vengeance Demon Hunter, so they got a lot on this team.
True. I love seeing it, I love seeing people realize that DK is very fun. Hopefully we don't get nerfed anytime soon, but here comes the next wing on their way to Gore Chop, and of course, every single time I see teams gather up this pole, there's like 4 Withering Discharge you'll need to manage, you'll need to group up, interrupt, and so on, as well as dealing with everything else, of course.
Yeah.
So let's see how they deal with it as they do this massive pull here together with Bloodlust.
So the most important ability that you're going to see right here is the Silent Sigil. So the Sludge Spewers, I think that getting their casts synced with that Withering Discharge is actually a really huge deal. And you see that Dorky is delaying that Silent Sigil as long as possible. Now, one of the effects of Silent Sigil that's like pretty uncommonly known is that it actually locks the mobs out of their ability. So you try to press that Silent Sigil as late as possible because it acts as an interrupt. It's the exact same style as an interrupt on those mobs. Whereas if you press something like the Solar Beam, that's just like the same thing if you pressed Chaos Nova on them, for example. It locks out, obviously, the main target, but it doesn't lock out all the subsequent casts that the silence goes on. So if you panic and you press that Silent Sigil too early, those mobs will start casting that Withering Discharge over and over again. And something that I thought that was really nice about Goated there, and why that pull allowed them to be as clean, is because they continued to chain their AoE CC on that Withering Discharge cast, which is a 50% longer cast than that bolt that actually goes off. And I think it just allows it to be a lot more clean of a pull. Now, you do have to be very coordinated with your CC, but I think how they set up that pull made it a lot cleaner than we've seen in the past, where teams, like you kind of talked about, you have to hold your breath and you worry about wiping that pull.
Yeah, it's just a lot that goes into planning these out, and a lot of these teams even have like spreadsheets that make sure that everybody knows where exactly which CC is going to go for every single one of these pulls, because it is so much. Yeah. Just in case you were wondering on how they're managing that, but of course the difficulty doesn't stop there. They need to do with the fronty backle, as you guys call it here, on the gas back. And then they also are going to be pulling the Butcher and Horror into Gore Chop as well. And I feel like Gore Chop has been such a challenge for teams today. It's gotten better in the second half, but in the first half of the day, we saw so many deaths on that boss.
It's just, I mean, really easy to die on that fight. So the jump between 18 and 19, while it is obviously a jump in key level, not all jumps in key level are made the same. The Sludge Spewer style mobs, I think they're called the Oozling Leftovers on the boss, they go from not one-shotting you on an 18 if both of them leap on you to one-shotting you 100-0 on a 19 if both of them leap on you. And so that kind of creates the situation where you have to make sure that you're dodging out of the way of them. Otherwise, you end up getting one shot, which is very, very dangerous.
You know, I'm sorry to just jump in here, but I did see a little bit in chat, and, it did dawn on me that Makes was kind of predicting at the top of this weekend that we would be seeing a lot of something that made everybody groan except for me, and that something was Augavoker. So Makes, where's the Augavoker at this weekend?
Listen, you guys always flame me for caster cursing runs. You are welcome for this one. I jinxed the Augavoker for everybody that was watching by predicting it 100%, making teams not pick it. I was playing 5D chess. I'm just gonna say it right now. I hope you're happy, and you owe me a thank you, is what I want to say.
So just get back to the question at hand, where is the Augavoker exactly? Because I don't think you answered that. I feel like you just kind of dodged the question.
I cursed it. It's not here. That was the point.
But where is it?
Wow. Yeah, where did you hide it?
It's somewhere where it can't hurt you anymore.
Chat, she's waffling. She's not answering the question.
Honestly, I'm quite excited that we saw so many different specs all throughout this MDI season, and I'm almost a little bit sad that we don't have the spec ban rule in the global finals. Maybe that's something we'll take as a learning. I don't know. I personally love seeing it and have these different specs in there. I know some of the players have differing opinions on that, but as a viewer, I think it's been really great to just see the teams bring out the variety and bring out the big brains.
Yeah, I think that Augavoker is actually really interesting. I've seen some teams start to look to play it potentially on live. The issue with the Augurvoker is that it requires such a very different composition just because of how it does damage. If it ends up being good, it's one of those things that we wouldn't have seen until the global finals, just because it requires a lot of re-practicing the dungeons as well. But I think that there's still a chance that the meta continues to develop and mature, because if you really think about it, we're only 10 weeks into the season so far, so it's not even like we are actually that long into the season. On top of that as well, we're getting additional item level gear from the Turbo Boost event for global finals, and we're getting corruption on top of that. That might put you in a situation where you are overemphasizing stuff like group survivability as well, where it's really difficult to tell exactly how the meta is going to continue to mature over time.
Listen, I don't know if you've been watching some of these Ret Paladins and Keys. I personally think that is maybe a spec some people are
Ret
sleeping
Paladin?
on. They do insane damage, yeah.
Well, here's the issue with Ret Paladin, is that you're forced then to play with a Ret Paladin player.
No, honestly, I can't argue with that. You're right. I mean, they're playing with Boomkins. How much worse can it really be?
A lot.
Moonkin main speaking, by the way.
You don't even get Mark of the Wild. You just get this annoying Ret Paladin who links overall damage meter, and he literally is using the one-button rotation prior to 11.17. It's ridiculous.
I feel like there's some stocked up anger there, but let's take a look at the Ducks as they are on their way to maybe finish out this 16. I think they still need to deal with a rather scary pack here, but then they are going to be on their way to deal with progress. And on the timer end, I think the +2 could be doable, which at least is good news. Of course, the Ducks are still playing for placement right now. It's not going to be possible for them to actually get one of the top 2 spots, but I feel like we can cut them some slack. They had a really unfortunate start into the day, and they've been looking really good ever since they left that 19 TOP.
Is it not possible for them to make it anymore? Is that like,
listen,
is that like 100%?
Dratnos did the math. I'm not allowed to do math. If you want to prove me wrong, go for it.
No,
I'm willing to believe it.
Listen, I was just asking. I'm just asking.
I would love them to be able to still claw their way back, but I fear it requires more magic than a mage can deliver. Hopping on over to Goated as they're working away on this 19 TOP. Tuddles, I have a question to you, because you were in chat earlier basically backseating Zyro and me a little bit on the routing. Tell me about why we're playing the Bone Reapers.
So the Bone Reaver is slightly faster route in here. The reason most teams don't do it because it's much harder, because the Bone Mage casts that Bone Spear ability one-shots you 100 to 0 if any of them go off. It doesn't matter even if it's your tank or anything like that, you basically just die. But that platform is much faster because those Bone Mages, they start with like a shielded HP pool, and if you utilize things such as Purge or Spellsteal to be able to remove the shield, it's just a little bit of a faster pull in general. It's harder. It is a lot harder, which is why you don't see teams really go for it. But it can probably save you somewhere in the order of like 15 to 20 seconds if you play it super clean. But it also kind of depends on your cooldown situation. It's difficult to get like gathered really quickly, but then you just like throw AoE CCs at those Bone Mages. So like these Bone Mages right here, it's like a great example where if you look at their cast is 3.5 seconds long. So even if you don't have a bunch of interrupts, you see Timbermaw spamming Shackle Undead on one of these Bone Mages, and that's basically the same thing as just throwing an interrupt into it. He's literally just spamming Shackle Undead. He doesn't have to heal on this pull, and so same thing happens realistically on any of the future pulls. There's no group damage that should necessarily be happening, so it should allow Timber to just like spam Shackle Undead if possible. It's just a little bit faster. It's not that big of a deal though.
It definitely seems a lot harder. So
it is harder. Yes, you can get punished.
I guess it pays off
worse.
if you're doing well with it. Yeah, for sure. We also saw, I think it was the Ducks that had an issue here on Dispel earlier, because of course you also have 3 of the Bone Mages here that you need to control, as well as the Soulbinders that also require interrupts. So once again, we're going to be seeing the full AoE CC rotation that teams, of course, are opting into. Beam a great part in that rotation, similar to the Silent Sigil as you were talking about earlier on. That is going to help them quite a bunch, but because of this pack being here, I always feel like if you go to the big Bone Spear pull after, it's like, oh my god, is anything still up? Do we still have access to anything?
You don't have your Silent Sigil anymore, right? Like, I mean, look at our Silent Sigil, we're a minute 10 away from it, so you could have either done that pull in one singular pull, or we could have like split it up, done it a little bit slower, and then you would deposit the orb on the right side and go do the bone Bone Reaver, but I think that the pull that they just did was much faster, the way that they had it set up with those DK grips. They're also, this is a good problem to have, but they're too fast. You tend to want to be looking to Bloodlust this pull, but since they're too fast, I don't think this is going to cause a problem. But it's just something to factor in that they might have a little bit less firepower than they kind of initially anticipated whenever they were routing this dungeon.
Listen, somebody in chat said something, and as you know, chat is always correct. Somebody said that the Ducks Can Fly can still make 58 points. Which, if that's true, they still have a good shot. So if you're a firm believer if chat is always right, just know that that's possible.
I
think so as well. They would need to...
I put all my points into split timers this season. I didn't put any of my points into knowing math on the fly for figuring out how many points teams can get. And what I will say,
the thing is,
a 1650 gore chop, very good. That's all I know.
That's good. Thank you for your contribution here. So they need the 21 Dark Flame Cleft, and they need the 18 Priory. So those are the two dungeons they basically need to finish in a very clean run, because of course our timer's ticking. Only 55 minutes until teams will be locked in their runs and they will not be able to start another one. But theoretically, if the Ducks have perfect runs from here on out, there's a chance.
Is it not possible as well, if they have perfect runs from here on out as well, that they get another dungeon run like at the very, very end of the day and they could maybe try that 19 Priory? Is that not
if they're
possible?
really fast in both of their dungeons and with logging across, characters and teams and so on? I personally think there is still a world, but of course at the same time, Goated and Perplexed aren't stopping, right?
Okay.
Perplexed right now already has 58. Goated is working really hard on putting that on the board as well. So it's not like everybody else stops and it's only the Ducks who can accumulate extra points. So it is going to be very, very hard for them, but not impossible.
Yeah. All right. Goated here on the big screen in this 19 Theater of Pain are actually looking in great position to continue to time this key. I mean, I was kind of shouting it out earlier. A 1650 Gore Chop split is excellent. Honestly, a 10-22 Zav, that's not something that you should scoff at either. Most teams, I think that Ducks Can Fly, in one of their runs that got really deep and was actually pretty close to time, they had like an 11:45 Zav the Unfallen. So the fact that Goated had a 10-22 Zav the Unfallen has just set them up quite nicely here. Now, there's a question. Where are you supposed to press this lust? Because I think that they're too fast, where we're only getting one more lust inside the dungeon. It looks like they're going to save it for Mordretha, I guess, because otherwise you would have just fired it on pull here.
Yeah, I would be inclined to think so as well, because that's where you had your cooldowns ready, right? If I'm looking across the board here, it looks like everybody just pressed on pull, so it looks like we're keeping them for Mordretha. You can also tell by their count that they're still doing the pack into Mordretha, that some of the other teams, like Perplex, for example, they do that pull on the very first one, on the affront of challengers. So it might just be that they're saying, oh, let's utilize it there when we pull the extra trash into Mordretha and make that just a little bit safer for us and save it here on Cult of Rock. But I agree, I think they're really, really fast.
Yeah. They're also doing something that's really sweet as well, which is, look at this, they're not actually over AoEing those Lost Soul ads. Instead, they're letting their mage continue to just get that free funnel off of them. They're also allowing their DK to get any of that additional strength from that defile as well on them. But you have to be very careful, as that ad almost actually ended up contacting Cult of Rock, but they just play it so clean that they're never actually worried about those ads contacting the boss and just continuing to use it for additional barrage cleave, for mage single target damage, and additional orb procs, which I think is actually genius mode. And just look at how much damage Azuna, Supreme, and Terrasant are all able to do. It's just one of those things that it allows everybody to do more damage whenever you're playing it like that. Now, you do have to have Sigil Chains, because otherwise, if the mobs just run in unslowed, you can start to run into problems. But if you have the Typhoon and the Ursul's Vortex, that allows you to continue to make sure that you do a little bit more damage. Oh my god, the mage just ascended on the damage meter there too. That's nice.
Yeah, we're really, really happy about the damage that they're putting out. In the meantime, we did get some quick timer maths from one of the casters who's not on broadcast, because of then we're allowed to do math. Zyro says, if Ducks can do like a 27-minute Priory 18, which is the dungeon they're in right now, and one shot a 26-minute Dark Flame Cleft 21, they can start another dungeon. So the 59 would be on the table in that case. Now, as you can see, we're at the very beginning of this 18 Priory. In the event of anything going wrong, them either being just a little bit slower in that dungeon or even a reset, they will not be able to get to 59 points, but the 58 seems to be possible as of right now, so we'll keep a close eye on how the Ducks are developing through the dungeon. But of course, it is kind of between them and Goated here, really. Because if Goated is able to just do well in their next 2 dungeon runs, and that 19 is awfully close to being completed as well, that window is going to be closing for the Ducks.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking fairly solid here in this Theater of Pain, which again, it's starting to close that window more and more. And then they basically have a decent amount of time to put up the 21 Dark Flame. That's kind of the next thing that I would go for them. I mean, maybe you could go for the 19 Priory. What's your kind of read on this situation for Goated here? What's the next dungeon you would go to after the 18 top?
I think you have to put the 21 on the board if you're looking across the team, right? If the other team that is threatening your standing is the Ducks, and the Ducks have access to that 21, and it would give them 2 points over 1, you know that that's where they're going to be going. And so to save yourself from highest key tiebreaker in the event of tying score, I think you need to put that 21 Dark Flame Cleft on the board here. I think it's of utmost importance, really.
Okay. I mean, looking at Goated here, they're about to absolutely smash this 19 Theater of Pain. They have their Bloodlust primed. They ended up saving it for somewhere in the order of like 7 minutes, allowing that to come back up. And the Arcane Surge is coming up in 6 seconds. The Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation and double Incarn is going to be available here for Goated. And all that separates them from being able to time this dungeon on a 19 is Mordretha, the Endless Empress. Never really known the full title until now. This is great news for me as it's popped up on the screen. Well, just see it on the thing is Mordretha the Inla. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, the timer. You never really know the full name, but yeah, the Endless Empress here going to be absolutely decimated by Goated here.
Well, we are seeing this boss definitely move along nicely. The trash has died off. The Bloodlust, on the other end, is still running, and of course, there is a lot of technicality to Mordretha on a plus 19. I mean, the technicality is even there on the lower levels as well. You need to make sure you dodge this Dark Devastation. You need to make sure you dodge all of the ghost challengers that spawn around you, as well as dodging the charges while not walking too far away so that the ads that the Dreamwalkers they're spawning, that they are still staying close to the boss and can be interrupted. But of course, our teams are all pros. They wouldn't have issues with that, surely.
I mean, Makes called it technicality. What I would call it is download the Eyes Weak Aura. Like we gotta be looking at the Dark Devastation here. We can't be also getting knocked by the challengers on the wall. We gotta be clutch. We have ice in our veins on the side of Goated. They might have had a mistake in the 18 Dark Flame Cleft earlier today, but no more time for mistakes. No more lollygagging. We got to time this key. Big IOs on the line.
That's right, and they're going to be going into phase just shortly. Quick look on over to Perplex. They did have 1 death there. Looks like the DK did go down. I'm seeing 2 more deaths on the overall timer, so I'm not sure if there was more to it. We just caught the tail end of what exactly went wrong there, but looks like they were able to recover and are pushing onwards as they are working away on that 19 TOP that we're seeing Goated in right now. You can see the charges from the bulls coming in. Dark Devastation has been channeled as well, and now you're going to be getting the ghost copies, as I like to call them. It's always, you're seeing Supreme on the back end there, a little bit sad as the rest of the team dodges in the opposite direction, but cleverly solved as the boss just stood there, making sure he would still be in attack range. Yeah, of course, Clawing Shadows is also a really nice spell.
We got the Green Skull guy out here this season. We're not on that Frosty. We're not on that Breath of Sindragosa Frost DK anymore, where it's just catastrophic if we lose uptime.
That's right, and Mordretha dropping lower and lower. 4.5 minutes to go on Goated. Very, very fast timer. In the meantime, a little bit of an oopsie happening for the Amazing Zoo once more. They've been struggling on trying to put that 20 Dark Flame Cleft on the board, a bunch of go-agains, and Perplexed is now in what looked like one of the most volatile parts of that TOP 19. They're entering Gorchop, and they're taking a lot of trash into the dungeon room as well. They're in the bottom right. Very, very scary pull for Perplexed. As Goated is finishing out this 19. This is going to bring them up to 57 score.
You think 21 Dark Flame is the next proposition for them?
I think they have to. I think if you're looking at Ducks, it has to be. You don't agree? Do you think they go 19 Priory?
If you can guarantee that you're one-shotting the 19 Priory, I think you can go to that 19 Priory without too many problems. It's more about what you think is more automatic. If you're really worried about tiebreaker potential, then yeah, I think you just have to go to the Dark Flame and you spend 45 minutes on that. But if you like one-shot the Priory, then you still have 15-ish minutes for resets in that Dark Flame 21, which should be more than enough time to give like one real honest attempt at that dungeon. It just kind of depends on what they spreadsheeted at the beginning of the week, and it looks like they're going into that Dark Flame Cleft, kind of like you were shouting at. Oh, Zasevi! Oh, taking a ride on the hooks. This could be bad. This is why we have Dwarf though. We Dwarf racial off that bleed.
Yeah, make sure that is not going to be causing further issues. But of course, now it is on cooldown from here on out. You need to watch your feet just a little bit better. Does get gripped in here, is going to find the gaps between the hooks this time around. But this is what I was mentioning. I just think this pull is absolutely insane. They have so much into boss here, while also dealing, of course, with the oozing leftovers that the boss himself spawns. The meat shields are in here on the horrors. They didn't get interrupted. That is now a lot of extra shield that they will need to cleave through. Honestly, this might be tech for having Arcane get more targets on there and just leave them be, but definitely a lot of scary, dangerous things that are happening here. And of course, every single time these leftovers charge to ranges, it is going to be extra damage that Zasevi needs to deal with as they are working away at Gorchop. I will take a look at Goated, and they are in that 21 Dark Flame Cleft. I think the reason, because you were saying if you have like a clean one-tap 19 Priory, I think it just makes sense to put that on the overtime and put more time towards working on the 21 Dark Flame Cleft, right?
I mean, maybe. It depends on if you feel like you can one-shot the 21 Dark Flame as well. It really just kind of depends. The thing with Dark Flame is like the first pull of the dungeon's really hard, and then obviously the Candle King's really tough. Those are like the two hardest parts of this dungeon, just in general. I guess that makes sense if you think you want to throw a couple of attempts at this first pull right now. Not really worried too much about it. I mean, it looks like Goated just in the picture-in-picture are going to be able to down that first pull, which is great.
Yeah, this is a lot of where the difficulty lies in early. I mean, if you're looking at the Amazing Zoo, they've been having issue with that exact same pull on the plus 20 over and over again for what feels like the last 20 minutes or so. So definitely not a pull to scoff at, but we're zoning back in on Perplexed as they are nearing the end. There's 4 leftovers here, which spells danger to me when I see it, but thankfully I don't have to heal that, and the rest of the group has finished out the remaining leftovers as well. How are you feeling about the split timer here on Gorchop, Tuttles?
A little bit slower than where Goated were, and just in terms of their split, but I mean 17-17 is fine. You need like a 19-30 here on Gorchop to be eligible to time the key. Obviously they had 3 deaths, so I don't think this has been the cleanest run imaginable for them, but at the same point, like, assuming that you don't wipe to the next couple of pulls in the Kultharok wing, it should be more or less okay. But we do know those pulls are a little bit on a knife's edge, where it's a situation where if you have any of those Necrotic Bolt volleys going off, that can wipe you. On top of that as well, the Bone Mage Bone Spear cast, that one-shots anybody 100 to 0. So you kind of have to watch out for all of those. Anybody can also die to this.
Oh! Did you just curse our player's life on air, Tattles? Tell us, why would you do that? You cannot see it, but he literally stopped mid-word and is sitting there giggling to himself, hand over his mouth. Come on, Tattles, fess up. What did you just do?
I didn't do anything, Your Honor. Listen, I was just offering up potential ways.
All players.
I was just offering up potential ways that you could have deaths or potentially wipe. Not like I was expecting to see them.
Unbelievable. can't believe you would do that. Quick note here, interestingly enough, Swag is actually playing Frosty K still on that 19 TOP. That's something we've been seeing from other teams as well. It's just the dungeon in itself with its layout doesn't favor Unholy too much as is, and you can get a lot of value out of playing Frost.
I think it also has to do with the spec ban rule as well. Like you really are trying to avoid banning out something like the Vengeance Demon Hunter. You're looking to avoid banning out any of your other DPS. Like you're trying to keep the Destro Warlock unlocked as well. So I think that, Frost, like you also said, the damage profile here is pretty good. It's more single target priority damage focused and less like raw AoE like that Unholy DK. Like Unholy DK in Prior to Sacred Flame though is insane, whereas Frost is less good. But I think that Frost in that theater, kind of like you shouted out, is a great selection.
Yeah, I like it as well. Of course, the teams are well aware of the spec ban rule and are still playing the occasional off-pick, even on the somewhat higher keys as they are working through them. Checking in with the Ducks. Now, Tettles, I'm going to need you to give me a split timers for where we want to be on Baron Brown Pike. Was it 2030 that we're looking at here?
It depends on the route. People play like really weird routes in the MDI this season. I think, yeah, anything below a 22 minutes is normally like pretty fine. But teams actually like to backpull trash sometimes in this dungeon. Like we've seen some interesting routes from Perplex and Wunderbar, where after this boss they'll go and grab some additional trash and stuff like that. It kind of depends on what the route Ducks Can Fly is electing to play in here. I think that the split for Baron Braunpike, it requires a lot of additional context with their route just in general.
All right. We'll need to stay tuned on how that is going, of course. Perplexed, working away on that 19. How are you feeling about them? I talked to Dratnos a little bit, saying that, like, it's one of our teams with, like, so much competitive history. How are you feeling about their showing today?
I think they've looked better. They looked better than Mandatory did yesterday. Is that controversial to say?
Well, I think we saw two very different versions of Mandatory, both within yesterday. I think the first half of yesterday, Mandatory looked shockingly unclean, and then I think the second half of yesterday, Mandatory looked super impressive and very fast, which, if you add that together, then, yeah, I think on the overall, Perplexed is looking definitely cleaner than I say that as I'm looking at 4 deaths in this 19, but yeah, I do think so.
It's not about necessarily the 4 deaths. It's more about the efficiency in which you were timing the dungeons and the speed in which you were timing the dungeons. Like, I think so far, Mist Count didn't have a great day 1. Wunderbar had the best day 1 out of all the other teams. Mandatory had like an okay day 1 yesterday. I think that Perplex has had the second best day 1 that I've seen so far, just in terms of their consistency in which they're timing these dungeons, and on top of that as well, the strategies in which they're deploying. I feel like they've actually come into this weekend super clean, in a way that I think a lot of the other teams should be kind of watching what they're doing and trying to understand some of the routes that they're continuing to play. Now, it's going to be very heavy competition for them tomorrow, and so it's not obviously it's not just a one-day event, but I think they've actually been looking great, and to the point where there's a chance that some teams could potentially... there's a chance that Mandatory gets upset tomorrow if teams aren't super careful.
So, I might have a little bit of insight to how Mandatory approached their day yesterday. And from my understanding is that they kind of looked at, what's the cap for like these dungeons that we think the teams can do? And then they'll just do that, but faster. That's kind of where they ended up, and that's also how they ended up with a 10-minute time difference to the team that sat behind them. But I do agree that they didn't look as crazily innovative and impressive in how they handled their overall day structure. So I'm curious on how it's going to play out tomorrow, when, of course, the teams will suffer the effect of the spec ban rule. But if they were smart about it, they should have the classes and specs available to them that they wanted to play in the dungeons. They know which dungeons are going to be up tomorrow. And so I'm very curious on how that's all going to shake out for our teams.
Yeah. Right now, though, but circling back to your initial question, I think Perplexes look excellent. I don't think that I have any complaints about any of their gameplay today. It's really going to come down to how they stack up tomorrow. This is kind of a team that's very... I would say inconsistent with their gameplay sometimes, and they also love to overcook strats where they're just like way too good. They're way too smart for their own good a lot of times. Where they also came in second place in last MDI, where they ended up wiping at the very end of a Grim Battle. They ended up losing that series 3-2 to mandatory. So it's a team that obviously has a ton of skill. It's gonna be about their execution on game day, which sometimes has looked excellent. Sometimes they've wavered a little bit. It's gonna kind of come down to like what Perplex are we looking to see.
I agree. It definitely has happened in the past where I was really, really excited for Perplex based on the performance, and then on the very final day, it just wasn't as consistent in comparison to what we saw before. I don't think that's mean to say. I think that's just the reality of it. But I'm really hoping that this version, this iteration of Perplexed, does not suffer from that problem, and we're going to be seeing them be very consistent at how they're playing the different days as well.
Divine and Swag go through phases where they play an obscene amount of high keys, and then they play very minimal amounts of high keys. Like, they kind of go through phases where they're like painfully addicted to World of Warcraft, and then they go through phases where they're not playing it as much. And I think that their tournament performance kind of ebbs and flows with that level of addiction that Divine has to the game.
Well, I think all of our pro players here at the MDI are never going to leave us, and we'll always play WoW, because that's how I feel about the World of Warcraft. But I just want to quickly check in with the Ducks, because we did get the math from Zyro earlier on. Here's a replay on how it all went wrong. The Sacred Toll coming out here, and it's just annihilating both their Druid and their Mage. Zyro was saying that they want a 27 Priory 18 with those deaths. Is that still going to be on the menu?
Well, I think they're talking.
I'm inclined to say no.
I think he's talking about like a 27-minute real-time Priory, not like a 27-minute.
But we
like,
did
timer.
lose some damage as well when players died, and we had to recoup that group.
That's true.
Do you think we're still okay?
I think it's going to be very, very close, is what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I think the more accurate thing is I think that they're really, really quick in the Dark Flame Cleft 21. And so I think that they can actually put that dungeon up a little bit faster than maybe is required to allow them to kind of get that little additional leeway. It's going to be very, very close. They're going to have to continue to motor. You can't really just rest on your laurels here. And I mean, look at this pull. This pull is very, very dangerous. They are pulling all of these footmen and the priests into Sir Braunpike. You also have to really watch out for these light spawns. So the light spawns, whenever they get below that 30% threshold, they cast that bursting light AoE. And if you know anything about it, it can AoE heal mobs. And so you really got to worry about Sir Braunpike's health, the light spawn's health, and then making sure that you get a very clean CC chain on all of these low HP mobs as they begin to die.
Yeah, 100%. I think the math that Zyro gave us actually was already budgeting in a very fast Dark Flame Cleft. It was like 26 minutes or so, which for 21 is a fighting time, if you ask me. So we're gonna stay tuned for how it all goes. I think it's still possible, if they go into boss like very shortly, that they could start yet another dungeon run after an 18 Priory, after a 21 Dark Flame Cleft, to maybe get the potential of a 59 score at the end of the day. That would put them on a level where they could threaten Goated to maybe not qualify to that Sunday. Checking in with them, though, they're working away on that 21.
Yeah, I mean, Ducks Can Fly pulling Princess Merprey, that tends to be around Without Lust, somewhere around like a 4:45 to a 5-minute boss fight. So with that factored in, they're going to be under the timer. We're kind of looking at their potential to be able to run another dungeon after the 21 Dark Flame Cleft, assuming that they can one-shot the 21 Dark Flame Cleft. Again, we're making big assumptions
with
here.
a very fast time, yes.
Yeah, and also fast menuing. Like, they got to get to Dornagal and they got to get swapped into their composition and on the correct characters as fast as possible. So those are kind of the things that we're looking out for them.
It's definitely going to come down to the wire. We'll check back in with them once it actually does come closer to the finishing of that dungeon. In the meantime, maybe let's take a look at Perplexed, because they're on Mordretha, once again in that 19 TOP. And honestly, if you are Perplexed and you're ending the TOP 19 rather soon, there's a lot of Deathwalkers here, ending that 19 TOP rather soon, where do you go from here? Do you go anywhere from here? Let me rephrase.
So it's either 20 top or 20 Priory. They didn't put up 20 Priory during time trials, but I think that there's a chance that they've had to repractice Priory since then, kind of seeing what the new route is in that dungeon. Both Holy Method and Miscount, it did end up putting up that 20 Theater of Pain last weekend. I think that both are pretty reasonably on the table. It kind of just depends on, one, how they feel about both of those dungeons, and two, what their spec variety rule implications are looking like. The only way that you can mess up the spec variety rule is if you accidentally get your Vengeance Demon Hunter banned somehow, and I haven't looked at their specs played yet. Realistically, there could be a chance where they just have to bow out here, if otherwise their Vengeance Demon Hunter would get banned. At the same point, I think that if they budgeted correctly, there is a chance that they come back through and then they go and try to time one of those chase keys on a 20. It just kind of depends on what their spec variety rule situation is looking like at this point.
Yeah, it's something to take into account, and we saw it play out yesterday with mandatory as well. You don't want to just accidentally ban out the things you have been keeping in reserve all day. But of course, the teams want to make really good use of the time left to them as well. But in our time that we have left here at Makes, we are actually going to let you go from the desk for right now, and I hope you have a great night, but thanks so much for all of your insights today throughout the competition.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye. See ya. And we're getting Zyronic and Dratnos in to finish out the day. So, Zyro, we're talking a little bit about keys, where people are. Hey, yo, what's up? So loud.
Hey, guys.
Oh, gosh, I'm awake. This is the end of the day. This is the big finale of Division 2 as they look ahead to our group finals tomorrow. But Zyro, I love when you give us your this is the story of blank kind of moments. So, what's been the story of today? And where does it leave our teams currently as they try to make optimal use of their last 30 minutes?
So the emerging story of the day is Perplexed solidifying their position as one of our frontrunners for the entire competition. There's always questions around this team, right? We know they've been around for so long. They've been consistently one of the top 2 teams for so long. But like we've mentioned a couple times, there's a bit of a downturn heading into Dragonflight for the team. They came back into their own during Season 1 of The War Within, and the question was whether or not they were able to hold fast on that and be strong with the new blood they're breathing into the team in the form of Sevi and now Tobo. And they're looking pretty good. They're on that level, so that's been a big story today. The other story is who's our second team going to be for Sunday, for tomorrow. And Goated has really taken up that mantle here. They've been playing fantastic today. They had one reset in the 18 Dark Flame Cleft earlier today due to a little bit of bear shenanigans, but all good. Since then, they've been pretty lights out. And unfortunately, Ducks Can Fly, the second highest seed of the day, they just lost an hour really early into the day today, and they really haven't been able to come back from that.
Well, I mean, look at the score though. If Goated get this key done, they'll move up to 58.
True.
But Ducks Can Fly also will move to 58. They'll move to 57 with this Priory that they've just finished the Priory now. They move to 56, but they can get to 58 with the Dark Flame 21 as well, right? So if Ducks Can Fly go to the 21 Cleft, they'll be at the same score as Goated. Now, Goated can go do the 19 Priory in the meantime, but Ducks Can Fly are definitely still in range here. The team that is dead is the Amazing Zoo. They're out of here at 54 points, only enough time to do 2 dungeons left in the day, so they can only get to 56. But Ducks Can Fly can absolutely get to 58 here. I mean, in theory, they could even maybe get to 59. They're going to head straight to that Dark Flame Cleft. They have 28 minutes left in the day, so yeah, I mean, it's a question of can Goated actually hold on here. They're going to have a death. Timbermaw going down. Terrascent not long afterwards here on the Candle King. Now, they do have another battle res here, but Azuna needs to not go down here. Ice Cold has just expired off of him, so he's no longer got that huge damage reduction. It looks like Timbermaw is helping to stabilize here. Terrascent fires off the Barkskin and the Vigil. It looks like they're going to be okay for at least for now.
Well, we have 2 more minutes of this fight at the very least, so there's a lot of healing required. Tattles, you wanted to say something, by the way?
Oh, dude, Dratnos, so just new on the desk here. Is Perplex done for the day with the spec variety rule, or do they have one more dungeon that they can run?
I think Perplexed are done. I think they've done 5 keys on alts and 4 on mains, as Goated have Terrasant getting taken out by the Eerie Molds.
That's going
to be the end here for them, I think, because now they're down a player. Yeah, you can see Dorky jumping off. Okay, so Goated now have a ceiling of 58 points as well. They won't be able to do 2 more keys today. They'll be able to do 1 more. Here we can see what started to go wrong for them. Dark Flame Pickaxe.
Timbermaw wasn't behind.
Uh-oh. It was, unfortunately not actually positioned correctly. Some combination of Dorky, Timber, and that mold weren't all in the right spot there. And then we had a couple of more deaths.
Maybe he's just supposed to burn meld there? Like, obviously it's easy to say that in hindsight. Like, but
I think he probably just thought it was going to hit that close one.
Yeah.
But it was unfortunately a little bit offset.
So option one is the tank should have just positioned the boss a little bit further into the wax to make sure that pickaxe was going to be able to hit that easier. Option two, I think, is Timber just has to press meld there, because there's a situation as well where this is why people played R-Druid and Resto Shaman on that boss during time trials, because the mobility of the Disc Priest, if they get selected with a pickaxe and they have to run a lot, you can actually just like either run out of gas or struggle to actually get into position correctly. I mean, that's a tough deplete.
So the whole setup that I just said, after the perplex part, the perplex part is still the same. Forget everything else. Ducks Can Fly have kind of rewritten their potential for the day here with how they've played. Yes, they lost 50 minutes in Theater Pain at the start of the day, but they really saved themselves by 3-chesting that 16 Dark Flame Cleft, skipping a dungeon run throughout the day, saving about 25 minutes of the 50 minutes they lost, and now that Goated has lost 20 minutes of their own, we're kind of in a neck-and-neck scenario where if both of these teams are able to time the 21, they'll both be on that 58 score with the exact same dungeons timed, and it'll come down to time tiebreakers at the end of the day.
So, I have two pieces of news for you. The first is that Perplexed, as of right now, haven't started another key. Of course, they could do it in the next 25 minutes, but it seems like they are probably done for the day. 59 points is an unassailable first place for them at this point, so that makes perfect sense, and the spec variety rule kind of precludes them going for anything further at this point. So they are all done. However, we do have some math on the time tiebreaker situation. So right now, between Goated and Ducks Can Fly, it is Goated who have the edge on time tiebreakers by about 2 minutes between the Theater and the Priory. But
2 minutes.
Ducks Can Fly have looked better in the Dark Flame Cleft. So if Ducks Can Fly can do a 2 minutes faster Dark Flame Cleft than Goated, or if Ducks Can Fly can do the Cleft and Goated can't, then that will be their pathway to qualification, to taking that spot out of this group into Sunday.
I'm a level with you guys. All right, so he says 2 minutes faster. That is certainly possible to do in the Dark Flame Cleft. I don't feel like that the time tiebreaker is one of those situations, if you're like a Ducks Can Fly fan, where you'd be banking on it. What you're kind of hoping for is that Goated
Ducks Can Fly were more than that much faster in the 19 and in the 16, so I think it's possible in the 21 as well. They've looked really, really good in this dungeon.
They were barely 2 minutes faster in the 19 than Goated was in the 20.
You can look at the here's our timers right now. Yeah, so the 19 was not that much faster than the 20, but if you compared the 19 to the 19 from Goated, or the 19, the 16 to the 16 between the two teams, I don't know. I think it's within the realm of possibility, but you're right. Their best chance is probably going to be them succeeding and Goated failing at this keystone. Yeah. You can just see, though, the way the Perplexed timed the 21, it's well under the timer, right? It's more than 2 minutes under the timer. So if there's big wipes, as we are seeing for the Amazing Zoo over there, whose chances are, again, pretty close to zero. In fact, they are definitely zero at this point for making it out of the day. A very unfortunate wipe for them actually means that now their ceiling is going to be the 55 points, probably, not even 56. So I think they are now dead for third place as well. So I think we've locked up a first place and a fourth place at this point, and we are seeing the fight between second and third. Ducks Can Fly and Goated playing for that one extra qualification into Sunday. It's all going to come down to these 21 Dark Flame Clefts. They do have 22 minutes to reset these keys if they want to, however.
What happens if neither team... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say...
Goated have a point.
That one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Goated's got the 20.
I recognize that Ducks Can Fly has the 19-2 just now. Yeah. At the moment I started saying it, I was like, wait a second, this is easy.
Yeah, so really, there's obviously tons of pressure on both of the teams at this point. They'll both know that this is pretty much win and you're in. Fail, and the other team has the chance to overtake. So all of the pressure is still on. Yes, Goated is a little bit better off, but this is going to be scary for Ducks Can Fly. It's another wipe, and that's just a few extra minutes of the remainder of the day off the timer for them. Only 20 minutes now to get a good run together in this 21 DFC.
Yeah, they had a bonus overseer get body pulled on accident. That was clearly over.
Yeah. What did you guys
Yeah.
think about the strategy and routing that Perplex was using in this key, specifically like their first pull and the way they pulled it together? We've seen a lot of like strategies where teams will use things like Sigil of Chains and Ursul's Vortex to counter the pummel, but what Perplex was actually doing is they were pulling all of the mobs into a corner and just pummeling the mobs into the wall so they wouldn't get spread out, so they didn't need the Ursuls or Sigil of Chains to keep the mobs stacked together.
Safer but slower. I mean, that's the reason that you were playing the Resto Shaman or the R Druid during time trials, is because they have things like the second Ursul's Vortex or the Root Totem to be able to continue to contain those mobs over and over again. It's one of those things that I mean, that pull is just really hard to do whenever you're playing that Discipline Priest, but I think that once Wunderbar showed, like, they wrote the script on how to play the Disc Priest in here during Group A weekend, so then everybody kind of had the blueprint for what to do. I think that, but like you said, the way that Perplex does it, I think it's fine. It's going to be a little bit slower, though, than just like playing it out in the middle of the room, because the pack is slower to get gathered, if that makes any sense. Whereas, like, I mean, look at Ducks Can Fly here. Since they're playing that Restoration Shaman, they can drop that Root Totem after the Ursul's Vortex with the Overseer. Actually, they're only playing single Overseer here, but like if you're playing double Overseer as the first pull, it's kind of that difference there.
Yep.
Yeah, here the chains into the knock into the wall as well works out really well for the Ducks. Although, like you said, they're only taking care of one of the 4 Overseers in this area. So the next one now getting tagged in by their Moonkin, and then picked up by the tank.
It's kind of interesting because if you're lusting this first pull, you tend to believe that the teams are going to be looking to pull double Overseer like immediately with that Bloodlust. Some teams have actually elected to play this beginning area a hair slower, and then they're lusting the first boss. I don't think that either strategy is like insanely different. It just kind of depends on where you feel like the consistency is going to be added, whether it be on the first pull or whether it be you're getting a little bit better consistency in killing off that first boss. Because the first boss is actually surprisingly pretty difficult here, especially killing off those track ticks minecarts in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the big thing. Goated will be getting through Old Waxbeard here on the second attempt at the key, so we'll see if they're able to put it together. Again, it was the Candle King that took them out in that previous attempt. Just a little bit of unfortunate positioning from Timbermaw on one of the pickaxes, and of course, once the healers goes down on that fight, it's really hard to catch up at that point. We know that's probably the most difficult healer encounter in Mythic Plus in the game right now, so hopefully on the second attempt they can keep it consistent, get back there, give Timbermaw another rep on it, and they can get this one done.
Especially the Disc Priest. The Disc Priest has... I think that a lot of our speculation about this dungeon has been which healers people will play, because the Disc Priest has the hardest time on the Candle King, and something like the Resto Shaman, the Resto Druid can make it a little bit less difficult. But I do think that they've got a plan that will work for it, and it was probably just all thrown off by that initial death.
I'm so interested in seeing this dungeon for Global Finals potentially go up to like 22 or 23, and what the healing check is going to look like on Candle King for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the player power increase from the 0.5 patch is pretty insane. The 6 item level's obviously massive, tons of stat gained, but also the corruption effect too, right? Some of those effects are pretty powerful. So just all of that together, you know, could easily be 1 or 2 key levels in some of these dungeons.
It's probably going to be somewhere around... So you get 6 item levels, and then you get probably around 2-ish% from the corruption itself. But the corruption doesn't give you any additional stamina like the item levels do, so it's kind of this... Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be a lot stronger damage-wise, but you're not gonna have more HP. And I mean, look at Goated right here. They're doing triple Wandering Candle, and every single time that Quenching Blast goes off, everybody just drops super low, and Timber only has a couple seconds to be able to top people. That's why you see that they're rotating through things like that Mass Barrier. They could potentially drop that Darkness if they want to, but they also dropped the Power Word Barrier and that anti-magic zone to try to just make sure that players were going to be safe, particularly that Balanced Druid and that Discipline Priest are the most susceptible to dying on a pull like this. But with well-timed, well-executed defensive chains and group utility chains, this composition is really, really OP for stuff like that, where you got this Refrigerator DPS specialization, I'm talking about the Unholy Decay, and then you got this other Refrigerator DPS specialization, I'm talking about the Mage, so you're basically only healing 2 people here.
Prismatic Barrier is so powerful, man.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. 15% additional DR.
And the mass barrier side of it as well, where you can affect your whole group with it. You have so many group defensives. All right, so we're going to see these Blazing Fiends now. They're casting, and then they're all going to get hit by this Silent Sigil as well. So they're all now on cooldown of that cast. Look for them to line of sight the next cast. So you can see Dorky starting to cheat back towards one of these candles here that everybody around in the group is in. And once these mobs all start their next cast, we're probably going to see a Sigil of Chains grouping them in front of that candle, and then the rest of the group ducking behind it so that they can line of sight. There's that Explosive Flame cast, and actually no Sigil needed. They're just going to duck around, line of sight, and now there should be no more cast to that. So nicely handled by Goated. I will note that Dorky's Last Resort has procced here, so we are going to be down that cheat death now for most of the rest of the dungeon. It will come back, I think, during the candle cart section, which is an important section for your tank to have that.
I think you shouldn't need it up until you make it to that mine cart that you're kind of calling out. And if you were a keen-eyed viewer, you might have noticed Azuna, at the very end of that trash pull, he ended up running off to the side. What he was doing is he was pulling that Wick Lighter double Fiend pack in the corner, and now you see those double Blazing Fiends coming in very, very late. What's going to happen is basically Dorky and Supreme on this Unholy DK are going to be putting those mobs on focus. They're going to be kicking those basically until they die, and at the point at which those mobs end up going down, then Supreme is going to grip in the Wick Lighter, and then they're going to be rotating kicks on that Wick Lighter, making sure that none of the casts go off there. That is an additional point of failure, but the fact that it's just like, okay, so Supreme is never getting out of melee range, so he should always be able to get his kick. Dorky's never getting out of melee range, he should also always be able to get his kick. It shouldn't be a problem, assuming that somebody is just coordinating and calling the interrupts on this pull.
Yep. And also, tons of funnel for the mage. Obviously, always love that. As long as you get your kicks, you're totally chilling on this encounter. Of course, the main failure point on this encounter, there are two things, right? Making sure you're playing around the Enkindling Flames properly, but there's something else that Dorky's really playing around with that makes me a little bit scared, is if your tank ever walks even a yard out of melee range, the boss just kind of kills everyone instantly. So whenever I see tanks playing just a little bit further away from the boss than normal, I get a little scared. He's playing it perfectly right now, though.
I think that this is one of the fights that changes the most whenever you're playing it in a pug, like a no-voice pug versus like a coordinated group that has it practiced, where everybody knows where everybody's going to be going, everybody knows what candles they're going to be lighting, somebody's going to be shooting that tornado into that candle every single time, or you have a very specific candle that you're supposed to be shooting it into every single time. That way you're not getting too many of those debuffs. And I mean, look at this right here. They're only making sure to extinguish one of those candles here for this dot right before that massive AoE on Blaziken, and continuing to just call those kicks on that Wick Lighter. You got that Solar Beam coming out here to allow all the kicks to come back up. This is a fight that is just an absolute fiesta in a pug, where people are putting out the wrong candles, not lighting candles. I've seen some crazy stuff in some pugs sometimes. But this fight, whenever you're doing it in a coordinated group, is just much easier.
Especially when you have exactly one non-tank melee player, then you know the other three range players are all going to be the targets of this Wick Lighter barrage, and you can perfectly plan everybody's path every time. It's a lot easier than if you're trying to play like a melee comp in here, where all of a sudden you're going to have some melee run out to light some candles, but also you don't want to lose all that uptime. So this is another spot where this composition just works out really perfectly. That being said, though, Ducks Can Fly have also finished that first boss, so we're going to see these two teams making their way through the deeper parts of the Darkflame Cleft together. There are 13 minutes left in our day, so there's a little bit of time for another wipe or two, but not much more time. Soon these runs are going to lock in, and these teams are going to have to lock in to follow suit.
The lock-in call has been made from Dratnos, who historically has been the person that wants the teams to wipe the second our clock hits 0-0, right, regardless of where you are.
3 p.m.
So
curse. Exactly.
That's how you know it's serious.
Yeah, 13 more minutes, though, before that curse does come out. Be very unfortunate if either Goated or Ducks Can Fly end up getting caught by that one, because this is the vital dungeon of the day for both teams. If both teams can succeed in these dungeons, it's going to go to time tiebreakers, and Goated do have the edge. They do have the edge, but only about 2 minutes of the edge in time tiebreakers. So if Ducks Can Fly can catch up, then that would be good news. We can get a little bit of an idea of the situation on timer, though, where Goated had a 6:21 Ol Waxbeard split. Ducks Can Fly, on the other hand, I think that's a 6:50, is it? Over
it
for
is.
them?
So they're doing like a chain. You remember that first pull that we were seeing them do? They were doing an extended chain where Goated actually grabs that double Overseer as the first pull of the dungeon. And of course it's a little bit safer because you're not playing double Overseer as the first pull of the dungeon, but it is slower. And if you end up needing the if you need to be 2 minutes faster, you don't want to be doing that as like as a chain. You'd rather just do it all at once and just like slam it into one singular pull and not go like with an additional, I would say half pull. I wouldn't describe it as a full additional pull, but like an additional half pull in this first area.
All right, Blazicon gonna go down here for Goated. Sub 14 minutes on the split here. Good news for their pace in this dungeon.
Yep.
As they now head to this next trash pull. Hopefully they won't accidentally engage the monstrosity, which we saw happen for them previously. Looks like they're going to set up a little bit of a funnel line of sight gather here, and a good sigil chains into that fire as well is going to be a nice stun on some of these flame tenders, although it looks like it was a little late to hit all of them.
So you local tanks who are watching online, what Dorky did there is he ended up tagging those flame tenders, and then he walked back and tried to dip out of range of some of those flame tenders, because sometimes they'll walk towards you, but not all of them will walk towards you, and it's not super clean. But the way that you can get them gathered is just by taking a couple steps back after you throw that Reaver's Glaive at the mobs, and then, of course, this is assuming that you're playing Village Demon Hunter, then, of course, you slam down that Sigil chains to kind of get them completely stacked like Dorky did there. Very, very clean way of doing that pull.
This is where they wiped last time around. The Candle King, absolute beast of a boss. More than 4 minutes of over 4 million healing per second required out of this Discipline Priest. We've seen it done before, but it puts pressure on the player in such a way that tiny mistakes can be made, like we saw last time around for Goated here. This time around, all the pressure on the line. Win this key, and you are very likely qualified for tomorrow. Fail, and you leave the door wide open for Ducks Can Fly, who are making good progress on BlazeCon and 21 of their own. This is a clutch moment for Goated. Can they get this done?
All right, Candle King. 80% already, a good strong opener with that Lust, but now Lust has expired for Goated, which means the healing has now gotten trickier. They're going to have to start cycling these defensives. We're going to start with that AoE Mass Barrier from Azuna. Really powerful effect, because when you're playing Arcane Mage, it confers that damage reduction onto everybody as well, dramatically reducing the danger of that hit. One of the few AoE defensive abilities that they have, which isn't small, right? Something like the AMZ, the Darkness, the Barrier, something they'd have to stack up for. Like this time around, now that they're getting these circles, they can't drop a Darkness or an AMZ such that it hits everybody. You can see everybody's health dropping extremely low, and there is now one extra mold. They're going to fire off the Barrier and the AMZ here. Darkflame Pickaxe comes out. This is going to help them get down to just 5 molds, but still one extra than they should have right now.
Yeah.
And after this kick comes out, they hopefully will be able to catch back up here. But now we have no AMZ, no Barrier. Darkness, the only group defensive that we have left aside from healer cooldowns.
This is the really scary part of the fight. So we're 25 seconds away from the power infusion. Timber is going to basically be running on fumes here. We're probably going to be pressing this Nature's Vigil on CD here to try to give it just a little bit more HPS, but we don't really have any strong defensives available as well. This is the part of the fight where you can potentially have people die if you're not careful.
Big moment.
Yeah.
New set of Throw Dark Flames. Huge healing debuffs going to be coming out here. That Timber's going to have to heal off one on himself, one on Terrascent.
Nice.
That was the Ice Cold used for Asuna there as well to help out Timbermont just a little bit. Power Infusion is back now, can pop that whenever one of their DPS players has cooldowns. Probably going to be weirdly on the Boomkin here. That's the next cooldown to come up.
No, it's the DK.
Does he pop it? Okay, it's
Well,
the DK with
the DK
TT
doesn't have
probably.
an Unholy Assault for ages here, though. It looks like we're just
It's
going to PI
just the DT
a
is
Dark
enough.
Transformation.
It's a healer or PI. We don't care about the
Yeah.
DPS realistically. Like you're literally just trying to not wipe here. So now after this power infusion fades, the next phase that's after this is the one that's very, very scary again. I'm trying to look and see if they have any group defensives. It looks like
Nope,
the
we've
answer is
just
no.
used Evangelism, we've just used Darkness,
We have
we've
PSs.
just used Nature's Vigil. We're not going to have anything for this set here. Anti-Magic Shell is available, but Supreme isn't targeted, which is really unlucky. You really want your DK to be one of the targets here. Big shields, though, come out. Even though everybody's super low on health, they have massive Oracle shields on them to help survive for long enough for Timber to actually clear
are we gonna
these
oom?
heal absorbs.
Okay, so what you do on this fight as a Moonkin is you typically like innervate the healer, I would say like the 10th global of this fight, so that way they can rotate to a second innervate. Timber should be getting an innervate like right about now.
Yeah, you can see he's got that zappy lightning around him. Okay, so he had a brief innervate there, and now has more than enough mana to get through the end of the fight. Back
Shifting
to
from
Mass
Mass Barrier.
Barrier as well now, which should be a huge sigh of relief for them on this next set of circles.
Oh my god, dude, pressing the AMZ in the same time as that powered barrier was almost catastrophic, but they were able to really clutch up here. We do still have 2 charges of pain suppression. I don't think we want to use both here. It would be if we have to, like, you'll press it. At the same point, you would love to at least save one of those for Dorky on this next gather.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get through the last 5% here. Everybody's pretty much topped. AMS is coming back shortly. Barkskin charge is available too. So you can see just those ticks are so nasty on everybody as they're trying to conserve resources to get over the finish line here. They've done
4.2 million HPS from Timbermaw to keep the team alive throughout the gather. Completely tapped on the mana bar. He's going to want to sit down here. A death for Ducks Can Fly at the end of BlazeCon, but the boss is dead. Don't have to use a battle res for that. Tank's going to go ahead and pull the Flame Tenders together. Waiting for the candle to despawn once again. Good call. They didn't do the final tech, but still got all the Flame Tenders nice and stacked together here. And of course, we did res up our mage. So Ducks Can Fly, after just seeing what Goated had to go through on Candle King, now have that behemoth waiting for them after dealing with these Flame Tenders. All the pressures that Goated is going through, Ducks Can Fly also dealing with as well.
What's that Flame Tender doing over there? Are we skipping that guy?
Don't worry about that guy.
Are they not linked?
They caged that one to start, and it looks like they're taking it forward with them.
Is this not...
Are we
doing
fighting this pull here?
No. Are they doing this to stay in combat for Eye of Kazan stacks?
Is this not just really slow? Am I...
Well, we can death grip it upstairs. The main thing we got... Yeah, okay, look where their tank is. Their tank is playing off to the side to make sure it doesn't path through the other mobs, and then it's getting death gripped on upstairs. And yeah, we've got a huge Eye of Kazan stack preserved here.
Okay, now, did we not just lose, like, 15 seconds doing this?
You have to run pretty much all that way anyways.
I mean, okay, if you're preserving a 20-stack Eye of Kazan on all 5 of your players, that's like 9,000 main stat that every character is transitioning to the boss here. That's like 9% of your main stat. That is a huge buff and a completely useful for it. But unfortunately for Goated, Dorky has died on the initial gather.
Oh, they had a wipe.
Hopefully we can see what goes on. They haven't they actually did fully wipe. Do they have time to finish off this key here, or do they have to reset? They only have 5 minutes left in the day. What's the choice going to be?
Yeah, looks like they're trying to stabilize this pull here. Are Goated. We're going to chef up a quick replay for you of what went down here, but it looks like they are town portaling. So Goated will have one more shot at this. 5 minutes left in the day. After making it through Candle King, they are going to fall apart nearly at the last second. Ducks Can Fly with a huge opportunity here if they can get through the Candle King. Here's a replay here. Dorky tapping half of a channel of Fell Devastation, but then getting killed after canceling it.
Where were they? Was that the very beginning?
It was near the end of the gather there, or near the middle of the gather.
It's literally right at the very beginning. Oh my god, it was like the first pull.
And then he tries to regain it, tries to get... So here it is. Yeah, it's right halfway through. This is the halfway point of the cart section. And then Dorky getting taken out by all of those mobs. Brutal turn of events for Goated. And this may be the reason they don't qualify to Sunday, but their fate is still in their own hands. They have one more attempt at this Dark Flame Cleft. They're going to be restarting the key, but it is all about Ducks Can Fly. If Ducks Can Fly can get through this Candle King, they were about 30 seconds slower on the BlazeCon split as compared to Goated. But you know what? Timer doesn't matter if Ducks Can Fly time this and Goated don't. That will be a huge pathway to victory for them, as they are now halfway through the boss as well. Nature's Vigil is up. Mass Barrier has been used. Darkness is still available here. The AMS is going to come out as well, keeping our DK nice and safe. Couple of big defensives still standing as well. The Spirit Link Totem, notably, one of the best defensives in the game for the entire group.
Can't tell what's up with the Magic Zone, but we do still have Darkness available, which is also insanely clutch. I mean, it does require you to be standing in it, but you end up just pressing it while all 5 of those candles are out. And there's that Spirit Link Totem that you were kind of calling out. That's going to allow Luca to get everybody topped back up. And Resto Shaman, unlike the Disciplined Priest on this boss, doesn't have too many of those issues mana-wise. So Luca is just still sitting pretty over 60% mana here.
Yeah, just loves it when the players are low HP. Resto Shaman thrives in those situations. So even though the players get low HP, having no issue topping them back up with that Resto Shaman mastery. Of course, it looks a little scary, but they're going to be good to go. And I think the impressive thing is that the healing required isn't that high, right? You saw Timbermaw at 4.2 million HPS. Luca chilling at a nice simple 3.7 here. Boss now dropping below 25%. And I mean, really, like you guys are saying, it's all going to come down to just execution here at the end of the key. Can Ducks Can Fly get these large pulls done clean? Can Goated, on their third attempt at this key, match that. It's all going to come down to what happens in these 21 runs at the end of the day, and time is running out as that 3 p.m. Curse of Dratnos approaches.
Yeah, this is going to be such a pivotal spot in the dungeon. Ducks Can Fly. They do still have their cheat death, their last resort on their tank as they make their way through this vital end of the Candle King fight. Everything is looking solid for them. The Manatide Totem is going to come down to help heal through the end of this, and they might actually preserve this mass barrier into the darkness section too, which would be a nice little bonus for them. Nope, they're just going to send it to get through the end of this boss fight where it is going to get the most possible amount of value. But yeah, Ducks Can Fly, Candle King going down before that 20-minute marker. The timer is looking good for them, and they head to start this gather, the last big failure point in Darkflame Cleft for Ducks Can Fly. 1 minute left for a team to wipe and start a new key. Very soon, these keys are going to become final.
Dratnos, I have a question. So you remember earlier on in the run, whenever Dorky ended up proccing his last resort, did he re-proc it, or was it still not up?
No, he reprocced.
I'm not
He
sure.
reprocced.
Oh,
He
okay,
reprocced.
yeah.
It came off cooldown during Candle King, and he like procced it almost like as the Fel Dev was cast.
And then just
Gotcha.
died inside the
And then
meta.
just
Yeah,
died.
that can be tough. It's, meta sometimes confers a false sense of security to you, so you're not actually immortal inside meta if you're getting hit by
can we
that
do-
many mobs, especially if any are behind you.
Can we get Ducks Can Fly on the main screen here? I think this is the most important thing that's happening. Yeah, perfect. I mean, look at
okay,
oh my
Mage-
god, we get melee.
Mage is
by the
okay.
Corridor Creeper.
That's fine, yeah. This is really not that bad. This is completely recoverable. All runs are now finals, so this would be a very bad time for them to wipe. No mage means this pull might live for a little while longer than it otherwise would have, but honestly, the mage is probably going to rejoin the party long before he would have started dealing damage anyways, so
Yeah.
it's probably going to be fine. We're probably just going to be down an arcane charge or two.
Can we get Mage? Oh, I was going to say, can we get Mage
Yeah, Mage
POV
is
so
back.
people know about the torch? You can click the torch to
back.
go right back to the cart. But he's
Wow.
already here. That's how fast it happens. It's very,
This
very
is
useful if you
powerful.
die in this area.
This is totally fun. Like the only thing that your DPS are doing there is they're trying to not get melee to death by or generate any points of threat on any of the mobs, and then the tank and the healer are just kind of running ahead and trying to get all the pack gathered, which is why it's actually so dangerous for your DPS. But one DPS death there, assuming that it doesn't cause any additional stress for the tank to try to get those mobs regathered, it actually isn't that big of a deal. Now this is probably one of the more difficult parts for the tank, but assuming that he's pretty clean with his kiting, he shouldn't be able to die here. Goat also still has that last resort available, so I actually think that Ducks Can Fly are in a great position to at least see all the way into that final boss, into the darkness with those corridor creepers on the fight. This is a great position if you're a Ducks Can Fly fan.
That was Last Resort procced, though, and
Ooh.
that's one
Ooh.
less tool that's going to be
So you just-
available for the final trash count into the Eternal Darkness.
You just aggressively kite here. You like I think that if Goat ends up dying here, it's because he wasn't trying to aggressively just run away from the mobs, or maybe his candle fell or something like that. But I think that like with Vengeance Demon Hunter mobility, you can just make sure that you never get meleeed by these corridor creepers if you absolutely have to. Now, it's very slow, and the mobs get unstacked, and it's really bad to do. But if it's either that or my tank dying, I'm going to kite every single time.
Well, the thing is, they might still need the timer. If Goated also timed this key, Ducks Can Fly will go to time tiebreakers against them, so I don't think they're going to be feeling like they can take a slow and
Yeah.
steady strategy here. I think they're going to make sure that they get these mobs killed as fast as humanly possible, and I suspect they're going to pull onto the darkness some corridor creepers as well. Maybe they'll kill off some mobs first before doing that, but I don't think they're going to feel comfortable at all, because even though they're well ahead in terms of the dungeon right now compared to Goated, the timer situation for them, if both teams complete this key, Ducks Can Fly are going to have to be substantially faster than Goated. So they are feeling a lot of pressure as they enter the final section of the dungeon, but Goated are also now under huge amounts of pressure. They know this is their last chance. They've depleted 2 Darkflame Clefts in a row. It has to work this time.
And if there's any tank that can get this done, it is Dorky. Way back in the day, I believe it was Season 2 of Dragonflight, Freehold. Dorky, as part of NA's Last Hope, over time, goes for a world record freehold time after the final runs had already been called to catapult themselves into second place. They have the clutch factor on this team. They can get it done. They've got to get it done now if they want to see Sunday.
All right, here's Ducks Can Fly setting up for going straight into the boss. Goatface, no last resort. as he runs forward and gets straight into
No
boss
PS
combat
either.
after grabbing this candle. No lust, no CDs, 2 minutes of absolute nail-biting gameplay here as they're going to need to survive and kill off all these mobs while dealing with the boss mechanics on this plus 21 keystone level, again, with very, very few resources.
I mean, he does have that meta available as well here. I think he's going to be okay. I mean, this Corridor Creepers, Vengeance Demon Hunter is so good at dealing with these mobs. You're pretty scared here for 2 minutes after you press that meta. I also think that not having Pain Sup, obviously having the Resto Shaman has its own advantages, but not having that additional external is pretty scary here.
Yeah, big
And they only
defense
have
is
two
being
of them.
committed here. The link is nice.
Like that.
And yeah, the count, they got a lot of count here, so they're just going to need these 2 creepers, and they'll be able to stop the clock. The candle is a little low on power here at 36%. Luca going to run out and grab
Regular.
another light to help bring it back up during this Umbral Slash. And the candle is revitalized now. So they've got 45 seconds until they get to the Bloodlust. Can they survive until then? Meta has been pressed. So Goatface in a little bit of danger. Like you said, no pain suppression charges.
This is scary.
No more Spirit Link either to help it, use as a tank or group cooldown.
Just the darkness. That's it.
Yeah. Ooh, Luca here getting targeted without the ability to be able to meld. Really has to make sure that he's pressing enough defensives there to be able to live that massive Shadow
The
Blast
Ghost
cast.
Wolf defensive. Nice piece of utility. Very powerful defensive if you don't mind not casting for a couple of seconds. So Luca able to stabilize there. The mass barrier helping him out
Here's
as well.
the dark.
Now the darkness comes down to counter the eternal darkness. Looks like it's going to work out. Nature's Vigil
and the
and
Lust is in
AMS
5
also
seconds.
getting
Oh, no.
committed.
God.
But
The
unfortunately,
darkness. Can we heal our Moon Kid with the darkness, please? 1 tick.
Moonkin players finding a way to complain once again. But it looks like they've made it back to the Lust. Our Moonkin is rezzed inside that Lust as well, which is always good. Don't want to miss that cooldown. And now they have a lot of damage they can deploy on this boss. The creepers have been taken care of as well. We've got an Arcane Surge into this Lust as well. And Unholy Assault, looks like Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation have gotten a little bit desynced from each other, which is a little bit awkward. But should still be okay here for our Death Knight DPS. Luca
It's very
once
clear the
again
way they're
targeted.
playing. They're just trying to get the key timed. They were just pressing things as early as possible to get those creepers down so their tank wouldn't die. That was the main focus here. And Ducks Can Fly have done just that. They've got their count. The darkness is down to 70%. They only need to do 15% more of the boss's HP. And this is an insane story, because coming into today, Ducks Can Fly was the second highest seeded team, but they lost nearly an hour of gameplay due to just wiping in Theater of Pain. But somehow they've clawed their way back to, at the end of the day here, when this key gets timed, they will briefly be shooting into the second place slot, and then at that point, it's all going to be on the shoulders of Goated. Can they time this 21 Dark Flame Cleft over time, and can they do it fast enough that they'll still hold the time tiebreakers over Ducks Can Fly?
That is the big question here indeed. We're going to see exactly where that timer bar gets set. As Ducks Can Fly, no way they can wipe from here in the last 10% of the darkness. So it's just a question of what the clock is going to say at the end of this. Every death they have, extra 15 seconds will be assessed against them. So hopefully they can avoid having any more of those. The timer getting awfully close here to the end of its field here, which means that Goated are pretty close to being in a position where they can just time the key at any amount of time left over and win on the time tiebreakers. It's not going to be quite exactly that. Uh-oh, Big Fear, Rising Gloom comes out. Oh no, Ducks Can Fly. The big Rising Gloom. Okay, looks like they're going to be able to stabilize here, but now they have this debuff on everybody. That's 10% increased damage taken, 5% reduced haste on the rest of the group. Somehow it looks like they've been able to stabilize this one, but that is not going to be good at all for their timer. Another 10 seconds or so, probably off as a result of that.
Okay, so now Goated, you said that they were, 2 minutes ahead in terms of time tiebreaker?
I think it's pretty much going to be time the key and you're in, deplete the key and you're out for Goated. I will run the math again once Ducks Can Fly actually put this timer on the board, however.
Wow. The adversity Ducks Can Fly have gone through to get to the point that they're at today. Sitting on second place with this boss going down. Show us the scoreboard. Ducks Can Fly have somehow found a way into that 2 spot that they need to get into qualify for Sunday. All we have to do for the remainder of the day is just see if Goated has it in them as a team to take that back.
Okay.
To grasp victory from the jaws of defeat.
It is true that if Ducks Can Fly or if Goated can time the 21, they will be in. Because they look how fast they are in the theater compared to Ducks Can Fly. So it's all going to come down to this single keystone. Goated time it, they're in. They deplete it, they are out, and Ducks Can Fly are in. It is a make or break moment in a key that they have now depleted twice. Once the Candle King, and once the Darkness section afterwards. As we tune back into Goated, note that Dorky once again has Last Resort on cooldown here. So once again, a vital weakness for the tank player here, not having that cheat death, being in tremendous danger of dying for the next few minutes. Now, luckily, the hard tank part is generally that cart section, and Last Resort will be off cooldown again by then, but still, this is by no means an easy section for the tank after this, so scary for the tank, scary for the whole group.
We've seen as well, we saw the Candle King be very difficult for Goated twice now, where once Timbermaw gets targeted with like an ill-timed pickaxe cast, ends up going down one time. Goated ended up missing one of the wax statues and getting that exterminated, and that almost ended up wiping them as well. So this is a very, very close fight for Goated whenever we start watching them on the Candle King. I do expect them to kind of be able to kill off Blaziken from this position here, assuming that they play pretty clean, but we still have a lot of dungeon ahead of us for Goated. There is a lot of fail points here in one of the harder dungeons and one of the highest key levels that you're going to see for this season.
Yeah, exactly. Blaziken itself should be pretty easy for them from this point. 21%, all the extra trash they've pulled on is dead, but complacency is the real killer here. You can never get lulled into a false sense of security, because even the easy bosses in dungeons at the plus 21 level will one-shot you relentlessly if you fail to respect them.
As we've already seen, there is difficulty in this pull, and for some reason today, Dorky has had issues gathering that pull after the Candle King. It hasn't. This 21 wasn't the first time we've seen it happen to him. It happened in the 18 earlier today as well. So it seems to be a pain point for something they're doing with their strategy in that section of. You can see that, but that's something that's going to be preying in the back of their mind as they attempt that pull. Is it going to go right this time? Just going to have to see. Of course, got to make our way to the Candle King first, though.
All right, down goes Blaziken, forward goes Dorky, tags that Flame Tender, and now the mob's starting to run towards him. Look for a Sigil of Chains into one of those flame circles, and that's going to give a little bit of free damage and stun all of these mobs as well, which is really nice. Anytime you're doing this on Avengers Demon Hunter, look to do that exact play, and you can get a lot of free value, free damage. Look how long these mobs are stunned for, and now just one beam is going to handle all the rest of their casts.
Yeah. I mean, now we have the hardest part of the dungeon. The Candle King awaits us. And again, we've seen it time and time again. It is the hardest heal check that we have seen in literal years. The amount of damage that happens from those eerie mold wax statues is incredibly difficult, to the point where we are on a knife's edge on whether or not this boss is even healable. If you end up accidentally missing one of those wax statues, or don't abuse the terrain of the room to make sure that those wax statues are perfectly stacked, you can potentially have problems. But that's why the main strategy of this fight is make sure that you are as stacked as possible whenever that eerie molds cast starts, and make sure that the boss is positioned well for that dark flame pickaxe to be in a great position. Then, if at all possible, if you don't have to make Timber use these circles to actually clear off these wax molds, that is a massive change in terms of the ability for him to be able to heal the fight, because otherwise he'd have to use like penance to move, and he can kind of enter this weird situation where people have heal absorbs on them for a very long time, and so you just have to be super careful. And I love how Dorky is tanking this fight, trying to make it get the boss on top of one of those solo statues every single time.
Yeah, making it very obvious which statues there still are. Now look at the way that Azuna is always going to do this as well. Anytime he's targeted, he's always going to break the back statues, because then he can just instantly blink forward, and that will mean the next time Eerie Molds gets cast, he is not an outlier in the back of the room, spawning an awkward mold back in the old wax puddles, but instead is already forward with the group. Their priority for this is going to be, if possible, Azuna breaks the back molds. If not, it'll be Terrasant or maybe Timber, but if Azuna's targeted, Azuna will be one of the people in the back there. And then look, Terrasant also forced to go back here this time, enters the bear form, and bear form wild charges the boss to be able to get right back into melee real quick. Double value there, because the bear form defensive utility is also huge.
I always prefer to have the discipline priest to play as close to melee as possible and kind of help the DK with those breaks if possible, and then you have that moonkin and that mage at range, and realistically those players can play flex, but the notable thing is that they don't have to stay in there and cast flash heal or smite over and over again. They are able to move and get back into melee with those eerie molds every single time, whereas that disc priest, he's trying to make sure that everybody gets that heal absorb completely pulled off of them just for a couple seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Huge tech, huge play coming out from Goated as they know that this is it. They have to succeed this time, and they did this boss pretty sloppily the first time they got to it, so they really want to make sure that does not happen for them again. They need to hold on for the rest of this fight here. We're starting to get towards the danger zone. Power Word Barrier is going to come out on this one. We still have Evangelism. We also have a Power Infusion that's available as well. Maybe being held for the Surge here, too.
Do we have the AMZ?
Yeah, we've held on to it.
We have AMZ, we have Darkness. We don't have Mass Barrier for another minute.
I think we're fine. Look at this. Timbermaw's back in the Power Infusion here. He's going to be able to get everybody topped up through this Heal Absorb. And then after this Power Infusion falls, we are going to be pressing that Anti-Magic Zone to just kind of give us a little bit of a reprieve. In theory, we could press the Darkness. But yeah, it's the Anti-Magic Zone. I actually think we're going to be able to kind of get through all of this.
Ugly, though.
Bad mold in the back.
Yeah, they were in good position for that, and unfortunately the mold just tried to spawn on top of an existing mold, so it got bounced further back away from the boss, and now it's inside that wax puddle. Azuna tips in for just a second there, but you can see the danger on his health bar. Ice Cold, a huge power tool, though, committed by Azuna.
It's one of those things that if that spawn sequence happens, it's not that big of a deal. Timber just needs to know in advance that he is going to have to be able, like if he gets targeted with those circles, he's going to have to walk up to one of them and put them out, especially if they're spread like that. It's not the end of the world, but it does have a little bit less healing as Timber is at 5% HP and the darkness comes out. It's more of a panic darkness. Timber actually walks out of the darkness, Dark Reprimand, and oh my god,
stunned, Corey stunned.
Recover.
They were both stunned by Eerie Mold and Melee there.
It looks like they're going to be able to try and recover, though. We do have a Mass Barrier that we can click, but Azuna, disciplined, holding on to it until these circles comes out. He knows if he overcommits that, then they're going to be in so much trouble to these circles. Saves it right until those circles do come out, and is able to use that to save the group. Terrasant using that Bark Skin as well. Azuna's health dropping extremely low, 9% on the Candle King. They're going to have to deal with one more set of these circles as Supreme is now being targeted by that pickaxe. Ducks behind the melee mold there. The whole group dropping super low. Supreme targeted. Looks like he's in danger. Remembers he's a Death Knight. Hits AMS and is going to be totally safe here. The rest of the group in a little bit more danger, though. Pain suppression needs to be used by Timbermaw on himself.
Both charges.
Now he has no pain suppression charges for the darkness section of the dungeon here, which could be dangerous for Dorky, although Dorky is going to have his cheat death back available for here. So 1920 Candle King timer. The timer is good. The battle res situation is good. Everything is good if this works out.
Do you just not go for the Insane Gather? You just go like half and half, play it safe?
Nah,
they have
you
the
gotta
time.
go for it.
They have the time.
Unless you've practiced doing it slow is not safer than doing it fast because you're just not used to doing it. There's going to be stuff that you're not prepared for, so you should just do it the way that you always do it. I always advocate.
Yeah, that's a good show.
I love how Terrasant's actually gathering the candles here. Look at him at the very top of the screen. He's actually just running ahead in stealth. What he's going to be doing is there are two NPCs on the card, and their names are Supreme Supreme Unholy and Azuna. With capital A. And what they're doing is they're trying to feed the cart the candles the entire time, and Terrasant, Timbermaw, and Dorky are running as far ahead as possible, picking up the candles, making sure that the cart is staying lit as frequently as possible. They're also making sure that they get the interrupts. And those two NPCs, their only job, kick the mobs, do not let the horrors cast on the cart, and look at that. We play Ring Around the Rosie, and now the minecart. We are going to make it all the way to the end of this section for Goated. We don't have a pain suppression charge available, but Dorky does have both Metamorphosis and his cheat death available here.
Just full. I think you just got to go for the full kite here. There's no way you can die as the tank here. This is the only way you throw the key, is if your tank goes down.
Nah.
All eyes on Dorky
way.
here. Needs to stay alive. Does have Last Resort, but no pain suppression for another 30 seconds still.
Okay, meta comes out for Dorky. Yeah, Last Resort is still up as well. So he's not in too much danger just yet. It's if that Last Resort procs that we need to start immediately being terrified for his life. Sigil of Chains is going to grip back some of those small mobs as the creepers start getting large from those corpses, but a nice kite is going to keep them away here.
The grip as well, not only does it like get them stacked and away from those corridor creepers, but it also applies a slow to the mobs as well, which is it's one of the only reliable slows that are kind of in this composition is from that Sigil of Chains, and Dorky is doing a great job of making sure those corridor creepers don't end up getting that stacks of that buff that make them buffed up. Now the pain suppression does come out. Dorky is no longer has that metamorphosis. At this point, if he started to worry about himself being in danger, I think that this is the point in time in which he would be looking to start kiting these corridor creepers. But he's very well in tune with his HP bar, and it looks like he does not believe that he's going to need to be kiting here. We're just going to man up and continue to tank these corridor creepers on top of this minecart. Oh, he knocked the shuffling horrors away even. So maybe Dorky's starting to look a little bit scared here. At the very end
they
of
also
this
don't
pull,
want these corpses under the creepers as they start to die, but nicely timed, everything taken care of. The dynamite goes into the cart. We have 10 minutes left in the dungeon as well for the end here, so it is as long as they can deal with this last boss, they should be in great shape. They could pull the trash onto the boss, or I would say this is probably one of the spots where you could best justify slowing down a little bit for safety, because you know now the timer is good, and you could just kill all the trash off before going into boss.
So I think the safe part of this is kind of important. It's not necessarily that much safer to not play the corridor creepers into the boss, but the safe part is making sure that you get the skittering darkness killed off prior to pulling those corridor creepers into the boss. Right. By not having the corpses of the skittering creepers at all, it allows your tank to just basically take much less damage, and Timber's just slamming his Dispel on Dorky on cooldown. That's kind of the safe part. It's not about, I guess, necessarily not taking those corridor creepers into the boss here.
Dorky building up resources on one Skittering Darkness before preparing for the final pull of the key. It looks like they're only going to need the 2 corridor creepers, unless Dorky decides to run around and grab one more. Yep, okay. It's going to be 3. Never mind. Is there a 4th one coming in?
We're going to
No, that's a Skittering Darkness. Okay, it's 3. Look at the damage on Dorky, though, as it's just the 3 corridor creepers instantly meta being used to help. And there is the 4th one. Okay, this is what they need. This is our remainder of the trash. The question is, do they feel comfortable pulling this to the boss without the Bloodlust and without the meta, or are we going to play it safe and just kill them here? I think they're just killing them here.
This is actually a pretty safe version of this pull just in general as well, because it's double corridor creeper, which is the debuff one, but it's double corridor sleeper. Oh, actually no, it's only single corridor sleeper. I see the other one on the corners. So it's triple creeper, which is a little bit more scary, but at the same point we've seen tanks take 5 or 6 of these creepers into the boss before. It looks I think they're posturing to be looking to take this here in a couple seconds. Yeah, just looking at how Dorky was moving, it looked like he was getting ready to pull into the boss.
All right.
Yeah, here we go. Boss pulled, pain suppression on pull here. Luckily, cheat death is still available here. Last resort for Dorky if he needs it. But he doesn't even proc that, as that pain suppression is going to carry him through here. Lust will be up in 35 seconds, at which point those corridor creepers should be basically dead.
Okay, Dratnos, as a podcast co-host with Dorky, would you describe him as incredibly clutch or no?
I would say he's pretty clutch, yeah. I would say, if they wipe a couple of times, but then once it's that last key of the day, that's likely to be his best showing.
Eternal Darkness coming out, massive AoE damage. Do we use the Darkness to counter the Eternal Darkness? No. Holding on to it as the health bars drop incredibly low. Timbermaw topping the players back up. Asuna gets targeted by the Shadow Blast. Does he have the Greater Invis to counteract it? Oh no, it's on Terrence actually, and there's no Shadow Melt for him. He runs out, Bear forms to play safe, gets the shield as well from the Disc Priest. They're going to be good to go. Good external cooldown to keep him alive, and with the corridor creepers dead and the bloodlust back off cooldown, it looks like Goated have done it once again. This will put them on a tied scorecard with Ducks Can Fly at 58 points, but like we've talked about, pretty much any timed key is all Goated needs here to win the time tiebreakers.
Yeah, exactly. They just have to kill this boss. As long as they do that, they should be in good shape on the timer. But that first Eternal Darkness was really tough for them. It dropped them all really low, and there was a lot of overcommitment of defensives on that very last tick of it to avoid dying from how low they'd been dropped. So they may not have as many resources for the next few casts of that Eternal Darkness as they would like. Here comes the barrier for the next one. Dorky leaping out to grab a candle to revitalize this candle during that cast. Avoid another one of those Rising Gloom fears going off that we've seen twice today, actually, for different teams. Looks like the next Shadow Blast is going to get melded. Very nice when that one was on Timbermaw there. The candle being moved once again out of the way.
Here's less
Does
than
need
2
to top
seconds.
up. Yeah. Looks like Terrasant's going to go and grab that one.
Well, Suna pressed the Surge. Okay, there's the Lust. They were waiting to make sure that they got the Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation also inside the cooldown. It's only a couple seconds of the Surge being missed by the Lust, but you're okay with that. Just need to make sure we don't go down to the AoE damage on this fight. Shadow Melt here for the Shadow Blast for Supreme. Going to remove that ability from the encounter once again. 15%-ish of the boss's HP left for Goated to chew through. Yeah, definitely weird, but at least they got all of the cooldowns inside of it.
I wonder if it was drums. Like, I'm genuinely wondering if... there's no way you hard-press Lust in the middle of your Surge, right?
It's off GCD. It's definitely weird, though. You might be onto something.
Yeah, interesting spot here for Goated for sure. Maybe there was a Lust pressed while it was still on CD. That sometimes does happen, right? And then you have to drums.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
It was Time Warp. You pressed it in mid-surge.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
that is definitely
sense.
weird, though. Definitely very weird.
All right, Lust is now over. 67% on the darkness, 4 minutes on the clock. So the timer is not the issue. It's just surviving through the fight. We still have Last Resort. We have 3 battle reses. A lot of defensives have been exhausted, but a lot are coming back up now. We have a Mass Barrier, which is a huge defensive that we'll have for the next darkness here. So as long as we avoid this candle getting depleted down to 0 light, we should be okay for the last 9%, 8% now of the boss's health bar. Seems like Goated have weathered the storm for the most part here. But of course, it is a plus 21 keystone, so you can never, ever get complacent.
We've got 4G in the chat trying to curse his teammates, saying, easy weekly key, never any doubts. I don't think that's going to be enough at this point. If the Curse of Dratnos can't take them out, nothing can. 5% left on the boss. All Goated have to do is walk it in, finish off the boss, and they will be qualifying through to Sunday.
Is 4G the brother of 4G by chance, Dratnos?
Yeah, he played in with some of these people on Dratnos Guild team in a previous season, so not surprised he's trying to cast some curses here, but it looks like it's not going to work as Goated now just 2% more on the boss. Taking it down. It's not going to be the fastest Dark Flame Cleft plus 21, but I think this is going to be fast enough to move them into second place on our leaderboard. 55%. The darkness goes down, and there are Goated moving up. 2 minutes and 48 seconds is all that separates them from Ducks Can Fly, but it will be enough to put them in that second place position.
They've managed to do it with those tiebreakers. It was so close there. Ducks Can Fly, bringing it home after a struggling start to go ahead and push that 21, but Goated coming in under that time and managing those tiebreakers is going to get them that second place. And Perplexed, of course, coming in here, showing us that at least this time around, we have high hopes that they are huge contenders, that they are in top form, because, man, they did some good runs today and really solid performance from them as well. So, I mean, looking at the leaderboard, thinking about today, Division 2, I mean, Tettles, how do you think that our teams today kind of showed up and showed out in the dungeons?
I think this has been the closest day one that we've actually seen thus far from all of the teams. This was kind of a situation where both Goated and Ducks Can Fly were incredibly close, and Perplexed had one of the best day ones that we've seen so far. So we had 3 excellent teams with a very close battle, where 2 of these teams ended up putting up 58 points, and then Perplexed, of course, having a near perfect day, putting up that 59 points. Loved the 3 chests in the Dark Flame Cleft 16. That is absolutely fantastic work out of all of these teams that we've seen so far today. And I think that this is setting us up quite nicely for just the coolest Sunday that we've seen so far.
Yeah, this is going to be a good group. I mean, some of these teams, even in new constellations, even with new players that we have seen come in, or these veterans that we know in the space, it's just been great seeing what they are able to do. And I agree with you, Tattles. I think we are in for a very close competition tomorrow, and I can't wait to see who is going to make it through to global finals. Man, but today, right, we had our spec variety rule as well in place. So we can take a look at some of the spec bans, at least the ones that we have an idea of at this point, and kind of think about what this is going to mean for tomorrow's competition in addition to the teams themselves. So Zyro, with the spec variety rule, how do you think this is going to affect things tomorrow?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, both of our teams that look like they're qualifying through are going to be able to I think they have their entire comp available. Not sure
Yeah.
if we have our
And Destro
graphic
Lock as
available,
well, which is
yeah, the Destro Lock is the big thing.
important.
With Cinder Bermudery in the pool tomorrow, all the teams want to make sure Destro Lock is unlocked for tomorrow, and I think both of our teams have done that. I think all 4 teams on the weekend have done that, so should be good to go. I think all 4 teams that we're going to see tomorrow will be fully prepped with everything they have.
That'll be really cool to see. I mean, even with the off-meta specs, we got to see some, I think, really good play, some good strategies working around them. I mean, Dratnos, what kind of stood out for you today from the different specs that we saw showcased, these sort of off-meta, if you will?
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of seen a coalescence of our teams around playing stuff like the Fire Mage, the Frost DK, the Guardian Druid. So I'm not surprised to see those options being what the teams generally relied on as their off-meta ones. The healer spot as well, the Resto Shaman. You could make a strong argument the Resto Shaman, if you could only have one healer today, you'd want it to be the Resto Shaman, making that cleft nice and easy. We did also see at the very end of the day, which I believe this run is still going on, the Amazing Zoo, after realizing they were eliminated, headed into a Theater of Pain, and they're busting out some of their main specs, I believe, some of their comfort picks. So we've got a Marksmanship Hunter here, which actually, dude, Marksmanship Hunter is so sick. This spec does so much damage, it's so fun.
This is IO for these people. Hold on, I don't know if I don't know how I feel about their timer right now, but this is big IO if they time this key.
Wait, is this a +1? Have we seen Senrogue? You know, we have. We've seen Senrogue.
We have, yeah. We've seen
Yeah,
all
we
those
have.
specs actually in previous weekends.
yeah.
They're all great specs. That's the thing. 07 played Assassination Rogue, and Marksmanship Hunter actually several teams have played. So these are some great options, but probably some main specs as well. It's always fun when people get the chance to do these. So for anybody wondering, this is still a live run that's going on right now, but the Amazing Zoo are locked into 4th place, even if they time this key. But a 19 Theater is a very impressive run for them to do, and it looks like the timer is going to be tight. They have 3 minutes to do more Dretha. Do we think they have the timer for this?
I'm gonna go with no. I mean, they got Lust. I think the answer is no, but it's gonna be actually really close.
I mean, it's looking a little close, but I have to say, I love that they just went in to do it, right?
Oh, no!
The Amazing Zoo.
Okay, now it's definitely no. Now it's
Oh,
definitely
now
no.
it's not close. Now it's
Okay,
not
no,
gonna
no,
happen.
Cables were good.
Nice instinct there. The healer instantly cast that jumper cables. Now the tank has to click the accept and go back into bear form and taunt right after that Dark Devastation cast finishes. Wow, I love
You're
the
gonna get
healer
psyched
play
again.
here though. The instant release, or immediately realizing you have to cast the jumper cables, and then immediately pain suppressing your tank on accepting the res. That is a healer that has some experience in the trenches of playing with tanks who die to these mechanics, such as myself when I'm tanking these bosses.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look, you compensate how you can. You try to adapt. Sometimes your strategies don't go well. Sometimes that's a full on white, but it was great to see them here just kind of figure out what they need to do in the moment. And the Amazing Zoo, I mean, guildies, right? Only 2 of them, I think, had been in before, if I'm remembering correctly, for MDI, and they were just like, hey, anybody else want to do this? The Amazing Zoo Guild as well, their namesake. So they came together to pull this off and to come in and...
Again?
The Reaping
Another
Scythe!
death.
No.
It's so much damage. And this is going to be so much worse here because now the Echoes of Carnage cast is going out. This is big group damage, and that's going to kill off their mage as well. No more B-res is available here. Only, oh, it's all over. It is all falling apart here. The Amazing Zoo, unfortunately, are being sent back home without a 19 Theater to show for it. But, again, really happy to see them play today. It was really exciting watching them throughout the day. They had a really great run in a few of these dungeons as well, but unfortunately, the 19 Theater is going to elude them at the end of the day.
All right, and we're going to get a look at those specs that we were talking about here. We can actually see them now, what we've had played so far in the MDI. So, I mean, honestly, I think we covered a lot of ground with this, Tettles. The few that weren't showcased, do you think there would have been a usage for them, or you feel like we've really hit a lot of the big ones, or even the not as big ones that you would have thought would be used in these dungeons?
Maybe we could have seen a Windwalker monk potentially in like a Theater of Pain. That spec is
So we
pretty
saw
solid.
a team play the Windwalker. They didn't finish the dungeon, but we did
that's
see
true.
one zone in a rookery. So
It was a rookery. Yeah, I remember
yeah,
that.
we kind of half saw one.
Okay, so I'll claim that as we half saw one. I also think Sub-Rogue actually has a decent amount of merit in some of the dungeons. Whenever you're looking to play Rogue, I think that Sub is actually pretty heavily slept on. It can be fairly solid. The rest of the stuff, I think that it's kind of understandable as to why it hasn't seen a ton of play. I also think Blood Decay is pretty good.
Yeah,
Guys, I
yeah.
want
I
to see
think especially
Affliction
for some of these
Warlock.
lower level runs, like
Affliction
the
has a
control you
spot.
have.
Okay, all right. Convince us.
I don't know, it's just good. I mean, all of the Warlock specs are good. I don't think the flavor of Warlock you play really matters, except for, like, specifically Destro and Cinderbrew. It's so good on, like, 10 plus mob pulls. But, like, Affliction is really, really good at, like, 4, 5, 6 target pulls. It's kind of in the middle ground. I think it's good. It can be good in some keys. Probably like Theater of Pain.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you're a big Warlock fan, so we're gonna assume you're not being biased here, Zyro, because you never would be, right? You know, you would be serious always about this.
I'm dead serious.
I believe.
Dude,
I believe.
Also, Serve Hunter, another sleeper spec that's pretty strong, actually, in the right hands. Serve Hunters can do a lot of damage, but I also want to say, if you forced me to heal Candle King at these key levels of any of the healers, I'd want to be on a Holy Priest. I don't know about you guys, but that thing does a lot of HPS. Doesn't do a lot of DPS in the rest of the dungeon or anything, but it does a lot of HPS. I think that would be where I'd want to be for Candle King.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. Honestly, I have loved seeing the spec variety rule. Even just getting to see teams, you know, that have made it through. There was so much debate. We were wondering, would you have to be meta to really be competitive? But we've seen some teams pick meta, and our top teams still play off meta and be creative about its usage and manage to execute a lot of these dungeons at very, very high levels of skill. I mean, gosh, Wunderbar was incredible with those runs, and they made sure that they saved the specs that they wanted, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's been really cool to see Dratnos.
Absolutely, saving those specs through to Sunday. It's so fun as well when we have some dungeons. Again, going into our tomorrow, we have some dungeons that really favor those specs that you might want to use as your specs that get banned, right? The Destruction Warlock, I think, is a perfect example of this. In previous weekends, Destruction Warlock was one of the most popular specs that teams looked at and were like, this can basically just slot in, and then we'll get it banned for Sunday, and we'll play our meta comp. Whereas this time around, they had to think, okay, well, we actually also want to save Destrolock and the rest of the meta comp to Sunday, so now we have to juggle it around even further. We have to land even more pressure on something like the Fire Mage, the Frost DK, and a healer to get banned, which I think was sort of the dominant strategy among our teams today.
I'm really interested in seeing how the workshop's going to kind of play out tomorrow as well, where there was some weird tech that Miscount kind of busted out last weekend with the root on the dog, making sure that they were kind of utilizing the anti-sync of the casting to make sure those dogs didn't end up casting that flaming jaw chomp ability onto the players. That's really sweet. I'm really interested in seeing what teams are going to be looking to do in there tomorrow as well. I think that's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, that's going to be super great. I mean, honestly, tomorrow, the dungeons that we have, as well as the fact that with our teams from yesterday, right? Mandatory, suspicious activities. I mean, Zyro, those two, we saw them yesterday. Hopefully they're still fresh in everybody's minds. But in case you missed it, what do you think they're going to be bringing to the table as far as competition for our teams that are going to be going through from today?
Man, I think just all 4 teams that we have qualified for tomorrow is going to be a banger. And I mean, it's kind of crazy to consider. We were thinking last weekend was the Group of Death. We weren't putting enough respect on this weekend's name, man. These teams are all insane. I think Mandatory, I don't know if they're the favorite tomorrow after the way Perplex played. It's going to be really interesting to see who comes out tomorrow.
I think you're probably supposed to give the benefit of the doubt to Mandatory just because they've won the last 2 TGPs, or actually they've won the last 2 MDIs and they won the last TGP. I think you're probably supposed to give them the benefit of the doubt. At the same point, I kind of understand why you would say that Perplex just off individual performance today would kind of look like that.
Yeah, I mean, in the past we've seen with Mandatory as well that they tend to play it a bit more safe, right? And I feel like they really tend to ramp up. So sometimes they come in really strong, but at least with the ones that we've seen, I feel like I remember these conversations of having deja vu where it was like, oh, they kind of looked not as good as we thought, or maybe, and then at the end, suddenly they're like a total powerhouse doing this amazing stuff, which we even saw yesterday with that huge time gap that they were able to put up towards the second half of the day. But I mean, I agree. I think Perplex today was looking really strong, especially for a team that we've talked about. Sometimes can be a little up, a little down, depending perhaps on where the players are themselves, with where they're feeling the content and everything else, right?
Divine loves classic, and let me just say, the Sod seasons hit really different sometimes for him.
I mean, yeah, look, and of course, gosh, we've got Legion Remix on the horizon and everything too. We're gonna have like a clashing of the worlds if we get any Mythic Plus events for where it all began, you know what I mean? It'd be really cool to see. But, I mean, it's a lot to take into consideration. We've had Group B, and Group C. Now we're gonna be looking ahead to our group finals. And of course, these teams really are powerful. Touched a little bit on the dungeons tomorrow, but I mean, Zyro, do you have any thoughts on what they have ahead of them? Perhaps the most challenging dungeons or other things they're going to need to pull out to be able to secure victory?
So, what is our dungeon pool for tomorrow? It's Cinderbrew Meadery, Motherlode, and Workshop, is that right?
Workshop.
Yeah. So those 3 dungeons together. Motherlode can probably be pushed up to 21, given the extra timer tomorrow. It's going to be very difficult. Workshop, we've seen 20 done, although that is also incredibly difficult. Meadery, we saw Wunderbar do on 20. That will also be very difficult. So all 3 of these keys have very high caps that will probably need multiple attempts. And we've got the teams that can get those done. I think tomorrow is going to be extremely difficult competition. And the 2 teams that end up coming out from that competition will be front runners, I think, for the global finals in a couple weekends.
I agree. I mean, looking at the ones we have, like you mentioned, I think these ones put up some big challenges, but we've also seen some interesting sort of routes, some tech, maybe not quite as much in these. So with these 3 that we have, Dratnos, is there one that you think has the most potential still for us to see some interesting things or unexpected things in?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all 3 of these are some of my favorite dungeons. We have the Cinderbrew Meadery, which features the Destruction Warlock. It features huge amounts of AoE damage, but also some very precise tech with line of sight and managing those exploding failed batches. Mechagon Workshop is an interesting one as well, because at the start of Group A weekend, we saw a lot of teams busting out the Prot Warrior in here. Really nice spec for this dungeon. And then in Group B, nobody played the Prot Warrior in Workshop. I'm curious what Group C thinks about having seen both of those weekends now, what they'll decide to do in there. And then Motherlode, a dungeon that a lot of routes have looked pretty similar in here, but there is a huge amount of optionality with how much you want to fight in each of the different sections of the dungeon. A lot of teams have really been overloading the last 2 of the 4 trash sections in the dungeon, but there's always room for innovation in a dungeon with as much openness as the Motherlode.
Honestly, I love when we start getting to those points where the teams are like, okay, we're not going to play it safe. We're not going to keep things under wraps. We're going to start busting out the stuff that we have been working on. And it's awesome to see, especially as we all get to enjoy it or go, wait, hold on a second. I get to listen to all of your commentary, break it down exactly what they're doing. And while we've had some of that shown, of course, in Floodgate, Priory, and a lot of the dungeons so far, getting some more is going to be very exciting. So everybody, you're definitely going to want to keep an eye out on these dungeons yourself, because as we continue pushing towards the global finals, the stakes get higher and higher, and our teams are going to pull out all the stops. But I mean, we've had some incredible teams all across our weekends. So from what we've seen this weekend with the teams, how do you think they're going to stand up to the greater pool, Zyro, of all of the different groups we've seen so far?
That's just a conversation that we've been having pretty much throughout the entire competition, right? We had the standouts in Group 1 with Wunderbar. 07 made it through as well. I'm sure they'll be looking to really study up on their craft and get practice for the finals. But really, the team to talk about there is Wunderbar. Obviously, miscount from Group 2. The question is, how are Mandatory and Perplex, if they make it through tomorrow like we think they will, how are they going to stack up to those 2 teams? I don't know. It's really tough to say, because the performances from Wunderbar and Miscount in particular were just so dominating, right? Finishing the weekend off with triple world records. I feel like for us to consider Mandatory or Perplexed a match against them, we would need one of them to have one of those insane weekends. But, you know, with the way both of them are playing, it looks like they're going to kind of be swapping blows tomorrow. I seriously doubt either of those teams is going to walk out of tomorrow with triple world records.
I mean, it would be great to see, right? We want to see even more of those. We've had so many already up on the board. I mean, it's true, Mandatory Perplex, I think right now we're kind of considering that they would be the ones that would perhaps move on to global finals. Whether or not one of them, whichever one is going to end up on top, right? I think it seems like they are the really big powerhouses, but I have to say, overall, I was really impressed by Suspicious Activities as well. And I mean, Tuttle's thinking about Suspicious Activities, their performance, sort of, we can talk a little bit about it, and we'll have a little bit of news to also share with everybody. But, you know, what do you think some of these other teams have to show? And then we can catch everybody up on what we are doing.
I think you kind of have to play towards key cap, right? Like, I think that for Suspicious Activities, they were really far behind in terms of mandatory timer-wise yesterday. But, like, I think the fact that they were able to put up similar scores, just a total key cap, that's kind of the most important thing. But for Sunday, with the dungeon starting at that plus 17 level, kind of like you see on the screen right here, it's one of those things that there's going to be a lot more time in your day to push those chase level keys, and it's going to be about getting those plus ones.
Yeah. You need to keep trying to push that up higher and higher. And I think all the teams have a great shot at this, but we have gotten some information, and thank you all for hanging out here in the after show. We've gotten some information that we'd like to share with everybody here at the end of the day. So it has been determined that Goated used an item that breaks the rules of the tournament. Teams may only use items that are craftable or purchasable in Dornegal, and as such, their plus 21 run that we saw at the end of the day is being repealed, which means that Goated will move to 3rd place and Ducks Can Fly will move to 2nd. So the leaderboard has been updated here. And of course, with this, the tournament rules are there for a very important reason. And Ducks Can Fly put up a fantastic plus 21 here at the end of the day. So we will be seeing them move on to tomorrow, and these two teams will be, facing off against our full pool. So with that, just briefly here, as we look to round out the day, Tettles, our 4 teams for tomorrow, what do you think these teams are going to bring? What is going to be something that everybody should be looking out for as the 4 of them clash?
That's a good question. What is my bold prediction for tomorrow? Let me look at these dungeons real quick. All right, I think that 22 Motherload is on the table. That's my bold prediction of the day for tomorrow. 22 Motherload is on the table.
That's it.
Wow.
22 Motherload. Okay, all right. Statement. Okay. Well, we're going to have to see if it's going to happen. Everybody here, everyone's faces are like, okay, all right. But you know what, Tettles? I love it. I'm going to love watch, love respond, love cast this statement, because I would love to see that plus 22, and I am hoping that we get it. So tomorrow, whether or not we have a plus 22 or not, we will be seeing our top 4 teams coming together. Division 2 has given us our 4 teams that will be moving on to our Group C finals, but only one of them can be our champion. Tomorrow, mandatory, suspicious activities, perplexed, and Ducks Can Fly put it all on the line to see who will win a shot at the global finals and who will be eliminated. See who makes it through tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET, and tune in early to catch the pre-show with all of us. We'll see you soon.